away by my emotions so much.
I'm sorry, to me, you know, we can be logical. You see the question, what they made there, one should be willing to change.
Yes.
How have you balanced it for yourself?
That's the point. When you talk about a good man, especially in a marriage, I always say that you have participation as a person.
Participation.
Yes, your own participation is also going to be very important. And it is how you bring the goodness out of a man sometimes. Of course, there are excesses and extremes that you cannot ask a woman to go through just because we're trying to uninstall that software. but your participation is going to be important.
Before we get into a more heated conversation, please, we need to go on a break. We'll be right back. Don't touch that dial. Welcome back. So before we went on a break, we were talking about installing and uninstalling. So at this point,
Somebody has crawled into the chair and ready to...
we need to know what it is. So he had said something that it's not our place to uninstall what has been installed.
Yeah.
Whose juice is it?
And that's why you get a professional to help out because, you know, some of the, except in situations where the man is not willing to show up for his session in therapy, then you activate his wife to help. Yeah, you need to activate his wife to help. Yeah, because, I mean, men manifest different behaviors per time, and the strategy to crush a particular one is totally different from the other. That's why you need to understand who the man is, you need to understand his upbringing, you need to understand how he became who he is.
That's why we need a systems engineer.
How many men come?
96% women.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And they come without their spouses.
But you know, interesting thing that in therapy now, a lot of men are showing up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because men have started out meeting in communities and they're now beginning to see some of the problems for the first time.
Why are they not showing up?
Well, because again,
Ego?
you were not socialized to speak about your problem as a man. That's it's part of manning up. You tell him, man up, man up. I mean, women
How are we going to change that in the home? Who is it, the father or the mother that you're going to change that for our young kids now?
But you know, interesting thing is the men we talk about today were boys that the women of yesteryears built.
Yes. Oh, so in other
Even
words,
the women. Are you dropping it on our show?
I'm not dropping it on you alone. I'll give an example. My mom put me in the kitchen, right? Well, as a boy. So when I was getting married,
Daddy say, why are you sending him to the kitchen?
when I was growing up, right? I mean, when I got into marriage, I wasn't expecting my wife to cook for me, right? And the
So
same
is it wrong to expect your wife to cook for you?
It's not
Yeah,
wrong.
I'm saying
It
though.
depends
I don't
on
see
what
you are
works
talking
for
about.
you.
It's
My
not
son
wrong.
is living with the same expectation right now because he's been taught to cook, he's been taught to wash his dishes, and so again, it comes to the system that you have that you have in place in your home to engineer the kind of future you
Tell us what we should be doing now. What we should,
okay, so the first thing I say to couple is this. Marriage is the coming together of a man and a woman from two different nations to create a new nation that will promote the best interest of all and whose culture will give our world rest. So when people are coming into marriage, the first thing you need to ask is, what nation are you coming from? What nation is your husband coming from? The problem we have is when a man from a third world nation gets married to a woman from a first world nation.
upgrade now.
Or the other way around.
Or the other way around. That's unequal you. So
No, but they have to work. It doesn't mean it's not possible.
it's not. It doesn't mean it's not. But you say the problem is this. The problem is this. If you're from a third world family as a man, your wife is from a first world family, you need to understand that that's God's blessing to take you out of third world to first world. So, but a man is not socialized to learn from his wife or to be mentored by his wife. So all he's going to be doing is to drag her down to his level to say, this is how we behave in my culture, this is how they behave in my culture. Exactly.
So he's installing that software again.
So it can be the other way around as well, right? And that's why there are assessments that people take right now that shows the kind of world you belong to. So now say, okay, so when you begin to ask questions like, who is superior between a man and a woman? And the man says, it's a man. And the woman says, no, there should not be superiority or inferiority. We're the same. Then you know there's going to be problems. So you want to navigate all those things before you get married. Now, when you navigate that, you now ask people, okay, what nation do we want to build? What will be our family vision? What values must we subscribe to? And this is a critical issue.
How created nations? How do we solve the problem now?
some men have complained that the bad behavior was brought out of them because of their spouses.
Yes.
So she brought out the worst in me. That's how they put it. So that's their own.
Exactly.
So do you think that these things?
Women also say that, you know.
I will not totally agree.
I don't.
was lying there somewhere.
No, it was there. but you
It was
can
dormant. It was
pull
activated, yeah.
But somebody can trigger it
Yes.
or activate it
Honestly,
or deal with
some
it.
men are living in hell in
bad.
their marriages. I said in counseling regularly, a lot of men are going through troubles, you know, and I know what some women have done to men, you know, but again, there are skills that, because we say nothing means anything except when you're attached to it. So a woman was saying to me that her husband calls her useless all the time, useless. And she was going through depression, you know, so when she showed up, I said, useless. Oh, really? I said, is the meaning you have attached to that useless? So I asked her to write useless. Can you write it out? So she wrote it. So within that word useless, there are two words. What are they? So use plus less. So I said, can you flip? So she flipped. And what does it mean? It sounds like less used. So I said, your husband is not insulting you. He's only announcing his incapacity. I mean, that he lacks the capacity to maximize you. Now, all I did was change the meaning for. Change the meaning for. Now, it's
You are teaching all these young wives legal.
you know, so you need to change the meaning for them. But truth is, your spouse can bring out the worst in you, or improve you.
Or improve you.
Yes.
So can we redirect? Are there any good men really? Because I think my husband is a good man.
My husband is a good man.
My daddy is a good man.
So is my husband, actually.
Okay, so
My husband is the bad one now.
Are you a good woman?
but let me tell you what that's the thing. What I tell young girls like you now is that why you're looking for a good man? Are you a good woman? I said my husband is a good man because he brought out the good woman in
Yes.
me. I went into marriage ready to scatter. That if it doesn't work, marry. But my husband said marriage is forever because he decided to be that way. That's why I wonder, you know, if I wasn't, I mean, could I have been the best wife? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But he made sure. I say, if you want a woman to be a particular way, the man has a responsibility to make it. Do you agree?
I agree. I think anyone that can bring out the best in you is a good man. Right? Anyone who is not threatened by your success is a good man. You know, because that's the problem. People try to, and you know, that definition I gave about marriage is that promote the best interest of everyone. You know, so what that means is, because a couple, people don't understand what a couple means. And I say the easiest way to understand a couple is to visit the mechanic, the auto mechanic, you know, and observe how the couple and engine. Yeah, to say that when your wife succeeds, right? You are a successful man. Because the word husband is the word bridegroom, which means a groomer of a bride. So your job description is to actually groom her and set her free to be better than you.
Successful woman
How do you find
a
that kind
good
of man?
husband.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I mean, because
How do I find
if
him?
your
Am I supposed
husband
to find
is
him or is it
if your husband is insecure,
Sorry.
if your husband is
was
insecure,
side talk.
if he's insecure, you're going to be messed up. Yeah, because every attempt to become the best of you is going to
But a
stifle.
lot more men are insecure now. Omoye has one very important question.
I have a question.
Observation.
They said something to you.
She asked me, so Moya, how are you going to find him? I'm like, find him. I'm not supposed to find him. He's supposed to find me.
Says who? Who says you
And
can't find him?
That's what the Bible says. Whoso finds a wife finds a good thing
That
and
was what
obtains favor
Solomon
from
said.
the Lord. Yes. And I don't think that I'm supposed to find him. I'm supposed to just keep being the best person I can be as a person and as a woman. Because I'm a woman.
So how
right?
do you know him? How do you know if a guy is good?
Well, I don't totally agree, you know, because I mean that's part of the problem, you know, in this part of the world where you say who should propose, a man or a woman.
No, but I think
Question
that
is,
it's,
we want to get married.
I think that it's okay to have a different opinion.
No.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
life is always this
Yeah,
and
different
that.
opinion,
You
yes.
know, so what I say is, you want to get married, right? So who cares who does the finding? You know, at the end of the day,
proposal. I think you can come to an agreement if you've been courting.
Yeah.
You can just agree. I was never asked, will you marry me?
Yeah.
We just agreed that we were getting married.
You know,
because
some
we've been
guys
courting
don't.
for-
Some guys
Wow.
they can't.
Yes.
No, I'm very old school. And I believe a lot of women have been burnt by this, by the way. So you assume that you have a sort of relationship with a person, and you assume that he should take it to the next level. And he doesn't take it to the level. You now make the attempt and say, you know what, let's get married. And then tomorrow he feels like he doesn't have a responsibility in the marriage to make it work. After all, it was your idea.
Again, you need to find out what kind of man is that, right? Because if the man is not matured, that's when you have those kind of things.
Okay.
I mean, no, a woman is not going to propose to me, and I'm going to feel she's a slut. She's found a good thing.
That's you.
Right?
That's me. I think there are many men.
Again, who are these men? And that's the question we need to ask.
My
right?
generation.
Maybe what is the relationship like before you start? You know,
Yeah, I mean, if you're best of
proposing.
friends, I mean, best of friends can say things.
Can I talk about my
Just for me,
generation,
if
though?
your son came to you and said his girlfriend proposed to him,
If I like the girl and he loves the girl, who cares who did the proposing?
Exactly.
So you're telling us these days that we should,
there's room for
single ladies
everyone.
should take initiative.
I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. You know, I mean, what works for you? What works for you? I mean, because when the Eater it was in town, you know, I actually went online and I saw loads of people actually propose to their husbands and the marriages are working. In fact, while I put it on social media, a lot of pastors actually called me to say, "Praise, we've not been able to say this out, but my wife actually proposed to me." I'm like, why can't I say culture? You know, so again, so you'll be shocked.
We should propose some kind of
You will be shocked at the number of people actually propose to their, but they can't say it out because people will laugh and all this kind of
but
thing.
also, I think when you say proposed, culturally, women, even a lot of women who propose, they say, "What are we doing? Is this going somewhere?" That
insinuate.
is a proposal.
Yeah.
And then he takes it
you
from
hardly
there. So
find
if he
any
doesn't-
woman going on her knees to, and I mean, many relationships,
That's the drama.
even when
That's
the
the
man,
drama of proposal.
yes,
That's not
that's the
proposal.
drama, and even when a man proposes,
The drama of proposal is going on your knee.
yeah, even when a man proposes, he doesn't always say, "Sorry to cut you." He doesn't always kneel down and say, "There's a conversation."
Yes.
I think this relationship is doing well. I think both of us are in a good place,
we
and I
keep
would
it
like
permanent.
us to, yes, yes, and that's a proposal. So
No, but you're talking about marriage now, but even in a relationship where two people are dating each other, you know, if you really are in sync, there's no fine lines now. That's my assumption.
There has to be
If you are feeling each other,
You don't want to assume. You don't want to assume in relation because people are
but
like,
because when I say that, I'm a very open person. So we speak about everything.
Well-
so we must have talked about it at some point.
maybe what you do, what you do is
to get
definition of the
married.
relationship.
Yes,
Yeah, you need
so
to
you
define your
define
relationship.
it
at
now.
all.
You know, when it crosses from friendship to
So
whatever.
who's a good man?
So let's wrap up. Let everybody tell us what you've learned and what you think a good man is. And if your mentality has been tweaked a bit, let us know this.
Can I ask a question? I want him to address
Toxic.
the people that were the boys
We are raising
that we're raising now. How are we going to make them good men? I don't want to be hearing a few good. No. How are we going to
How
raise
are we
new
going to multiply the
generation?
good men?
Yes. How do we multiply now?
Okay, so there's what we call the perceptual code of your child to say who do you want your child to be. Now, when you create that perceptual code, then you create a script around your child. But the problem is, a child learns from what it sees, you do not what you say. So you got to model, you have to model the perceptual code. One day my son, I used to be bigger than this, my son was having a conversation and he says, when I grow up, my tummy will be as big as my daddy's tummy. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. So I had to hit the gym and, you know, so again, let's become the future we want our children to become. And I think that's what we need to do.
Your perception of you good men.
Well, remains the man that brings out the best in his woman, regardless. You know, it shouldn't be a function of whatever. Just bring out the best in the woman.
I believe he's the man that's willing to work on it, and I believe that he can be helped by the good woman by his side.
Man that brings out the best in his woman and the woman that brings out the best in a man, basically. I think it was in sync, yes.
I like to think everybody has said it all. Ditto. Ditto.
Thank you so much for being with us on the show today.
She
I
chose
asked her,
a
she
que-
chose to do a question
yeah.
instead.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you so much for being with us on the show today. This topic is extensive. We really can't go around it, but we know we have to go and we've learned a lot. Please, men, it is your responsibility to run a home and raise leaders. Please take it with all seriousness and be intentional. See you next time on the show.
Be intentional. What is it?
Thank you so much. You loved it?
Yeah, it was heated. It was nice.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
On News Now tonight, federal government reintroduces COVID-19 restrictions, shorts bars, recreational centers, limits public gatherings. As Ethiopian UN peacekeepers move to refugee camp after seeking asylum. And President Joe Biden says he sees no evidence of involvement by Russian government in pipeline hack. Many thanks for joining us. I am Justin Akadonye. The Office of the Independent National Electoral Commission in Ohafia local government area of Abia State has been set ablaze. This happened on Sunday night, days after the Commission's office in Akwa Ibom was set ablaze by unknown gunmen. The incident was confirmed by the resident electoral commissioner for the state, Joseph Ilo, when the Commission met on Monday to discuss a wide range of issues. A statement issued by the National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, revealed that the attack is not the first the Commission has suffered in the state in recent times. Now, joint security operatives comprising the police, army, and other allied agencies have rescued 30 Muslims out of the 40 that were kidnapped while praying inside a mosque. Spokesman of the Katsina State Police Command, Gambo Isa, who confirmed the abduction and subsequent rescue, told journalists that the bandits in their numbers came from Zurumi border town in Zamfara State during
a group in Benin City, the Edo State capital, have protested what they described as an unprofessional act by the police following an infringement on the right of a suspect who was in their custody. The group who took to the streets across Edo were also at the Edo State Police Command to register their displeasure over the act done to one Blessings Daniel while in police custody. Receiving the protesters, the police public relations officer Chidi Nwambuzo assured that the police authorities will look into the issues.
What really happened? We say, I get one meeting when I did before when I called Zion. So, get what happen, I can't come out, they can't arrest me. Station, what they call they don't take my statements finish. And the policewoman come say make I take off my bra. I don't know what they do. I never go station before. She come say make I come on my bra. I can't come out. Whenever they come on my bra, Destiny Bagua come the video me. As he video me, he can't send the video to Zion Ladies Club where 80 people there, which is their social media. From then, I'm gonna go see her for Facebook and YouTube.
How can a police officers
You will take somebody's statements, you ask her to remove her bra, the next thing, you upload it on social media. Ever since, this thing is generating a lot of things from other places. People have been calling the young sister. All we just want is justice. We join her to protest so that justice should be done. See this as bullying. We want justice. Justice must prevail. On behalf of Blessed Daniels, we have a formal petition that is addressed to the Commissioner of Police with a view to getting justice.
Unfortunate incident to happened that someone amongst the complainant who brought her to the station recorded her without the police knowing, and that's what resulted to this. That issue must be investigated. It's subject to investigation. So I want to say, you go about your business, go home and make sure that no other people hijack this movement.
The Northeast Development Commission has commenced waste management training for 150 youths in Adamawa State to minimize the negative effects of environmental pollution in the state. The exercise is in collaboration with the state governments aimed at creating jobs for unemployed youth through waste recycling. Declaring the training open, the Commissioner of Environment and Natural Resources Development, Shuaibu Audu, observed that domestic and industrial waste pose challenges in the country. He noted that the negative consequences of waste on human health, agriculture, and infrastructure cannot be underestimated. He stressed that the modern process of waste management starts with individuals who will reduce, reuse, and recycle waste for improved hygiene and economy.
The rate of waste generation has increased tremendously, and unfortunately, the method by which the waste is handled is too poor. The increase in waste generation is partly attributed to industrialization and other development activities with negative consequences on human health, agriculture, and infrastructure.
Thus, this training forms part of a series of activities sponsored by NEDC in order to confront the challenges that we're having in this region. It may also interest you to know that similar trainings are ongoing in the other 5 northeastern states of Nigeria. Waste disposal, as we know, is a major contributing factor to a lot of sickness and diseases in our society. However, waste, if properly managed, can contribute to better health and hygiene of the environment and can also serve as a source of income.
The aim of the youth training exercise is to equip the youths with the required tools they need to build and sustain recycling businesses and also train others.
We're here to learn about waste management, so I'm expecting that at the end of the training, I should be able to differentiate between the different types of waste, the ones that can be recycled, the ones that should be trashed, and the best way to manage waste and be able to create wealth out of it.
Benue Zonal Command of the National Agency for Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons has decried the worsening trafficking of girls from the state to West African countries for sex exploration. Gloria Bai, the Zonal Commander, expressed the concern on Tuesday during the presentation of kits to rescued traffic victims in Makurdi, the state capital. 40 of the rescued traffic victims had 6 months of training in a skill acquisition program aimed to rehabilitate them.
19 November to June 2022, we have rescued about 343 victims of human trafficking. For now, usually some of them are children, and there are different empowerment programs for different victims. Those that have gone through through skill acquisition, those are the ones that will be empowering. And for now, we have about 40 of them that have gone through that skill acquisition program. And so from time to time, we'll be calling them and then we'll be empowering them.
She said that what used to be common in the state was labor trafficking, but lamented that in recent times many young Nigerians and Benue girls were now into sexual exploitation in Ghana and neighboring countries. She explained that between 2020 and 2022, 343 trafficked victims from the state had been rescued.
Benue State, for me, I think Benue State is becoming one of the new states that is having the menace of human trafficking because from you can see from November 2020 to now, we have rescued 343 victims of human trafficking, and there are lots of cases that keep coming. So we have some that we hear about, but we cannot go over to rescue them. And we know now, before Benue State was known for just labor trafficking for labor, but we are having most of our children from Benue State being trafficked to neighboring African countries. We have Mali, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and even Ghana. Recently, I just had 3 girls that escaped from Ghana and came back, and we are still with them trying to see what we can do.
We need to open the shop of physicists inside, at least to make her to those who want to make her. My message to young girls there is that they should stop doing this human trafficking. If they see someone doing human trafficking, if they should come direct to NACTIP and report the case to NACTIP so that this whole mess will stop.
I want to say thank you. May God keep blessing them to help others like they do help us.
Meanwhile, the remains of Mohammed Bakindo, the Secretary General of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has been buried. He was aged 63. His remains were laid to rest in his hometown in Yola, Adamawa State. Bakindo, a former group managing director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, died at about 11 p.m. on Tuesday, a few hours after delivering a speech to oil and gas stakeholders at the ongoing 2022 Nigerian Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition in Abuja. After the conference, the OPEC chief also visited President Muhammadu Buhari at the villa where he was honored by the president. A delegation of the federal government and the state governments led by the Minister for FCT, Mohammed Bello, spoke to the media after the burial.
I must confess that yes, it is natural to die, but this is one death that has shaken not only Adamawa State, not only the nation, but the whole world at large, because we have lost a global technocrat who has served the globe generally and humanity across the world.
The late Muhammad Sanusi Barkindo passed away last night in Abuja after having been engaged in quite a number of activities yesterday. So all of us received his death with sadness. And as a result of that, President Muhammadu Buhari sent a delegation to come and condole the people of Adamawa State, to condole the governor of Adamawa State, the family of the late Muhammad Sanusi Barkindo. And we came in with the Honorable Minister for Transportation, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, and the representative of the Group Managing Director of NNPC.
Still ahead, Algeria to reopen border with Tunisia. Details when we return.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. for betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Moving to other parts of Africa, Ethiopia's parliamentarians have set up a commission of inquiry into the recent inhuman massacres of civilians in the country in a resolution adopted today. They named several regions without explicitly referring to the most recent killing which took place on Monday in the Kalem-Wolege administrative zone of Oromia, the country's largest and most populous region. The attack targeted the Amara people, the second largest ethno-linguistic community after the Oromo. Moving on, the former president of Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré, in exile in Ivory Coast since his fall in 2014, is expected in Ouagadougou at the end of the week to meet with the military authorities resulting from the January coup. Mr. Compaoré was sentenced in absentia to life imprisonment in April by a military court in his country. During his stay, he will reside in a state villa in which President Roch Marc Christian Kabore, who was overthrown in January, was placed under house arrest, according to the SAS. Algeria, a major supplier of tourists to Tunisia, will reopen the land border between the two countries in mid-July. The border was closed in 2020 during the peak of the COVID-19, and the tourism sector in Tunisia has seriously suffered from this closure. Algeria being a major supplier of tourists to the neighboring country, particularly during the summer season. Before the coronavirus pandemic, more than 3 million Algerians travel to Tunisia each year, according to local media. Air and sea links between the two countries were summarized in June 2021. Now, 6 Nigerian soldiers were killed and 14 wounded last night in an attack by 50 suspected jihadists on the military post of Blabrin, southeastern Niger, near the border with Chad, the Ministry of Defense announced. The provisional balance sheet also shows 17 dead on the enemy side, while weapons and ammunition have been recovered by the armed forces convened the area. This is the second attack in 3 days in southeastern Niger after one on Sunday, in which a soldier died in an assault by Boko Haram elements in Garindogo, near Nigeria. Blabrin is located in the department of Ngumi, Diffa region in borders Chad. Its military base has been targeted several times since 2015 by terrorist attack. And outside Africa, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said today that he was not going to resign and that the last thing the country needed was a national election. Details in this report.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson clings to power following the resignation of ministers who said he was not fit to govern, and with a growing number of lawmakers calling for him to go. Leader of Britain's opposition Labour Party, Keir Starmer, said he would welcome a snap election after the departure of Sajid Javid and Rishi Sunak.
We need a fresh start for Britain. We need a change of government, and this government is collapsing.
I can announce that the Parliamentary Party does have confidence.
Johnson narrowly survived a confidence vote in June, giving him 12 months of immunity. But some lawmakers in his Conservative Party have been trying to change the party rules to shorten that period, while others appealed to Johnson's team of cabinet ministers to move against him. Could the Prime Minister be forced out? And what is the process to finding a replacement? He could decide he has lost the support of too many members of his party and the cabinet and resign. He has so far shown no signs of doing this. Several more members of the cabinet could quit and call on Johnson to go, almost certainly forcing him to resign. However, media reports suggest other senior members of the cabinet, including Foreign Secretary Liz Truss and Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, are staying in place. Some lawmakers have been trying to change the party rules so they can hold another vote of confidence sooner than is currently allowed. Elections for the membership of the so-called 1922 committee, which sets the rules, are due to be held. Were Johnson to be ousted, a process would be held to find a new leader overseen by the 1922 committee. Candidates putting themselves forward for the leadership must be nominated by 2 other Conservative lawmakers. There could be a wide field of candidates. They then hold several rounds of secret ballot votes to whittle down the number of contenders. That's repeated until there are only 2 candidates remaining. They are then put to a postal ballot of the wider Conservative Party membership, with the winner named the new leader. The leader of the party with a majority in the House of Commons is the de facto Prime Minister. They do not have to call a snap election, but have the power to do so. Despite Johnson being on the brink, Britain's new Finance Minister, Nadhim Zahawi, said voters would still back the government.
If we focus on delivery over the second half of this Parliament, people will judge us on that, and I'm convinced that if we deliver on that, people will feel very differently in 2 years' time.
Stepped to power in 2019 in a landslide election. After this stream of resignations, he pledged to continue fighting, saying he would not quit as Prime Minister unless the government could not carry on.
Meanwhile, more than 6,000 cases of monkeypox have now been reported from 58 countries at the current outbreak. The UN agency will reconvene a meeting of the committee that will advise on declaring the outbreak a global health emergency.
On monkeypox, I continue to be concerned by the scale and spread of the virus. Across the world, there has now been more than 6,000 cases recorded in 58 countries. Testing remains a challenge, and it's highly probable that there are a significant number of cases not being picked up. Europe is the current epicenter of the outbreak, recording more than 80% of cases globally.
Up next, federal government approves concession of 700 megawatts Zangari plants. That's some business news after the short break.
And in business news, Nigeria's external reserves closed the month of June 2022 at $39.16 billion, gaining $5.83 billion in 1 year compared to $33.32 billion recorded as of the corresponding month of 2021. This is according to data obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Despite this improvement, the Nigerian economy is starved of foreign exchange as currency traders continue to lament tightened forex liquidity, leading to further depreciation of the local currency at the FX market. Nigeria's inability to attract foreign exchange through export value, diaspora remittances, and investments, despite a number of policies and programs by the CBN geared towards incentivizing inflows, has caused significant FX scarcity in the country and, by consequence, encouraged arbitrage in the parallel market. The Chairman Senate Committee on Banking, Insurance and Other Financial Institutions, Senator Ubasani, has reiterated the willingness of the National Assembly to continually support the debt recovery efforts of Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria. The senator made the appeal while speaking at a one-day retreat held recently in Niger State. The retreat was themed Asset Recovery as a Tool for Enhanced Growth and Stability of the Banking Sector, Sustaining the Impacts and Bridging the Challenges of AMCON. While appealing to sister agencies of the federal government and all stakeholders to support the recovery drive of AMCON, Sani said the support had become critical because AMCON remains a strategic national institution that plays an important and pivotal role in stabilizing the economy. The federal government says it has approved the strategic work plan to speed up the concession process for the 700 megawatt Zungeru hydroelectric power plant in Niger State. It announced this in a statement issued in Abuja by the head Public Communications Bureau of Public Enterprises, Ibe Chidi, and stated that the approval was given by the National Council on Privatization. The council noted that the key objectives of the plan's concession include leveraging the private sector access to finance and reducing reliance on government's budgetary allocation to fund the China Exim Bank loan. It stated there was a need to adopt a timely implementation program, hence a fast-track transaction process was recommended. Determined to reduce housing deficits in the country, the Federal Housing Authority of Nigeria, in partnership with Mixta Africa, has commenced action to provide more housing units for Nigerians. A statement quoted the managing director of FHA Mortgage Bank, Ayatu Awal, as saying this during the inauguration of Expressway Estate in Abuja. He added that the partnership with Mixta Africa would ensure the effective delivery of the project in Lugbe. The Kaduna State government will adhere to the medium-term expenditure framework recommendations in the formulation of its 2023 budget. Permanent Secretary Planning and Budget Commission Bashir Muhammad said this in Kaduna during an interactive section with private sector, women groups and people living with disabilities on 2023 to 2025 MTEF. According to him, the measure is to ensure a realistic budget for the 2023 fiscal year where expected revenues will be generated to implement plans, programs, and projects. He described MTEF as a vital requirement of the Fiscal Responsibility Law 2016, which aimed at strengthening the public financial management systems to ensure transparency, accountability, and improvement of service delivery to citizens. And that's it in business news. I am Khadijat Balogu. The news continues.
Next is entertainment news.
Marvel has confirmed the launch of a gay Spider-Man character set to make his debut on Edge of the Spider-Verse 5 comic book. Confirming the newest edition, comic book author Steve Fox revealed that the character named Webweaver will possess a fearlessly femme identity. He further detailed that they were careful to develop a queer character that did not generalize LGBTQ stereotypes. Webweaver's debut issue has been confirmed for August 3 release. The 7th edition of the biggest reality show in Nigeria, Big Brother Naija, popularly known as BB Naija, will begin on Saturday, July 23, 2022. The head of content and West Africa channels of MultiChoice Nigeria, Busola Tejumola, stated that the 7th season will premiere with 2 opening ceremonies on July 23rd and July 24th, adding that this year's edition will run for 72 days and end on October 2nd, 2022. She revealed that the winner of the show would win a grand prize of 100 million naira at the end of the 72 days inside the Big Brother house. Legendary US guitarist Carlos Santana has collapsed on stage during an open-air concert near Detroit, Michigan. Medical personnel treated the 74-year-old in Clarkston, and he was taken to a local hospital's emergency department for observation. His manager, Michael Veronis, said the musician was doing well. However, he added that a show planned in Boogstown, Pennsylvania will be postponed to a later date. Representatives for the 10-time Grammy Award winner said he was suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration. Rihanna, singer and entrepreneur from Barbados, is worth a whopping $1.4 billion, even though her music still makes money for her. Most of her fortune comes from makeup, skincare, and lingerie. All this wealth is amassed from her 3 retail companies, Fenty Beauty, Fenty Skin, and Savage X Fenty. According to Forbes, she is ranked 21st overall and is the only billionaire under 40. In March, Bloomberg reported Savage X Fenty lingerie was worth $3 billion and planned on going public. Rihanna owns 30% of Savage X Fenty lingerie and half of Fenty Beauty, which earned $550 million in revenue in 2020. Rihanna's focus on diversity and inclusion by making lingerie and makeup for all skin types and body size and using influencers to market her products has made her a household name.
Up next is Sport News.
Hello and welcome to Sports News on Plus TV Africa. CAF on Wednesday unveiled a preliminary women's list of the 30 nominees for the continent's most prestigious award. Super Falcons stars Asisat Oshoala, Rashidat Ajibade, Chiamaka Ndozie, and Uchenna Kanu have been named by CAF in a nominee list of 30 for the 2022 CAF Women's Player of the Year award. Oshoala won the last year in 2019 and is currently with the Super Falcons, where they are hoping to bounce back from the opening defeat to South Africa when they play their second game. Spain midfielder and Women's Ballon d'Or winner Alexa Putellas will miss the Women's European Championship after tearing her anterior cruciate ligament in training, the Spanish Football Federation said on Tuesday, July 5th. The tests carried out have confirmed that the captain of the Spanish women's national team suffered a rupture of the anterior cruciate ligament in her left knee, RFEF stated. Putellas, who is set for a lengthy spell on the sidelines, was at the heart of the Barcelona's women's team, which won the Spanish league and finished runners-up in the Champions League. Named FIFA Best Women's Player earlier this year, she was the top scorer in the Champions League with 11 goals, while she also finished with 18 strikes in the league. Spain, one of the favorites to lift the Euros, begin their group stage campaign against Finland in Milton Keynes, England on Friday. Trinidad and Tobago's 4x100-meter team were given their gold medals from the 2008 Beijing Olympics on Tuesday, July 5th. The medals were awarded at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne, Switzerland, following the disqualification of the Jamaican team, which included Usain Bolt, after Nesta Carter failed a doping test after originally setting a world record in the final by posting 37.10 seconds. Trinidad and Tobago, who trailed the Jamaican team by nearly a second, were elevated to gold. Aaron Armstrong, Keston Bledman, Mark Burns, Emmanuel Callender, and Richard Thompson received their medals from IOC President Thomas Bach. The medal reallocation principles were established in 2018 following a recommendation from the IOC Athletes Commission. They provide athletes with different options, including a ceremony at the Olympic Museum to receive their medals in a way that recognizes their achievements.
What I am truly proud of is the message that we've sent by the way we have competed. We, at no point in time, neither of us, not one of us, have been implicated in or tried to shortcut or undermine the system and what it means to participate in this sport.
It's big. I think it's the third gold medal for the country. So being it's a small country, for us to bring this kind of joy and bring this kind of recognition back to the country is always a great feeling. And we know the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the kids, our families, is going to really be celebrating us because it's a huge moment in history for the country.
I heard some of my teammates was sniffling. I was like, don't blink, don't blink, don't blink. Okay, and if I blinked, it was going to run right down my face. But the feeling, it's an awesome feeling. I can't even explain it to you because I say, it was a long wait, but just getting it, I get back that feeling. Hearing the anthem played, I really can't explain it, but it was tremendously amazing feeling.
And that's all the sports news we have for you for now. Join us next time. My name is Mikhail Tinubu. Have a good night.
And the main news again. President Buhari says he is disappointed with the intelligence system after inspecting Kuje prison. Appropriate MPs set up commission of inquiry into recent massacres. And Boris Johnson fights for political life amid resignation's pressure for him to quit. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The lazy man does not roast what he took in hunting, but diligence is a man's precious possession. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare, Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Yes, y'all, it is the biggest entertainment show on the planet, and I am your host with the most too much sauce on your screen, your favorite boy, Ifeoluwa Osuke. And of course, yes, I know you guys missed me. Yes, I'm back again. And yes, I'm about to bring you the vibes, analysis, and dissection. And of course, all the biggest entertainment stories. You've probably seen them on social media. You've probably seen them online. You probably heard your friends talking about them. You probably heard your family talking about them, your mother, your father, anybody. But of course, you know what I do? I bring justice right to the stories. And
it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Yeah. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now investors, companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really, really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis. And it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in the business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It will be difficult.
Okay. Well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view. That okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well,
no.
We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding, so this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you know, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our own country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like, Nigeria, so it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools, in learning, there's some, they're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has the I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character.
Well, true. I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that you say, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you, when I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything related to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how do you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games, I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe. I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It's his view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up.
Okay.
So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affect what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you a little questions to that. Like, how
Please,
do you ensure? Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person, you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, there's, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to like,
explain to her.
okay, you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get into, you get angry and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're like, you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh wow!
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing. But as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visual. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do it this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now.
Yeah.
We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter. I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family,
time in traffic.
you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day, and I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he will produce more for the company. So yeah.
Okay. So for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to okay, you know what, maybe this person is there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there any...
Just like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash, where we like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other. We understand. We just feel it's work. We move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kinyarwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kinyarwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities, leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Aziz Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have like a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scenes. Thank you very much
problem.
for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Fumino Ajefe.
That is not good for the government to do that anyway. That is what I felt. Because in a forest, you must have a big monkey there. Understand? In a group of people, you must have one that is bad. Not everybody is bad. If you find a school that is not capable of holding children, it is to close down that school and leave others carry on their business.
My validation on the issue of Hanifa's death is actually medicine after death. Now that the Kano State government is requesting for maybe the license of private school, really, but to me it should have been done in a different way. This thing should have been put in place before now. And to me as a parent, I felt the pain of the mother, like watching your child go through that pain and being murdered just like that. No, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Justice should be given.
No. We cannot take justice that way, because it is the fingers that sin that should be prosecuted. And if the other schools can meet up with criteria and conditions of their services, I think they should be allowed to exist.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation.
How are you today? Fine.
I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual, writing like this, even a typical human being.
Experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they were not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent one or two things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a one-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be able to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
I gave him a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gates. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road network was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the crying and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojimen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Furniture is one of the most important home accessories. It adds style and elegance beside their primary functional designs. They contribute to the beautification and aesthetics of a place. The world production of furniture is estimated at over $350 billion, out of which the Nigeria's market share is 50 billion naira. The furniture industry has improved in Nigeria from just the roadside carpentry to the creative arts of combining wood, metal, cushion to give glamour and beauty to chairs, tables, wardrobes, cabinets, and other household furniture. The market for the furniture industry would always be in demand because everyone needs furniture for countless reasons. In Lagos, there is a furniture market where you find all types of artisans, materials, and tools for furniture making. The market is well coordinated with a chairman and organized rules.
Wíwà láyé ọjà wa yìí ó máa ń lọ bí 70 bí 70 ọdún. Tí mo bá wò dáadáa ọ̀nà karùn-ún níbi tá a wà yìí. A ti kọ́kọ́ wà ní Watchtower ní Ṣómólú. Wọ́n ń pè ibì kan ní Enípákó ní Onípànù ń bẹ̀ yẹn. Àwa náà lè Nípákó tá wà ń bẹ̀ nígbà náà lọ́hùn. Lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn a ti tún wà ní ilé epo Àjíìpù tó wà ń Fádè ibi tí bíríìjì ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ wà ń jọ sí. Lẹ́yìn tá a kúrò ńbẹ̀ la ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá lọ sí Káyọ̀dé níbi táwọn onírin wà nísìn. A kúrò ńbẹ̀ ní 1977 la wá wọ́ sí bíbáyìí. Ká tó wá dé bíbáyìí ilé kiri pé kí ọjà ó dìgbà tó bá ń yá kán ní ká kúrò lórí ilẹ̀ àwọn ọlọ́dani tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ tàbí ẹbí tó fún wa ńlẹ̀ ló mú kí àwọn bàbá wa àgbà náà lọ́hùn kí wọ́n gbé ìgbésẹ̀ lórí ká gba ilẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó láyé LSDPC. So àtìgbà yẹn la ti wá béèrè fún ilẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ó jẹ́ àyè ibi tíjọba yà sọ́tọ̀ fún kátàkárà tàbí iléeṣẹ́ ìdí tó gbé wa níbí nìyẹn. So ìjọba Lagos State ló fún wa níbí láyé LSDPC. Èmi lálága karùn-ún. Àwọn alága tán ti lọ. Ẹ̀yẹn la ní John Oyè. Bàbá dàgbà wá sọ́jà mọ́. Ó di mẹ́ta bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Gbà tí bàbá dàgbà tán wá sọ́jà mọ́ ni Sùbẹ́rù Àkànó. nana wà tún bọ́ síbẹ̀ àwọn kú ní April 2016 bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe wá kan èmi Isiaka orí oyè títí dìgbà tá a wá wà yìí kì í ṣe pé a lè lé 105 èèyàn yìí táyìn lóyìnbó ń pè ní 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ní omi ò sọ pé 500 jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ àtẹnira àtẹnita a lè 105 lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin a kà wọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ṣẹ́ o tó yẹ pé ń kọ́ṣẹ́ furniture upholsterer welder oríṣiríṣi iṣẹ́ tó jẹ mọ́ building materials tó jẹ mọ́ nǹkan kọ́lé torí n ta base lé lórí gan nìyẹn àti pákó plywood oríṣiríṣi nǹkan kọ́lé tó dédé páànù cement kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìṣó gbogbo nǹkan kọ́lé àwọn kan wà tán tó ń kọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ibi náà ti kọ́ ibi náà tún wà 105 tètè ẹ̀ ní àjùbá ń lọ àpọ̀ lórí tẹ environmental tó sọ wàá rí i pé ńgbà tí wọn náà débi láàárọ̀ yìí ò lè wọlé a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ environmental lágo 7 a parí ẹ̀ lágo 9:30 tó ra nígbàgbọ́ nú Ọlọ́run tá a bá dúró lágo 9:30 yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó gbọ́dọ̀ tajà hàn ní tàwọn ò ní rà environmental gbogbo ọjà ti mọ́ so mùsùlùmí á gbàdúrà àwọn ẹgbẹ́ oníyàjọ nígbàgbọ́ àwọn náà á gbàdúrà ìyẹn ló máa gbé adago 10 kálukú tó padà sẹ́nu iṣẹ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò tíjọba filẹ̀ bọ́jà wáyé ṣe tó àti bó ṣe rí o lè ríbi tán gbé ń ta ọtí ń bì tó dẹ́ni tó ti mu tí yó ó lè hùwàkíwà àgbà kéèyàn ò jalè ẹni bá ti jalè a máa lè kúrò lọ́jà ni àdẹ̀gbà kéèyàn ó jà gbogbo nǹkan tó wù kó lè rí bó ṣe bí ẹni tó wá fẹjọ́ sùn alága tó bá ti dọ́dọ̀ alága pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ agbọ́tọ̀ tún agbátòsí tó bá yẹ ká fi ṣàtúnṣe bẹ̀ á dẹ̀ ṣe a lè dẹ́ lómi lẹ́jọ́ pé ókè lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ẹni tí ń tajà ojoojúmọ́ tó mọ tó ń rí lójúmọ́ ta ni kó lọ gbélé ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tó bá padà dé sẹ́mọ̀ para àárọ̀ n tó mú jà wájọ́ sí tírú ẹ̀ bá ti ń bọ̀ á mọ̀ pé kó ń lọ fẹjọ́ sùn ó ń lọ nà àbáyọ so ara àwọn ètò tán bàbá rẹ̀ ti làálẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ títí dè ní ìní àbí ó dẹ̀ ṣe máa rí lọ náà nìyẹn àgbà owó àgbà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn bí kì í ṣe pé irú ilẹ̀ nísìnyí ìdọ̀tí tán bá lò nígbà bá fẹ́ sanwó lọ́mà ṣe mọ̀ pé ó di dandan so à ń gbà yẹn lówó tí ò ga àwọn èèyàn lára tó jẹ́ pé kò tiẹ̀ ní wọ́n lára ńgbà tí a ti wà bá a ṣe fi wà yẹn kò sówó kan tá à ń gbà kọjá owó ìsọ̀tán bá rẹ́ǹtì tán sanwó ẹ̀ lọ́dún kò sí owó túláàsì kan tó ìnájà kan àbẹ̀wọ̀n rajà kan bí wàá lè sọ pé wọ́n ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àgbowó car park àgbowó ilé ìgbẹ́ ilé ìtọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ la ní tó yẹ pé tí wọ̀gán bá tiẹ̀ débẹ̀ wàá fẹ́ lè sùn bẹ̀ pé ṣébì náà dẹ̀ lẹ pé nílé ìgbẹ́ lẹ pé nílé ìwẹ̀ nílé ìtọ̀ tá a tọ́jú gbogbo ẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí nǹkan tí Lagos State fẹ́ owó gbàdẹ̀ náà wá ń yẹ̀ wá wò Lagos State yẹn wọn yé wá wọn wá láti Aláùsá wọn wá láti local government ẹgbẹ́ nípákó ní Lagos State gan àwọn gan tún wá tọ́ra jẹ́ kókó kan nínú ọjà tó jẹ́ ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ Lagos State Building Materials and Building Materials Association ajẹ́ kókó kan so bá a ṣe ń tò díẹ̀ nìyẹn tọ́lọ́ndẹ̀ ń fún wa tó challenge ta ní pọ̀ díẹ̀ ó kàn yẹ pé bórílẹ̀-èdè wa ṣe fi ń lọ ni tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí wọn náà ṣe rí ńgbà tẹ wọnú ọjà àwọn iṣẹ́ tó ń jáde ń bí báyìí ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀ ní tán bá gbé dé ta tán bá sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní jiyàn torí aláwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí wọ́n kájú ẹ̀ anything furniture bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi irin ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi gi ṣe bó jẹ́ ìtàn fi board plywood ṣe ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan tá à ń wí ló nídìí ọ̀pọ̀ owó materials tá a dẹ̀ ń lò jù local materials ní tó yẹ jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe finishing ẹ̀ tán tiẹ̀ á tiẹ̀ tún dájú tìlú tán gbé alátòkèrè lọ irú ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí wọ́n náà pàdé nǹkan tán jáde lọ nígbà tí wọ́n ṣí géètì tá a pàdé environmental lẹ́ẹ̀kan so gbogbo orú àwọn kan báwọn yẹn ṣùgbọ́n kíjọba ó gbégbèsè àti kún wa lọ́wọ́ kí nǹkan yẹn lè di tí ó kárí gbogbo Áfíríkà tí ò ní mọ Nàìjíríà nìkan bọ́jà wa ṣe fi rí yìí láti Àbújá àwọn kan wà tó yẹ pé ní showroom wọn ibi náà ti wá ń produce sales wọn ọjà tó ń tà ibi náà ti ń ṣe tán lọ kó sí showroom náà báyìí ti tan náà sí adúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fi ń pọ́n wa ló dẹ̀ fi ń yìn wá so tíjọba bá kún wa lọ́wọ́ nípa pé kán finance wa béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ ni a ṣe jèrè mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà dẹ̀ ni a ṣe rágbéga lẹ́nu òwò yẹn tó wò ní nìyẹn wàá rí i pé ẹni tó ń fi 1,000 ṣòwò èrè ẹ̀ ò lè dàbí ẹni tó ń fi 10,000 ṣe ẹni tó ń fi 1 million ṣòwò a lè fi ẹni tó ń fi 50 million ṣe béèyàn bá ṣe lówó ṣòwò mọ́ náà lè rí ẹ̀ ó ṣe pọ̀ tó náà dẹ̀ ni ayé á fi mọ̀ ọ́ sí.
Well, I've been in the business for a very long time because I started the business with my dad around 1985. I'm still in secondary school then. At earlier stage, I had the mind of be a first man, but my dad said he want me to go into business because he have a lot of achievement that he made in doing the business. And as time goes on, I later joined my dad in doing the business. I later have interest in doing the wood business. I give glory to Almighty God because the business is a good business, and if you can try to have interest in what you are doing, at least I know that you never regret in doing whatever you are doing. We have a lot of different type of woods that is even uncountable, most especially in Southwest here. We get wood from different states in Nigeria here. Starting from anything from Ijebu, the Shagam, Ore, Bini, Ondo, Idori, Owo, Ifon, Sobe, Agbanikaka Empire in Onwa, all that kind of. We get wood in many different states in Nigeria here. Just for example, we have mahogany. Mahogany is a redwood and they're used for furniture wood, just like bed, shelf, door, architrave and so on. They're used for many things. We also have black afara, we have mazonia, we have teak, we have abora, we have idigbo, we have eku, and so on and so forth. And that's what we are even be using for a very long time in Nigeria here before they started bringing the imported board and all these things. The wood serve more longer than the board. The board have different type. You have the one that lasts longer, and which we have the one that don't even last longer. But I still prefer, due to me, I still prefer the wood than using the board. If at all, if I'm doing anything in my house, I always prefer using the wood. The difference there is not very much, but difference between the local one, the local board and the wood that we use here, the wood lasts longer than the imported board, and most of this imported board, they process the wood here, which they even take down to that place to go and made as board, and they'll still bring it back for us here. That due to the government, because the government supposed to even work on that, which if at all, if something will even happen like that, what we have here, they're supposed to produce it here. Not that they will take it over there and then later do the processing and then later bring it for us here, which is not even an idea. I didn't even support that. We encounter a lot of challenges on that because bringing the imported boards down to Nigeria make the wood business to go down, which at least the way we even enjoy doing the business, the wood business before, is quite different from the way we enjoy it now. In Nigeria, yeah, some people know the quality of the wood, which they still patronize us. Most especially, some of my father's customers that they are in old age, they normally even tell their children and most of their colleagues and family that if you want to do something like this, it's even more better for you to go for wood, because now people are now coming back to get the wood and to use it for whatever they want to use it than before that. Everybody just faced the imported material that this was, but because what they see that they gain a lot, and the time of using the Nigerian something here, they see that is even more get lasting than using the imported wood. Under the normal procedure, you're supposed to learn whatever you want to do. Probably because if you don't even learn, you will not be able to go far in doing it, because along the line, you see people that they will tell you that they want to supply you wood. At the end of the day, they will just collect money from you, and which the something will not be done. But once you learn what you want to do, after all, if anybody even want to bring what is not supposed to bring into the business, you say, no, that's not the way I'm supposed to go. This is the right way I'm supposed to go. It depends on how the person have the sense and the knowledge of learning. Because some people may even be there between 1 year, they will capture whatever they want to capture about learning about the wood or to do a wood business. But some people, they have a dull brain. Maybe they will use about 3 to 4 years.
wàá rí i pé mo sọ ọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ mi pé à ń tà à ń rà ni àwọn ọlọ́dàn ni tí wọ́n wá rẹ́ǹtì ṣọ́ọ̀bù bí ọ̀pọ̀ wọn ni wọ́n na pàápàá àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ìsìn ìmíì parí ní polytechnic àwọn tó parí lọ́fà tó parí yàbá tó parí káàkiri tẹ́ pé bíi náà ti wá ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn so àwọn wọ̀nyẹn ń gbé sórí social media but àwa gẹ́gẹ́ bíi bàbá ọjà tẹni ó lọ́jà àwọn ò tí ì wọ social media tó mọ̀ pé ayé jọ́sí ńlòbí ń sọ fọ́mọ pé iṣẹ́ ìdandan ni kò kọ́ níbi tí ayé dé nísìnyí iṣẹ́ tó bá wu ọmọ láti kọ́ nígbà tó ọmọ báyìí ti sọ fún ìyá àti bàbá ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ yìí ló wu òun kọ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ wá ń bí báyìí tán mọrú nǹkan tó ń jáde ń bí àwọn náà mọ̀ wá sọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ àkóso ọjà títí wa tírú ọ̀gá yẹn bá ti wá gbọmọṣẹ́ yẹn á jẹ́ káwa tá a já lákòóso ọjà ó mọ̀ pé ọmọọmọṣẹ́ kan wá fóun o iṣẹ́ báyìí tó fẹ́ kọ́ rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ ṣe rẹ̀ á dẹ̀ fàdúrà sí pé kán máa lọ ṣe irú àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà kọ́ṣẹ́ tán ibi náà ti tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ yẹn náà tán bá ti kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn èyí tó bá ráyè síbi á dúró ń bí èyí tí ò ráyè bọ̀tọ̀ pọ̀ wọn gan náà ń dúró ń bí torí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí ibi ń bí ẹ sì mọ̀ pọ́rọ̀ ṣẹ́rè ó kò èèyàn mọ̀ tán bọ́n bá kọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ mi tó bá dàbí pé ó fẹ́ pa wọn lórí asáré lọ fún bọ́ọ̀gá tó kọ́ wọn àwọn ọ̀gá tó pọ̀ mí sọ́mọ pé ọ̀tọ̀ lọ̀gá ọ̀tọ̀ tún ni ọ̀gá so wọ́n pọ̀ mí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbà tí state government fún wa nílẹ̀ ń bí ọ̀pọ̀ nǹkan náà máa fún wa ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tán tiẹ̀ ti fún wa nílẹ̀ tá a ti ń rí bí tajà wa rajà wa àwa náà ò béèrè mọ́ òbọ̀ tó bá gbé wa lọ́la à ń retí ẹ̀ o tó dáadé wa ni wọ́n máa fún wa ní transformer tó máa fún wa níná ìgbà tán ò fún wa la lọ rà fúnra wa wọ́n láwọn ò fún wa ní tar road àwa la mọ̀ bá ń ṣe ń ṣe ọ̀nà wa ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó fi dórí omi but bí náà ṣe ń wá ìgbà tí nepa tí nàìjíríà ń rí bákan láti ìgbà kan tí náà ò déédé ọ̀pọ̀ wa láti ra generator ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ yẹn torí ń gbé yẹn bá gbaṣẹ́ níṣẹ́ tí nepa ò fún wa níná tó dẹ̀ lásìkò tó dá fún eníṣẹ́ ò ní fẹ́ gbọ́ pé iná ni ò sí ó mú ká pọ̀ wa ra generator gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwọn wí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀gá wọn yìí náà ní generator tán fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn.
The furniture market is not without its challenges. The unavailability of raw materials and the constant lack of power supply does not just affect the furniture industry, but the Nigerian manufacturing industry as a whole.
Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò.
Nípa bá a ṣe ń sanwó gẹ́gẹ́ bí olórí àti ìgbìmọ̀ ẹni bá ti múná nínú wọn torí gbogbo wọn kọ́ ló ń lo ná ìbá àwọn tán ń lo ná nínú wọn àti ní levy tí a fi wọ́n sí orí ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ti mọ̀ páwọn láti sanwó yẹn a tún wá ṣe débi pé ìjọba ní ká máa lọlé láago 6 tá a bá lọlé tán àwọn ìgbìmọ̀ kan wà tí a sẹ́ẹ̀tì kalẹ̀ hàn tó bí hàn 8 àwọn èèyàn ní lọlé láago 6 wọ́n á yíká gbogbo ọjà a dẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ṣúìsì kan síta tó yẹ pé òun ló control gbogbo nǹkan téèyàn ń lò ní workshop ẹ̀ tó ní on and off so àwọn gbìmọ̀ tí wọ́n máa patrol yẹn gbogbo nǹkan tí fuse tán ṣe síta yẹn tó ti ní on and off yẹn náà máa wò wọ́n bá ti rẹ́ni tó gbàgbé tiẹ̀ nígbà tó ń lọ lé ó wà ní on nígbà tó ń lọ bóyá ó pẹ́ kó tó palẹ̀ mọ́ wá ń sáré jáde lọ pé kí gbìmọ̀ ọjà má mú òun kò rántí pa àwọn gbìmọ̀ 6-8 yẹn ọ̀nà máa lọ wọ́n máa pa àwọn èèyàn kúrò lọ́jà nìkan bíi 20 or 6:30 yóòjúmọ́ dẹ̀ nìyẹn àfijọ́ Sunday nìkan tá a bá wá yóòjúmọ́ là ń ṣe yẹn gbogbo wọn yẹn náà n tó ti ṣe wá rí ó jẹ́ ká gbẹ́ bùrú ọ̀rọ̀ kámọ̀bàrógun iná mọ́ ni a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run láti gbà náà tí pé bóyá èèyàn dẹ̀ ń jalè a lè pọ̀ tó yìí ká mọ̀ rí ọmọ ẹ̀yìn 12 péré ni Jésù ní tí Júdásì ẹyọ kan ya nǹkan mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ká mọ̀ àṣọ bá a ṣe pọ̀ tó yìí bá a bá tiẹ̀ wá gbúrò orú ẹ̀ àwọn olè pé kọ́mọṣẹ́ ó jí bọ́ọ̀dù ọ̀gá kó jí ṣó tàbí kó tọ́ bọ̀ àpò ọ̀gá àbí wọ́n fi fóònù síbì kan ó wo bí kò réèyàn kankan ó mú irú àwọn olè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tán bá rẹ̀ ti lè mú lọ́sàn-án bẹ́ẹ̀ tán mú wá kò sí rẹ̀ lóru torí àwa ò sí lọ́jà mọ́ ọ̀dẹ́dẹ̀ ti wà but lọ́sàn-án tán bá ti mú wá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn á pe àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ òfin ti wà bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ mutí lọ́jà wa ń bì èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ jalè èèyàn dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ jà so ẹni bá ti jalè òwe tá àṣà táwọn ń dá fún ni pé ó ti di irú ẹ̀ kalẹ̀ ó ti fòṣù kálé rí kẹgbẹ́ ó kàn gbèrú ká sì síta ni ẹni bá ti jalè ń lọ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ni ó bá mutí.
The sector needs to be empowered because it has a great potential to provide not just employment but contributor to internal revenue for the country.
Hello and welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akonwo. On today's episode, we will be discussing an interesting topic, retaining your femininity as a businesswoman. Discussing this with me today is a seasoned etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. She is a certified international etiquette consultant. She is the CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. She consults with corporate organizations and offers specialized training programs. And she also teaches children at various levels and creates bespoke training sessions for individuals and groups on a variety of etiquette topics. A graduate of estate management from the University of Lagos, she received her etiquette training at Minding Manners International in London. She is a very passionate advocate of the power of etiquette and how it can be harnessed to improve the lives of individuals and ultimately transform a nation. She believes if you must do anything to make a difference in the lives of people, you must do it properly. She is Amanda Amushon. Delighted to have you on Ladies Talking Business today, Amanda.
Thank you for having me, Maureen.
And I'm looking forward to our etiquette talk today.
Same here.
Okay, so in simple terms, can you explain femininity?
Okay, I'll try and be simple.
Oh, please be simple.
I'll give you a proper definition first. So femininity, you can define that as the attributes or qualities that are regarded as characteristic of women. Okay. If I was going to put it in my own terms, in my own words, I would say femininity is the essence of a woman. Everything that makes up her composition. When you look at her attributes, you're talking about her sensitivity, her ability to be emotive. A woman is a nurturer. She's a multitasker. She's warm. She's graceful. I can go on and on. But when you talk about a woman, I just think there's just something about us that lights up a room. So in simple terms, that's the essence of a woman.
So what makes a woman a woman? So those attributes that make her a woman.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about running a business as a woman. Why is it important for women to retain their femininity while running a business? I know you have a lot to say here, so let's talk about it.
Okay. First of all, women are wired very differently to men. Okay. And when you look at the composition of a woman and some of the attributes that she possesses, you would find out that there needs to be a balance. So when you don't have the touch of a woman in business, you know, when you don't have the touch of a woman, there's a vacancy, there's a gap, there's a void, and it's almost like it's not complete. So yes, we have men in business, but we need to bring a woman's touch to whatever it is they do. So we've looked at the attributes of a woman. There's a time where you need a woman to be sensitive when it comes to making business decisions. There's a time when you need a woman's empathetic side, you know. So these things come to play. And I think what I notice is many times women feel that the attributes they have are not valuable. So what tends to happen is we abandon our values and we try and take up values that we can attribute to men. So you hear things like, oh, stay in your lane. This is a man's world, you know, that kind of thing. But the thing is, we need to begin to recognize as women the value that our attributes have and possess. So we know we bring something to the table.
Yeah, we bring the whole table.
Exactly. So if we don't take up our place, there's always going to be a void there. And I think what happens also with the woman, we don't recognize that value that we have.
But sorry to cut you short,
no,
but
that's okay.
I've heard people say, or people think, because women are emotional, they won't run a business properly.
We need to be emotional. You can't rule out who a woman is. I mean, it's just like, let me use this example. We were designed that way for a reason. So, which is why you wonder when there's so much competition with women, you know, we think we're not very nice to each other. We're like, oh, it's a woman. Oh, no, women are not nice. But if every woman recognizes that every other woman out there has the same abilities as you do, we won't have that competition. It's just the question is, are we using those abilities? Are we maximizing them? Are we activating them? We're not. So we think because it's a man's world and we feel the men do not pay tribute to what the woman can actually do. They don't ascribe value to what the woman does. So it seems we too have abandoned it. So we now want to adopt the roles that men play.
So we want to be...
Yes, we want to be the decision makers. We want to be the protectors.
Aggressive.
And we want to be a little bit aggressive. But no, we can win as women, who we are. We were designed that way. You know, so simply put, yes.
Well, I'm just... Even from the way you speak, I can tell that it's something you're passionate about. You're calm about it, but I can tell that there's passion somewhere in there talking about it. So, how would you say, or what's the best way for a woman to handle situations where she's surrounded by male counterparts, and it probably doesn't happen every time, and they just basically want to shut her down or shut her up. How do you handle such situations?
She needs to maintain her composure. Like I say, you can't take away who a woman is. It's innate. It's how you work. It's like you came into this world one day and you just realized, this is who I am. I'm a woman. And God put certain emotions in you. You know, you need to be warm. You need to be gentle. You're a nurturer. You can't change that overnight, no matter how hard you try. So it's who we are. So the thing is, I would only advocate just fill in that role.
Okay.
We don't need to compete with the men. We need to let the men know that we are good all by ourselves. We carry value and we are bringing something to the table. Like I say, you need the woman's touch with everything you do, any line of business, any line of work, whether if you're in an organization, from the tea lady to the PA, to a lady who is a director in a company, it makes the world of difference. As long as we're activating those skills and those attributes that we have and we're applying them. We should stop leaving them dormant. They're very powerful.
We should stop leaving them dormant.
Yes, which is what many of us do as women, and we're taking up the roles that men occupy. We want their attributes because that's what the world tells us, that it's a man's world. So what makes a man function? You look at his attributes, so you see the woman a little bit more aggressive. I know not all women out there would agree with me, but we're a little bit more aggressive, we're pushing the envelope. No, let us be women. Yes.
Amanda will speak more about this shortly.
Okay.
Please stay with us for more of this conversation after the break. Thanks for staying with us. I'm still here with Amanda Amushon, an etiquette consultant, human capital developer, and author. I didn't want to interrupt you earlier when we were talking about it, but let's talk about the role culture plays in all of this. I believe culture, especially in the African setting, has its influence on how women behave generally, let alone at the workplace or running a business. So let's talk about the role culture plays, what culture basically has given we women.
It depends on what culture you're talking about. And one thing I would tell you is culture greatly influences etiquette. And another thing about etiquette is it evolves over time. So when you try and put culture and etiquette side by side, you realize that even what our parents did or their parents before them did, it's 2022. Things are definitely going to be different. So how in the past maybe it would have been proper to write a letter, or a thank you letter, it was proper, you use the ink and the pen, nice cursive writing. Today, it might also be proper for you to send, a text message as long as your sentences are constructed properly. So things evolve, things change. Now, culture and women, we can't live in the past. Okay. We can't. And like I say, things evolve. So society has to give women the place that they have earned and they deserve. We can't live in the ages. So whereas in the past, it was traditional for a woman to be at home and look after the family, the home front, ensure the children are well, and her husband eats well, and she's looking after, the home. That was her job. The man went out, to work, earn money, and bring home. Typically, that was a cultural setting at that time, but now it's different. More doors are opening for women. Women are being educated. Women are pushing the boundaries further. So what are they going to do with everything that they have achieved?
But there are men who still feel a woman shouldn't be working or be in a place of authority. There are men who feel women shouldn't even have education.
Unfortunately, we're always going to have people who think like that in society. There's really nothing we can do about it. And there are people who you would find out, what I've noticed is even amongst the young folk, you see young couples, when you listen to their beliefs, their values, and you're wondering, you sound like someone from 40 years ago or 30 years ago, and when you're so young. Values, they hold on to these things, pretty closely. But I think that we've come of age, give women a chance. There's nothing you can do about the mindset that people have that women should be in the kitchen or should be at the home front. No. Look at them as your equal partner. They're there to support you. They're there to help you. And like I say, I go back. A woman's touch. I'm going to be saying that quite often.
A woman's touch. And I'm going to be hearing that a lot.
Yes, a woman's touch. We make all the difference. So,
but just to summarize what you've just said, I believe that it's also the duty of the men to just let women be who they are meant to be.
I agree with you. And I think before we take the fight out there as women, I think amongst ourselves, we need to have these conversations quite often to realize that what we carry is actually powerful. And if we can agree and have a loud enough voice, we can actually take it to the men. It's because they don't see us for who we are. They just don't think we're that powerful. And when I say powerful, I'm not talking about operating, in a man's world or doing what he can do. Whatever a man can do, a woman can do better. We've gone beyond that. It's honestly, I think it's more of as they are, with the attributes that they have, and in the times that we live in, the skill sets they've been able to, acquire, they're formidable.
I agree.
Let's give them that credit and work with them. Don't try and tell or make the woman feel that she's not like you. She wasn't created to be like you. Yeah, so recognize her power and what she brings to the table, and all would be well.
So moving on, how can women maintain a family life balance while thriving in business?
Good question. I think foremost, a woman has to look at her well-being.
Okay.
Like you said, in times past, our parents had the responsibility of, or mothers actually, a woman, being at home, looking after the family, the home front. But today things have changed. Women are out first thing in the morning, dropping their kids off at school, and they're hitting their offices. They're starting their day, 8 a.m., and a woman has to be balanced. Her well-being has to be taken care of. It's just going to juggle all of these things. So her mental state, she has to be healthy in her mind and her emotions and physically. And when you look at physically, of course, many women are very conscious about how they look now. So you're talking about diet, you're talking about exercise. You need the balance. Yes, you need the balance. And emotionally, when it comes, you have to be happy. You have to do the things that make you happy. I'm listening to more women now who are saying, it's going to be about me this year. I'm going to do things. So you meet up with your friends every now and then, you have a drink, with them, or you have a lunch date, or you go to the spa together, things that generally make you happy, and could put your mental, state at rest.
Actually, I was going to ask how women can deal with emotional stress, but I think you've just touched on that.
Yes, go to the spa and do all of those things. So your physical state, your mental state has to be on top for you to be able to juggle both the home front, family, as well as business. Okay. That's number one. What else would I say? A woman must be balancing family life. She must be able to manage her time well. She must be a good timekeeper, because a woman is juggling so many balls. The other day, I wrote down a long list about a woman, we women being superwoman. And I think I came up with about 22 things on the list that women juggle, from being the doctor in the house to being the one.
I wish you had that list here. I would have reviewed it together.
The doctor in the house to the one she's the one who sews everything that, has a hole in it, who mends everything. She's the one who takes the children on parties. She's the chaperone. She's the cook, chief cook and bottle washer. She does everything. She's the one who she does so many things. So she has to be able to manage her time. And when it comes to running a business, you decide, if you leave your home around 8, you dash out, you give yourself, okay, I'm going to work 8 hours every day. So if I start work at 8, so that means by what time? By 4, I should be done. By 4 o'clock, you should be done. I don't think work ever ends, but don't bring it home. Because as a woman, when you get home, there's more work to be done, but a different kind of work. So you have family. So if you're married, you need to give some time to your husband. If you have children, you need to give some time to your children. If you have domestic staff, you need to get an update. What happened in my home today while I was out working? You need to give a portion, a little time to everyone that is in your space and makes up your life.
Amazing. Yes. I think you've just really summed it all up. I like that bit about not bringing work home.
Oh yes, we have to try. It's hard, but we have to try.
Okay, we'll talk more about this shortly. We will take a break now and be back for more etiquette conversation shortly. I'm still here with Amanda Amushon, CEO of the Etiquette Avenue. Amanda, it's been an interesting conversation so far, the whole etiquette talk. Why do you think it's important for businesses to have women in top positions? I know we've talked about why you should have them in business, but why should you have them in top positions?
At the top is where all the decisions are made.
Okay.
So the next question is, how do those decisions favor you? I'm not even talking about favoring you as a woman, but favoring you as a business person. You know, we have to stop. We're in business. Okay. Forget the fact that I'm a woman. No one goes into business without wanting to make profit. You know, so whenever decisions are being made, you know, you want them to favor you. You're in business to make profits. You're in business, you want to grow your business to another level. So at the top is where decisions, you know, are being made, and you want to have a say. So women, it's pretty simple. We need to have a say. We need to be at the top there. We need to be sitting at the table where it's like, do we take this project on? Or who do we go with? It's like, no, let's go with this person. I'm like, and you know, when looking at the attributes of women, when you say things like, you know, maybe the MD says, or a fellow senior person in the office says, no, they submitted their proposal late, so we're not going to go with them, you know, da-da-da-da-da. But it's like, look, the other company bid it as well, and they, you know, they're equally, you know, they're at par and everything. But I know they submitted theirs late, but I have that feeling. She can't explain it, and the guy's probably getting irritated, feeling, really? Now, that's part of what we bring. It's the intuition. It's just that, you know what, there's just something about them that will go, you better listen to her. You know, so again, like I say, it's that woman's touch. You know, there are certain things that the man is not wired to sense that the women are. So it just goes without saying. We just need to ascribe more value to what is already. So we need to be at the top right there with whoever's making the decisions. So if there are 20 women there, let's join them. If you have four men up there, it's okay. The more the merrier. Let's join them as well.
I agree. So how do you feel about, I mean, over the last, I think, year or two, we've had more female MDs in top banks, top positions. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel good. And I'm pleased, I'm happy, because I think our voices are being heard and something is being done about it. And honestly, when we say it's a man's world, if the men out there, the decision makers, who I guess are majority, men, if they're, I think they're beginning to recognize that there's something women are so accomplished. When you think women, and the thing is, they're improving on themselves while still running the home front, doing all these things. So someone has to stop and look, as in, are these women real? Are these human beings real? We're doing so much, so I'm really pleased that it's beginning to happen, and it would encourage more women to step up, and encourage the younger ones coming up to say, yes, there's a place for me, I can do it. But like I say, I would rather the focus be on letting women know how valuable the assets they have are before they go out there to compete. So they're going out there with the confidence that they should have.
Thank you, Amanda. But before I let you go, in your opinion, what are the do's and don'ts for women in business?
Okay.
Let's do the do's first.
The do's first. Yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. Do's. First of all, a woman should be well-mannered. Okay. She should be graceful. And she should be composed at all times. It doesn't matter the line of work you're in. Okay. So some people might say, but she's an engineer, which sounds masculine or so. But imagine an engineer attending a meeting, nicely dressed up, graceful, carrying herself very well. I'm going to give her another look. I'm going to draw the chair out for her, even as another woman, to say, take a seat at the table. There's just something about a woman being graceful, well-mannered, and it's all the way, So that's the first thing I would say. She must be well-mannered, graceful, and composed.
Okay.
Number 2, I think a woman should, the do's, she must improve herself.
Okay.
Look for the people in your field that share the same craft, learn from them and be better. That's the only way you can remain relevant and stay competitive. Yes. Let me see. What are the number 3? I think women in do's. As a woman, we make many mistakes. We've made mistakes in the past and we've not had people to guide us. When we have telephone calls, some in the past, well, I know it still happens. There's a tendency it can happen, but we need to ensure that everything we do in line of business is in writing. So you have a telephone conversation with someone, it sounds interesting, let's do this, let's go for it, everything. But a telephone conversation can be forgotten in a hurry. So as women in business, those are the things that maybe the men might think we overlook. Make sure every conversation you have, every business deal you're about to go into, everything is written. And let me just quickly add this, she should maintain a strong network. And when I say network, I think some people might just think, oh, it's all about, the people at the top, my network of friends and everything. Yes, it's okay, but also at the lower levels, because a strong network is a strong network. We all need each other. So I always say things, I can abound and, I could go high and I can go low. I can relate with the tanker driver that delivers water in my home, and I think I can very much, sit with the queen the next day.
So you can.
So that's what I honestly feel. We should have a strong network, but it should be a network of people at all levels, because you never really know who you need tomorrow.
True.
So I'll leave that with my do's. So
okay, so don'ts now.
Don'ts. Okay. I think women should never let their emotions run away with them. It's one of the reasons why I think, when men look at, oh no, she's too, you said it, she's too emotional, or no, I don't know, she's too, no. We are aware of who we are, but let's fine tune that attribute and work it.
Fine tune.
Yes, we need to fine tune. So yes, because I could sit down and cry about something the whole day, and I could also be emotional and get something done and sign that $1 million contract. Yes. So,
do you have one more don't for us?
Let me see. One more don't. Let me leave it there
because
of time.
Thank you so much for coming on the show today, Amanda.
Thank you very much.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll agree that it has been an enlightening etiquette episode of Ladies Talking Business today. Many thanks for watching, and do join us this same time next week for another episode. Don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akonwo. Bye for now.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Since assumption of office in May 2019, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has maintained his commitment to ensuring safe mobility of residents and ease of doing business in the state. This was demonstrated through the official launch of a security-fitted apparatus, safe, comfortable, and modernized taxi scheme, codenamed LagRide, with a rollout of the first batch of 1,000 brand new GSC automobiles at the State House in Alausa, Ikeja. The ride-hailing taxi initiative, which has been operated on a lease-to-own basis, is a component of the state government's multimodal transportation blueprint being executed under the traffic management and transportation pillar of the themes agenda of the Sanwo-Olu administration.
This is the Greater Lagos Vision. Welcome once again. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedokun. This episode features infrastructure, Sanwo-Olu State's commitment to ensuring seamless mobility to deploy technology for enhanced movements. Transportation, Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Sanwo-Olu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was a main feat, and that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomu, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomu. Same thing in Alaba. Igomu and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway.
The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handed down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, assured Lagosians that the completion date of the 2 rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile, through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right? So, gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we begin to mention that. For the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GAC branded vehicles, otherwise known as Lag Ride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into the scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they are going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known Tokumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, you know. But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles because you are always on the road on daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagos Ride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagos Ride, which is Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the same can apply. And we apply as an association. You understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of Lag Ride is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it's so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way, and they gave us 2 banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members, they said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some certain contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this because it's going to make life better for them. Then the most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we noticed that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Ride business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to understand that 1.5% commission has been set aside for the driver and their family of 4, which is what we HMO, health management scheme, under the plan. You see, when they charge 25% commission of each transaction consummated under the platform, 4% out of it goes into comprehensive insurance and mechanic insurance to maintain that vehicles, which I see as a welcome development. It wasn't anywhere included in their current module of operandi with other hub companies. And if Lagos State government put this in their business plan, I think, they are coupling international standard practice, which is why we are very happy with Lagos State government, particularly Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for making sure that all these things are embedded in Lagos Ride. With the notion of Lagos Ride, when we had meeting with them, if they follow all the process to the letter, I think it will reduce traffic congestion in Lagos State, because they are the first app companies that will introduce what we call carpooling. Carpooling means classification of rider, where 2, 3, 4 different customers can join one vehicle going towards the same destination. And with the introduction of brand new comfortable vehicles, I think a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home. What prompted a lot of Lagosians to make use of their vehicle are because we don't have a good, safe transport system. That is why everybody wants to have their vehicle on the road. And judging from the fact that we have less road and we have many people in the city, we are moving at the same time. But if we have a safe system, safe transport system, comfortable safe transport system, a lot of people will keep their vehicle at home and make use of Lagos Ride. What am I saying? With the introduction of this classification of rider, they will even pay less. They will pay less than the conventional taxi, where you used to pay 2,000 naira, you can pay less than 1,500, even 1,000, because you are sharing your ride with other customers, other users, meaning that the driver will end up earning more. In the sense that the driver is supposed to have earned 2,005, and he collects 1,300 or 1,200 into 4 places, is getting 5,000 instead of 2,500. and the same distance cover when you pick only one person. That will reduce a lot of traffic congestion if we can actually accept this concept introduced by Lagos Ride. The traffic will be entirely reduced. But if Lagos Ride deploy enough vehicle, the 1,000 vehicle is not enough. I must be sincere with you. If we have more than this vehicle, handing over to those who needed job opportunity to pilot it, a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home and will make use of Lagos Ride. Lagos Ride can enter anywhere in the street of Lagos State because the majority of these vehicles are SUV. They can enter some bad area. And we have sampled it. You understand? It is not low vehicle, it's high on the ground. They can maneuver some bad spot. I see it as a solution if it's being piloted appropriately. Online transport system is already a smart system way of transportation, coupled with a lot of mechanism being embedded in it to make transportation easy, using a stone to kill 2 to 3 birds. Number one, the lag ride is not going to be conventional taxi. You take request, the driver take request randomly, and it solves the problem of moving within the city. 2-3 people can enjoy a ride. And this ride we are talking about is a global standard. Even a lot of people since the launch of this vehicle have been getting a lot of reports from our members that they are asking them, is it real? Because this is the first time we are seeing that government make promise and they are fulfilling it. I thought when me saw it, I thought I'm dreaming, but today is reality. You see, if it's being piloted properly, it will fit in what we call Smart City Lagos. Because that is no different from what is being practiced in Dubai and what is being practiced in Lagos. The e-lane service in Lagos State is already a smart way of transportation. Unlike those who promise us smart transport system and we are still seeing car of 15, 17, 18 years, 20 years running a taxi. But we are talking about a recent car, 2 years old car, to run a taxi business with a fast system and with a lot of security gadgets, to contain any security threat. And making the movement in the city of Lagos is very easy with the introduction of several mechanisms that will make life easy for Lagosian, for them to imbibe with this scheme. I think, I don't know how they came about this, but I expect more of these things to come in later future. I want to really appreciate the office of Governor Sanwo-Olu for this laudable project. Is indeed a welcome development. And we, at Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association, are solidly behind him. We trust him again, and he's a man of his words. I was with him in 2020 when he said he's going to introduce a safe transport system. I didn't believe it will come to reality, but I'm seeing it in reality. May God bless him. Second time we are with you fully, in spirit, in physical.
That's all we have in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Space and Style, a television show that exposes you to the intricacies of the world of real estate. My name is Olamide Onifade, your captain on the show today, and together we'll be going on an interesting voyage into the challenges of housing delivery in Nigeria. On the show, we have different segments to cater for all your real estate needs. We have the expert segment where we discuss topical issues. We have the design tip-top corner where we keep you abreast of various trends in interior design. Then we have the property of the week, which showcases different properties in the market to inspire you to join the real estate ladder. And lastly, we have the artisan spot where we talk to different artisans who support the real estate industry with their craftsmanship. So sit down and make sure you enjoy all these fascinating segments. Today, I am joined by Mr. Aderemi Adedogun, a big player in the construction industry with a proven track record of over 15 years. He founded his real estate company, RT Shemlash Company Limited, in 2006 after working for so many years in the banking industry. He is an accounting graduate of Ogun State Polytechnic Abeokuta, now known as Moshood Abiola Polytechnic, and he also obtained an MBA from the Lagos State University. He has developed over 10 projects ranging from affordable to luxury homes. He will be beaming a searchlight into the very many challenges impeding the growth of the real estate industry. Thank you for joining us today, Remy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Why are houses so expensive in Nigeria? Because that's the bane of the housing deficit we have in Nigeria, because of course you see houses and it's unaffordable. So when we say there are housing deficits in Nigeria, but there are houses being built every day, which is not within the reach of the common man. Why is this so?
I don't want to agree that houses are very expensive. It depends on the area, the location you're looking at. So if you want to live in BI, live in Ikoyi, you should be ready to pay the price of Ikoyi. If you don't have that amount of money, then you have to go to the suburb, go to Mowe, go to Ikorodu, go to Agbara, and the rest of them. So you find houses at affordable prices there. However, prices have even gone up a little bit on those areas as well.
And why is that?
This is because of the dollar exchange.
Why is dollar such a great impact on construction? Don't we manufacture anything locally? Why is everything dollar? And even cement, we produce cement here, which is, I don't know, I stand to be corrected, the biggest part of what you need of a building material. So why is everything dependent on dollar?
Okay, let's put it this way. The people that are selling sand, for example,
yes,
we are not importing sand.
Yes.
We get sand locally here.
Yes.
Yet the price of sand has doubled.
Why?
Because the people selling sand will tell you that when they collect that money, they're going to spend it in the market where dollar is being used. The people that are bringing things to the market are getting it, buying with dollars. So their prices are up. So they need to up their own prices too in order to level up.
So are you saying that Naira devaluation has a serious impact on the housing industry in Nigeria?
It has a serious impact on everything.
I know, on the construction business.
Construction and
so
every other thing.
So why is cement expensive?
I'm not in a position to tell you why cement is expensive. The manufacturers, the likes of Dangote, Lafarge, will be in a better position to tell you. All we know is that we go there to buy cement, and today it is 2,000, tomorrow it is 2,500, next tomorrow it is 3,000. As I speak to you now, it is 4,000. And the most annoying part of it is that the unavailability.
How do you mean? It's expensive and it's unavailable.
So you have your money and you can't even get the cement. Sometimes you have to queue up, pay money today, and you get it in about 2 weeks. They tell you Lafarge is not producing. They tell you Dangote is not producing. And people are hoarding it. You know our Nigerian factor. People hoard it.
Recently, due to the Ikoyi building collapse that happened, your industry has been in the forefront. It's been in the eye of the storm. Everybody is laying complaints at the doorstep of the developers, right? So I would like to take it from your angle, to see it from your lenses. Why is this so? Is it true that developers cut corners? Is it true that you cut, when it comes to the regulation, you manipulate regulations? Is it true that you do a lot of, shady things in the industry? I would like to see it from your angle.
Okay, I'll start this way. There's nobody that is doing business, spending his hard-earned money, that wants to cut corners when you know it's going to boomerang at the end of the day. So it's going to be a penny-wise, pound-foolish. Yeah? So when you're doing business, you want to put everything in place. Take, for example, the man that is doing a 5-story building. Sometimes when you want to start your construction, you make provision for 7 so that you can sit very well. It depending on what your structural engineer tells you. He's the one that designed it. He's the one that tells you this is the capacity, this is how far you can go. So we're not cutting corners, we're not manipulating the authorities. And as a matter of fact, the authorities comes every now and then to come and say every stage of your work.
So if that is it, why do we still have building collapses in Nigeria?
It's unfortunate. As much as I said, nobody wants to, we don't cut corners, we still have some bad eggs, which happens everywhere in the world, which happens in every facet of businesses. Some people still want to do some shoddy things, but not in the highbrow area like Ikoyi.
So what could have happened to Ikoyi building?
Honestly, I can't say exactly what could have gone wrong. I can't place my hand on it. But what I know for sure is that the man will not put up a 21-story building and compromise, and want to deliberately compromise. It's just unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. So, talking about money, how do you raise finance to embark on these businesses? Because it is capital intensive. So how do you raise money to ensure you do the right thing? Because it's not every developer that has money to do the business, and they are in business. So how does the financial institutions in Nigeria help your businesses?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very important aspect of the business. The area you are doing your construction determines the amount of money you're going to spend, because that will determine the luxury you're putting in the apartment. You will not spend the same amount you're spending in Ikoyi, in Moe. So this is the way it is. Unfortunately, our financial institutions are not helping matters, because by the time you look at the interest element, when you're done with the project, you find out that you make absolutely nothing on the project, and you don't want to work for the bank. Few of them are helping, and if you can sit down with them, sometimes my banker, they're doing well with me. I can say that.
You're not allowed to mention.
Okay. I would have loved to. I mean, we have a very good relationship, and they are financing most of our projects. They're doing really well for us. So most people, I think, you go to friends, just like you're doing any other business. Some friends can help you, family can help you with funds, and some people want to start big.
Okay, so that's a problem.
That is a problem. You start from, a child has to crawl before you stand. You have to walk before you run. You have to run before you fly. But these days, people just want to start flying like that. So when you do one project, you do like 2 units, then from there you graduate to doing 3 units, you graduate to doing 6. But some people just want to do 20 units the first time, and without experience.
Wow. And thank you for staying with us. We're due for a short break. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. Shortly before we left, we were talking about challenges with the housing delivery in Nigeria, and Mr. Remi Adedokun is still with us on set. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you.
So another question that boggles my mind is the menace of the Omonile. How do you people deal with this challenge? It's a menace that it's been around for centuries and nobody has done anything about it. I know the Lagos State government is really trying, but still, they've not been able to, put this monster behind us. So how do you developers deal with this menace?
Thank you. The Omoniles, they're not as rampant as they used to be.
Oh.
All thanks to Lagos State government. They're doing a good job. However, that does not mean they're not there again. And it depends on where you work. That's what determines whether you're going to come in contact with the Omoniles or not. When you're working in Ikoyi, you don't expect to see the Omoniles.
How do you mean? How do you source for your land in Ikoyi?
No. Okay. It depends on your own definition of Omonile. Omonile, as I know, are the ones that will come in and disturb your work when you're doing construction. They want to claim money from you when you're doing the foundation. When you finish foundation, you want to do the block work, you have to pay them a certain amount. I don't know if those are the ones you are referring to as the Omoniles or the ones that sell lands and sell to 2 or 3 people.
Okay. I would say the second one, because if you're talking about the first definition you gave, I would rather say they are street urchins, what you call Omota or something like that. I don't think they have any link to the land. But the one I am talking about, the reference I'm making, is the real Omonile people that give you land and still come back to, stress you when you start construction.
I don't think we have much of that again.
Okay. Are you serious?
No, I don't think you have much of that again. Reason being that when you buy land, you'd always do your due diligence. Your lawyer goes to allow us to do some verifications. You make sure that you have the right documents. You make sure that nobody has bought the land before you. I mean, if you have everything in place, you do your due diligence. I don't see why anybody will come and disturb you when you're doing your job.
All right.
So we don't really have much of that. At least in the last, since I started, I've never had any of such experience.
I'd rather say you've been lucky.
Maybe. But
Probably your choice of location.
I have friends who are doing the same business.
Okay.
And none of them have any of such experience.
All right. So moving on, how do you handle unskilled labor and professionals on site? Because part of the problems of building collapses and all those problems we have is the professionals. And there's always a kind of challenge between what the developer wants or what the client wants and their professional advice of the consultant or the professionals on site, then versus the unskilled laborers that you engage on site. So how do you manage to put this all in place?
Okay, thank you once again. The modus operandi of your business will determine how you go about this. I'm a developer, not like I'm building for anybody. Yeah? So I have my team. We have the architect, we have the structural engineer, we have the civil engineer, we have the builder and all of them, the mechanical and electrical engineer on site. Those are the professionals.
Yes.
They are always on site. Yeah? And there's a drawing with which we are working with, which must have been approved by the state government. However, we also have the unskilled people on site. They are the laborers, the workmen, and all of them. All these people, the skilled workers, tells them what exactly they expect from them. So, and they are there to monitor what they're doing. Take, for example, you are supposed to mix cement and sand together. So the professional will tell you, I want 1 bag of cement and 10 bags of sand for this mix, hypothetically. So if they are there to control the unskilled laborers, I don't see why there will be a problem. Unfortunately, some people don't have the skilled people on site all the time. That is when these people does whatever they like.
Wow. Okay, we are due for a break and we'll come back. Thank you for staying with us. We're going for a short break. Don't move. We'll be back in a jiffy.
Space and style.
Thank you for staying with us. We are still here talking about the challenges in housing delivery in Nigeria, and Mr. Remi Adedokun is still here with me. So, Mr. Remi Adedokun, what impact does taxation have on your business? And I would say double taxations, because you hear people you start from the approvals, then you go on to local governments, pay this, pay that, and all that. And of course, it does affect the business because you put all this cost on your consumers, on your customers. So how have you been able to manage these situations?
Yeah, it's a very big challenge in the sense that when you're getting your approval from the state government, whether you like it or yes, they would ask you to go and pay tax.
Even if you are a taxpayer in Lagos
That
State?
is exactly where the problem lies. Even when you are a taxpayer and you present your tax papers, they still go ahead and still ask you to go and pay tax.
So are you saying, I'm sorry to butt in, for every project you embark on, you have to pay Lagos State government taxes for each project?
Yes.
Even if you pay all your taxes in the previous one?
Exactly.
Wow.
They still ask you to go and pay tax. We have references to people who already have, they're taxpayers. Somebody who works with with a company. Take, for example, you work with a bank. They deduct your tax from source, whether you like it or yes. But unfortunately, when you want to develop a building and we are seeking an approval for you, Lagos State will still ask you to go and pay tax.
Even on the land, when you're trying to do perfection of your title, you pay taxes.
Exactly.
You want to do approval, you pay taxes. That's double taxation.
So this is what we have been fighting against. They should look at it objectively and say, okay, if you are a taxpayer, they don't need to charge you tax for construction again.
But how have you been engaging the authorities? What have you done to engage them?
Yeah, we've gone there, we've told them, sometimes we write letters to them to tell them that this person is a taxpayer, we attach all the papers to it. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they just bring the tax down. Maybe if they have given you 5 million, they just say, okay, go and pay 2.5 million.
So you are not coming as an association, you're doing it in isolation?
Something like that.
Is there like an association of real estate developers in Lagos?
Of course there is.
So what is the association doing
They are
as
also
an
fighting,
association?
yeah, they are also meeting with the government to resolve it.
Then you should, I'm sorry,
but you see, it's not easy with the government here. Anything you want, what have you gotten done on the platter in the country? You have to go extra length, you have to keep going, you have to keep talking about it until you get it done.
So your association would rather choose negotiation than probably litigation?
Why would we go litigation?
The courts are there to ventilate your right.
Maybe after we must have
explored all
the available resources.
So in a nutshell, what would you advise for potential customers who want to join the property ladder? How do I identify structures that structurally, that have structural integrity, and probably location and, all other factors that should influence a first-time buyer? What would you advise?
Okay. If you're buying a property, from my little experience, I know that the number one factor that every buyer looks out for when they're buying a property is security. In terms of location, how secured is the location, is the environment. So if you're buying a property, apart from that, if you want to know the structural stability of the building you're buying into, it is advisable for you to get an engineer to go and do an inspection. So you'll ask them questions like, do you have a permit to do this construction? So if you have a permit, you are sure that these people have been coming to check every stage of your work.
Of the construction.
So that gives you a bit of comfort. If you have the permit, you know that Lagos State will not come tomorrow to come and mark the house. Yeah. So, and your engineer will come and ask some basic questions. How did you do can I see your drawing? What's the foundation like? What is the mix of this? Where are your test results for? Because for every phase that you do, we do a test of the cubes of the mix, the cement mix. So the engineer will check. Once he is comfortable with all of that, then you're good to go.
Lately, I saw something in the news talking about certificate of completion. What does that indicate?
What it means is that if during your construction, you're carrying the authorities along, they come to do the inspection, they come to do everything till you finish. When you're done, you apply for the certificate of completion. So which they will give you. That confirms that they have checked everything you did from start to finish.
So that's a
big comfort to anybody who is buying. But you know, most times people buy off plan before completion. So there's no way they would have access to that certificate of completion at that point.
So how do people who buy, off plan, so how do they still have the comfort?
Yeah, I just told you now. Get an engineer to go do an inspection.
But my money is already with you.
No,
so
before you do the payment at all.
Okay.
This man comes in. Okay. Another thing is that before you buy, you have to make sure that this developer has integrity, has a pedigree. He has done few projects before, and you have inspected. You're sure, okay, I can deal with this person. You won't just go to a new building with somebody who does not have anything and buy off plan from foundation. If it's a new developer, you'd have to wait till the person has gone some miles before you plug into it, before you drop your money.
Thank you very much, Remi Adedokun. I had a nice time, and the audience too had a nice time. And I hope you will come again when we invite you.
Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have come to the end of the conversation with the experts. Up next is the artisan of the week. I know working with artisans can be tedious, but we found some good ones. Take a look.
Space and style.
I've made this business now for long now. That is almost 28 years. There is difference between upholstery and the furniture. Like furniture, they don't used to sew. We at the upholsterer, we used to sew and wear all those fabric on the chair and maintain the quality of the chair and bring the beauty out when furniture cannot do it. We maintain the quality. If you want to know the quality of the fabric, once you touch this fabric of the chair, the fabric, you know the quality between the fake and the original. Is not the one is not original. There's many challenges the upholsterer. Like some of customers that used to complain upholsterer used to delay all those kind of things. If it's normal, upholsterer used to delay. They want to delay, like they have like 3 to 4 work on their hand. They were used to please, they want to please all of them. For that moment of pleasing all of them, at least you must to delay one and please one, or you need to please all of them. You delay one and please the other one first before the other one. Like us, like me, when I learned my own, I learned for 2.5 years. Then I served my Oga for 6 months, making 3 years. There is like this one now, this is leather fabric. If you want to say this one, this is leather fabric. This is leather fabric, this is ordinary fabric. If I want to advise a client, I will advise them to go for this, because you don't have like AC in the house. You cannot enjoy exactly something like this. If you have AC that used to blow every minute, you can use this kind of fabric. The difference is pure than this one and this one. Like this one and this one will last than this. This one will take long years. We prefer dust. We prefer dust and dirty than this. Like this one, this is just fancy and the house. This fabric, this is better than this. Like what I said before. If you are using this fabric now, customer can use it for like 10 years. Depends on the children you have at home. You can use this one for 10 years, 8 years. Some people, they used to use it for 3 years. They will bring it back. They'll bring it back to come and change it. Depends on the children you have at home. What I enjoy about the work, when I'm doing it, I enjoy it. Because I know this is my business. The effort of the female, they used to come in the business. It's like we have a contract, like all those ladies that used to come to my place now, for all those contractors, all those kind of things. They used to come, sometimes they used to get idea with us. They used to come out with idea. If they want to collect like something like this, they come. Ask some of idea before they went to go and collect the job, all those kind of things.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the discussion this week. I hope you learned some good ideas from the designer and the artisans. Join us next week at the same time for another interesting edition. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Jacinta Obiuku, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you will definitely enjoy. First is the event where the African Agility in partnership with the Lagos State Government and Eco Innovation Center is trying to close the gap change in the technology industry by ensuring that more women are in technology through training.
Women are an ever-growing part of the technology landscape, but inequality in pay and opportunities persists. There are many systematic problems that need to be addressed for women to achieve great quality in technology. Deloitte Global predicts that large global technology firms on average will reach nearly 33% overall female representation in their workforces in 2022, up slightly more than 2 percentage points from 2019. The Girls in Tech program is organized to bridge the gender gap between men and women in the tech industry by developing more girls with agility, machine learning, data science, and web development. In 3 weeks, the girls have been able to work together and develop projects that use tech to solve life issues.
Another election is around the corner, and it will interest you to know that we do not have sufficient information about our candidates and aspirants. Our team has developed a solution to this. Like my colleague said, information is liberating, and we hope to give you political liberation. So we've developed Political. And what is Political? Political is a web application that seeks to provide a comprehensive database of politicians in Nigeria across all levels, from the federal, state, and local government. I bet you a lot of us do not know the political holders of local government positions in this room.
Express Wings is a logistics company driven by technology. Our objective is to provide unparalleled means of supporting our clients and also becoming an extension of our client's business. This way, that even if our client's objective is to provide excellent services, Express Wing will also extend that hand with their deliveries. You might be wondering, how are we different from the normal and from other companies that operate logistically? Express Wing, we have several competitive advantages. Number one, our rates are fair. And we also have a live track and trace solution. That way you easily go to our website and input your tracking ID to enable you to see real-time data and real-time status of your package. You don't have to call the rider every time. Where are you? Where? You don't have to make up lies. You simply put in your tracking ID and you're able to check.
A panel of judges at the event rated the project performances of the girls.
So put your hands together for Connect Care. Come forward. Good girl. Come forward. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them.
Developer manager at Microsoft Cloud, Iduabasi Chunwiki, shares her experience in the tech industry and encourages the girls to continue to do their best.
Today it's not about me, it's about all of you. Have been the biggest believer of having loads of women in the tech sector. So for some of you that know, beyond my Microsoft life, I run an organization called Wentus. And I do know that most of you are part of the Wentus team. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To the amazing Wenties that are here, thank you. And it's been because of my experience in the tech sector. So when I started on my career, I started on managing the cloud penetration in Nigeria. And what that really meant was, it was at a time when cloud technology was just a thing. So think of conversations that were happening between most of the corporate organizations. I was the one having this conversation. The good thing was that I was in Microsoft, right? Microsoft had a really good diverse background of men and women. So at the time when I had finished school and I had done a master's, I was very glad where I worked. But the interesting thing was, when my role was external facing. So in my external facing role, when I'm getting into conversations, I'm pretty much in a room with a lot of board members of IT, sort of just trying to say, you know, the cloud is the way forward. And then you sort of turn around the room and realize you're the only woman. I didn't see that as a deterrent, right? I saw that as, oh, this is an opportunity to get a lot more women, to do more, to be more.
Anugo Poud, the founder of Africa Agility, says in the next 10 years, 5,000 female youth in the tech ecosystem will be trained.
We want to launch the new CUDA Flutterwave Pace Stack of Africa, and especially build, the founders are women, not just the men, because when you look at the top tech organizations in Africa, they are mostly male. But now Africa Agility wants to launch the women into the tech ecosystem so that they can compete with their male counterparts. So we are launching Girls in Tech Business School, and it will be starting next month. And this is not just for the girls that have gone through our programs. We are targeting girls across Africa that have great, amazing business idea, but they don't have the skills and the competency to be able to launch into the marketplace. So we are going to take them through ideation into launching their tech startup. And also we are going to work with investors and venture capital that would fund this investment for these girls, maybe by getting equity or whichever way that they want to fund it. Then we're also going to get grant for them as well, so that they can have enough funding to be able to launch a very successful, thriving tech business.
For us, really, we are big on employability and enterprise development. So what we were able to do for them this year was to, even apart from just doing their coding programs, we're able to design for them an incubation program that give them skills on how to basically run a startup, right? The foundational skills about problem identification, solution development, finance, corporate governance, and so on and so forth. So, and even fundraising. So we're expecting that they will leave this program very well equipped with the tools and the skills to begin their own startup if they choose to go to that direction, rather than just going to the broad markets. And of course, as Eco Innovation Center, we are big on supporting startups. So the doors always open for them to come back to us with their ideas, and we will fund them, we will mentor them, and we'll provide them space for them to collaborate with all our seasoned entrepreneurs to be able to grow their products and scale their products and get them to commercialization.
The young tech girls are super excited about this initiative.
It has really been impactful, like from the tutor. Some of them are actually their student before that they hired, and some of them are not. So they are really good. If you don't understand anything, they will take you back. You ask questions and there are Zoom meetings. You get to network with other people that are in tech, your seniors, people that have been in tech before, and there's community, the main community on Twitter and on LinkedIn where you can just see anything that you want, and on Slack, anything you want that you don't understand, anything that is so vague, you just tell them and they will explain to you. So it's really, really impactful for someone like me that don't know anything about it. Now I can say I can do something. So let me just say now I'm a proud UI UX designer.
It's been super amazing. I think that the sacrifice was worth it. And during the course of the training, I imputed what I learned, and I got job offers in 3 places just last week. And it's all because of this, and I'm so excited about it. Yeah. When I made up my mind to come for this program, because it was looking like it was not going to be possible distance-wise, and my baby, because my baby is just 3 months, one thing I told myself is I am looking forward to invade and to explore the tech world, and this is one way to do it. I have to give sacrifice to make what I want come to pass. And so I believe that once I have learned what I need to learn, I will definitely be able to assist others to come up to and to encourage both mothers and young girls to do what they have to do to make it here.
Despite the rapid growth in Nigeria's technology sector, there is no question women are in the minority in the tech industry, from the general workforce up through management and leadership roles. More trainings like this will help bridge the gap.
This next interesting event is a wedding ceremony between Happiness and Ajasa. Oh my God, I love weddings. Do you? Take a look.
On Saturday, the 5th of March, Happiness and Sano Avi Ajasa got married in the presence of their family and friends in Lagos. The ceremony started in church at Christ Embassy Group Church Ikotun, where the newlyweds exchanged their vows and signed their wedding certificates.
I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. And give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is the seal of my vows to you. It is the seal of my vow to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. Can we clap for him, please? Okay, the drums ring. Now the bride, you take your tongue, you place it on his finger and say this to him. With this ring, with this ring, I do wed. I do wed. I give it as a token of my love. I give it as a token of my love. And my faith. And my faith. I believe with all my heart. I believe with all my heart. That this is for all time. That this is for all time. It is a seal of my vows to you. It is a seal of my vows to you. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
After the church service, guests proceeded to Hammond Hall, the reception venue, where there were lots of dancing, games, fun, and food.
If it may interest you to know, I am here again. I see the house rent. Now yesterday is due. It's due again. And my spirit they tell me say I go meet you for this wedding. DJ, I better play 1 billion for Mr. Lekon. You know what he's doing for me. If you don't do this, Mrs. Happiness will not go and sit down. You know how to celebrate me. This man is a great man. DJ, play. Oh, I will sit on the floor. I must sit on the floor.
Some colleagues of the groom also had beautiful words for them.
We're just guests at this reception, and the two of you are the reason why we are here. However, you have been able to do it, to be together to the extent of deciding to spend the rest of your life together. Don't stop doing those things.
I was there when the whole thing was done. So as it is now, the two of them have become one, both from village, from federal government, and from the court of heaven. So I know that my daughter is asking for what her faith can carry.
She's actually a very nice person, fun to be with, and she's the kind of person that she easily attracts friends. You can't be around her and you're not happy. And that's why you can see a lot of people come around today to actually celebrate her, because her kind of person is open. And if she's around you, she gives 100% support in anything. My advice for them is just to keep walking in the fear of God and keep the love that they have for God inflamed, because any man that loves God can actually do anything. Because you must first of all love God to be able to love somebody. So I just advise them to continue in the fear of God.
Congratulations to Happiness and Sanoa V. Ajasa.
And finally, on this edition of Plus Events, we've got another wedding between Grace Peters and Dickson Osage. Enjoy.
Just you trust His cleansing blood and inseparable faith to plunge me.
The lovely bride walks in with her father. It's another page in the book of her life. The church was filled with friends, guests, and associates who have come to witness the holy matrimony between Grace Peters and Dickson Osage at the Redeemed Evangelical Mission, Trem, Bagada, Lagos.
What paraclete is where you get the word one who is your advisor. But you know the beautiful thing, I love the word helpmeet. It also means your sounding board. Grace and Dickson, Grace is your sounding board. That is when you are going through stuff and you need somebody to just sort of share your burdens and your pains. What do? You turn face to face.
It was time to exchange their vows.
Say to her, I, Brother Dickson.
I, Brother Dickson.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother. I leave my father and my mother.
My father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
I mentioned your village.
From East and Southeast local government of Edo State.
East and Southeast local government of area of Edo State.
Yes.
And I join myself to you.
And I join myself to you.
To be a husband to you.
To be a husband to you.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
Please celebrate them. Put your hands together. I, Pastor Grace.
I, Pastor Grace.
According to the word of God.
According to the word of God.
I leave my father and my mother.
I leave my father and my mother.
And all my relations.
And all my relations.
From your village.
from East and Southeast local governments of Edo State.
From East and Southeast local government area of Edo State. And I submit myself to you.
And I submit myself to you.
To be a wife to you.
To be a wife to you.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you go, I will go.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Where you lodge, I will lodge.
Your people will be my people.
Your people will be my people.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
And your God, the Almighty God, shall be my God.
From this moment forward.
From this moment forward.
We shall be one.
We shall be one.
And then to the signing of the marriage register.
Hey! See what you have done for me. See how you set me free. Come and say it to the Lord in the highest. I say, who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? Oh, there is no one greater than Jehovah, Lord. Who is greater than Jehovah, Lord divine? There is no one greater. We call him Jehovah, marvelous. Yeah. Greater than Jehovah.
They sealed it all as they were pronounced husband and wife.
Been around the world, searching for a miracle, but I found no one like you.
After the church service, guests proceeded to this beautifully decorated reception hall for the next chapter of activities. It was so much fun with lots of dancing, singing, games, food and drinks. Plus Events spoke with the family members of the new couple.
I feel very happy. I'm elated. I feel good because Grace is a large-hearted person, loved by everyone who comes around her. She has been wonderful. And it is my joy today that God has given her a man who is also large-hearted, kind, loving, caring man. That gives me joy.
I feel fulfilled because I long for it, even late to marry. I wish him to have married for long, but now that he consider it possible to marry, I give them my blessing.
Marriage is an honorable institution, instituted by God Himself. As you have heard in the sermon in the church, without the woman, the man cannot fulfill the injunction of the Lord that says, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth. I feel great. The Lord has honored me, and I return all the glory to Him.
Today is my joy. So for my son, this. So when they say, never mind. No, say God have a time. And today, Jesus will do it. And very time, God will join them together with happiness and joy.
It started like a joke, like a dream. I think somebody introduced him to me. We didn't click at first. It took a year. I think we quarreled from the very beginning. It took a year before things started working out. And then, of course, it's been smooth, actually.
Moving from executive bachelor to husband is very, very important, Thank you very much. I'm very happy to find a good wife, The Bible says who finds a good wife finds a good son, obtain favor. So I've obtained my own favor, it's my turn to shine, yeah.
Friends of the bride and groom also had this to say.
Yeah, it's exciting to see a young man and a young woman get married. Nothing can be better. Young people of these days want to live together without doing the proper things. So for them to choose to be different is interesting.
Congratulations, Grace and Dixon Osaje, as they begin a new life.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on this episode of Plus Events. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Jacinta Obiuku.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, is where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Adebanke Odunuyi. Thank you for joining us. The Okada ban announced by the Lagos State government took effect from the 1st of June and generated reactions from Lagosians. Plus TV Africa correspondent Paul George monitored the effectiveness of the ban and the level of compliance by the motorcyclists. Here is his report.
From Admiralty Way, Lekki to 3rd Mainland Bridge, through Anthony, Maryland, down to Ikeja bus stop. Nowhere in sight are the commercial motorcyclists. There seems to be compliance from them. The ones plying the roads are dispatch riders and private motorcyclists. At Surulere local government, Helen Dike said she is a motorcycle spare parts dealer. She complained that the ban has affected her business.
I deal on Okada parts, pure water and soft drink. So they are my customers. In fact, they are my customers. In fact, all my customers have traveled back to their country, because mostly they are my customers. So even the sales of pure water and mineral is too low, because they are the Okada riders are our customers we have here.
Some Lagos residents also lament the total ban of commercial motorcycles. They said the ban had taken a toll on them as they appealed to the government to find them an alternative.
Now you can see me sweating. I've been trekking for the past almost 30 minutes. Because ordinarily where I would have taken Okada from to my house, I had to trek all the way. I know we have keke maruas, but you don't see them everywhere. You don't find them everywhere. So in as much as I know the positive sides of banning Okada, I think they should still leave them in the interiors for us, to be very sincere. Not all of us have vehicles that we can actually drive around. So we have to trek from one point to another, which is, I think, inflicting hardship on us. I think they should provide an alternative. When that alternative is set, then they can actually do the total ban.
I think there should be an alternative. Something else should be provided for them to make things easier for them, to make life easier for them, so that they find another means of living.
As the ban takes effect from today, Nigerians are waiting to see whether in the coming days the motorcyclists would gradually find their way back to the roads, just like it happened under the administrations of the former governors of Babajide Raji Fashola and Akinwumi Ambode. Paul George, Plus TV News.
May 27th was Children's Day, a day set aside in Nigeria to celebrate the child and highlight issues surrounding their upbringing as well as the promotion of their rights to proper development. On this day, parents admonished the government to address issues of out-of-school children and children with special needs. Plus TV correspondent Olamide Adeyemi has more on this.
Nigeria has a high number of out-of-school children, a situation worsened by the ongoing violence and instability in parts of the country. Even though primary education is officially free and compulsory, about 10.5 million of the country's children aged 5 to 14 years are not in school. 27th of May marks the Children's Day, and this year's theme focuses on a better future for every child. A fun fair is organized for children, but it's also a time for parents to speak up about concerns in the education sector of the country.
Their importance cannot be overemphasized. Children are very, very important. They are essential. All child is entitled to education because every child has a right to education, good quality education.
Children's Day, celebrated all over the world because the children are the future. Government cannot do all. We as individuals, we need to also be an advocate for peace, for change, for impacting lives. We should have empathy. You and I, everyone around us, need to touch lives, not waiting for the government to do everything.
Without any doubt, the family plays the most important role in proper child development.
Sometimes on the streets you see kids begging because their parents are sick. So I think that the government needs to change that. But the government needs to do more. They need to take care of children on the streets, children in the hospital. They need to raise awareness. We need to raise awareness.
It's children. They'll celebrate them, they'll give them gifts. I prefer to go to school.
I don't feel like celebrating Children's Day. I'm celebrating, I'm helping my mom to sell food stuff. It should help them to provide parents shelters and take them to the motherless baby home, take them to schools.
On the street are underprivileged children. Some fend for themselves and their families.
I can just try and study the children. Number one, trying to remove kids from the streets and gather them together.
An appeal to our government to prioritize education and to give education the importance that it deserves.
In the 21st century, children are increasingly susceptible to the influence of technology and modern means of communication. And the sooner they're made aware of society's functions, their role in it, and how they can work to achieve what's expected of them, the better it is for the world at large. Olamide Adeyemi, Plus TV News.
Education remains the veritable means of attaining a greater future. Therefore, you must continue to dream of a better nation. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu handed out discharge at the 2022 Children's Day celebration parade and rally organized by the State Ministry of Education at the Police College Ikeja. Our correspondent Love Ikuku Oedokun was there, and here is her report.
This was a traditional march past by students drawn from across Lagos. Children's Day was established by the United Nations to honor and promote the welfare of children. The event, celebrated annually, offers governments the opportunity to draw attention to issues that affect children. In Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Folashade Jaji. He used the occasion to restate his administration's commitment towards ensuring that children have access to quality education.
Recognize the role education plays in ensuring a better future for our children. As part of our efforts to improve teaching and learning in our primary and secondary schools across the state, we have embarked on and commissioned over 1,449 projects covering 1,036 schools across all 20 local government areas and the 37 LCDAs.
The governor also said that the state would continue to ensure all its educational programs introduced to develop human capacity are sustained. Congratulating the children on the day, Commissioner for Education Folashade Adefisayo said the Governor Sanwo-Olu's administration will continue to work for a better future for children in the state, regardless of any circumstance.
Focus is really on integrating technology into teaching and learning, because this is critical. We cannot have students who are not tech savvy, because that is going to be their life going forward. So again, that's another area of very serious focus. But while we remember that focus, we must also focus on values. We must start to think about the children's focus, their passion, their values, the way they run this country when it comes into their hands. So again, we have to remember to instill time-bound principles and values in all our children.
She thanked teachers, school administrators, and the state government for the commitment, investments, and genuine interest in improving the quality of education in the state. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
A fresh political crisis seems to be brewing in the Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, as one of the governorship aspirants, Senator Magnus Abbey, vowed not to accept the outcome of the party's governorship primary. At a press briefing at his campaign office in Port Harcourt, Senator Abbey said the process that produced the delegates for the primary was not credible. He also vowed that he would not withdraw from the 2023 governorship race. The report.
In Rivers State, the APC governorship primary was still being conducted at the Adoki Amisimeka Stadium in Port Harcourt when it began to bubble. One of the governorship aspirants, Senator Magnus Abbey, was getting uncomfortable with the process. With the look of things, it just wasn't going to have it. Whatever the outcome was, it was going to throw it all in the bin, but not his ambition.
Like I stated at the beginning of this whole thing when I declared, I said I will not accept the outcome of any process that is not just, that is not fair, that is not equitable, and that is not inclusive. The indirect primaries being conducted today by the former Minister of Transportation and his cronies in the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State clearly does not meet that standard. And for that reason, while I have decided not to participate, not to withdraw out of respect for the party, I want to say clearly that I will not accept the outcome.
Senator Abbey assured his supporters that his name would be on the ballot for the state governorship election in March 2023.
No one individual, however powerful, however well-connected, however wealthy, will decide for all of us. You will have that opportunity to decide who our next governor will be.
Meanwhile, the winner of the primary, Tony Cole, in his acceptance speech called on Senator Abbey to sheath his sword and join hands with him to deliver victory for the party in the 2023 governorship election in Rivers State.
I want to state firmly that we have always said that as soon as anyone emerges through the primaries, that we will all come together as one family to support. I have made the promise that if I was not the one that emerged from these primaries, I will support everyone, including Senator Magnus Abu.
Perhaps this is just Act 2, Scene 3 of the episode that may later unfold in Rivers APC.
It's time for a short break now. We'll be back with more stories. Stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, media practitioners have been tasked to strive to be professional by putting national interest above individual or group interest in their reportage. This was said by the president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Chris Isiguzo, at an awards and lectures day in Kaduna with the theme Media Role in Political Campaigns, Elections and Crisis Management. Plus TV News correspondent Habilai Darufai's report is presented from our studios.
Over the years, the media has been on the forefront of contributing to peace, economic and social development in any society. This has made it more accountable to the citizens, a watchdog of the society and voices of the masses. Speaking at this award and lectures ceremony, the NUJ president, Chris Isiguzo, said there is need for journalists to uphold the virtue of patriotism. Speaking at this award and lectures ceremony, the NUJ president, Chris Isiguzo, said there is need for journalists to uphold the virtue of patriotism in their reportage as the nation prepares for the 2023 general elections. Isiguzo harped on the need to imbibe the habit of setting positive agenda for national discourse.
As journalists, this is a season where so many things will be happening. It's important that we become journalists that are responsible. Let's not be carried away by pecuniary or mercantile considerations and interests. You must bear in mind that at the end of the political campaigns, at the end of the political activities, we must have a country that works for us. We must have succeeded in enthroning leadership that will be able to take us to greater heights, that will take us to the next level of governance, the next level of good governance, the next level of democracy dividends, the next level of accountability, the next level of integrity, the next level of credibility in governance.
Also, the chairman of NUJ Kaduna State Council, who is also the first female chairman in the northwest of Nigeria, Ajia Asmau Alilu, said the event was organized to enlighten members on how to report elections and crises professionally. She urged journalists in the state and the country at large to remain neutral and apolitical in the discharge of their duties. Keynote guest lecturer Malam Ahmed Balarabi Said urged journalists to be socially responsible to the society while reporting election matters.
Actually, the drive behind these things is the support we enjoy from members. We have enjoyed tremendous support. You know, it's only natural for you to always give back. To whom much is given, much is expected. And most importantly, we are going to prioritize welfare of members, unify members, bring everyone along, carry everyone along, and have a very beautiful NUJ family. We call on members to adhere strictly to the ethics of our profession, because especially as we are approaching time, members who want to align with political parties is very wrong.
There is a need for the media to scale up massive public enlightenment through content and coverage of campaign and election matters in the interest of the electorate. Bias and unbalanced reporting must be eschewed. Importantly, the media needs to exercise restraint in the coverage of elections, especially as it involves the declaration of results.
Highlights of the event included the presentation of awards to individuals and corporate organizations and the commissioning of some facilities by the new NUJ Executive Council in Kaduna State.
The absence of Justice O. Ogunjobi stalled the hearing between the Lagos State Government, Sea Global, and South Energy over the Ocean City project. Counsel to Sea Global Energy, Mike Ozekome, SAN, says the Lagos State is asking for a consolidation of the case and another one before Justice Oyefoso, explaining that it cannot be done. Justin Akadoni has more.
Mike Ozekome, SAN, said the coastal property, which spans from Adetokunbo Ademola to Ahmadu Bello Way in Victoria Island, was given to his client since 2003 when President Olusegun Obasanjo was in power. Ozekome wonders why a company, South Energix Nigeria, promoters of a Cool Atlantic project, aided by the Lagos State government, would start laying claims to over 10,000 hectares of land. The senior advocate of Nigeria says the federal government has the power under Sections 49 and 51 of the Land Use Act and under the Lands Title Vesting Act of 1975 to donate to his client. He also claimed that Lagos State government had in 2004 and 2005 applied to the federal government to allow them to have a portion of the land close to his clients so as to help South Energix company.
When they tried to encroach upon our land, we went to court in 2018 in a suit pending before Justice Oyefoso, this same Lagos State High Court, sitting I think at Etiosa, claiming that we are the owners of the whole of that land, having been given the land voluntarily by the federal government of Nigeria. As the case was going on, we decided, that is Sea Global, to start developing a portion of the land which is not the part of the land in dispute, measuring about 350 hectares outside the land in dispute that we went to court for.
The lawyer said his client Adeomi Osagi got hints that the state government had surreptitiously filed another action having similar elements with the same parties. Eventually, he filed a notice of preliminary objection, which Justice Ogunjobi granted.
Then suddenly, just on Friday, 27th of this month, we got a letter from the same law office representing the other party, that is South Energy and Lagos State government, saying that they want this case transferred and consolidated with that one before Justice Oyefoso. Meaning that they are aware of the similarity between those matters which we have been arguing. But we have attacked that letter with a response to the Chief Judge that cannot be done.
Counsel to South Energix and Lagos State government were not available for comment. The case has been adjourned to July the 4th, 2022. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
Many Nigerians leave the shores of the country in search of greener pastures, but for most of them, the situation turns out to be a nightmare. To this end, the International Organization for Migration, IOM, held a film screening in Lagos to sensitize Nigerians of the implications of migration. Plus TV News correspondent Uyime Afia was at the screening of the movie titled Lost in Transit. Her report.
Collaboration, a partnership between
The screening, which showcased the hidden intricacies of migration, be it regular or irregular, is part of global activities that brings the world together to share migration stories, enabling migrant journeys to be told through the eyes of the migrants themselves. The movie Lost in Transit tells the story of a young girl who attempted to migrate through the irregular route and got stuck in transit.
Zainab tells me you're saving money to go to school.
Yes, ma.
That means she must have told you she's going abroad to study.
Yes, ma.
I like you. You're smart. Look at me. Hardworking. Focused.
Panelists who spoke after the movie pointed out that it was important to address the push factors of migration in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. To them, issues including lack of jobs, insecurity, poverty, among others, are some of the reasons many Nigerians seek alternatives, including irregular migration.
And this word vulnerability is very important because that is what these traffickers target. They prey on your vulnerability. Their tactics is equally very fluid. It changes.
This year, IOM has returned over 3 charter flights down to Lagos International Airport. As we speak today, my colleagues are taking back some people in Abuja. Next week, some people are arriving in Kano. Right? This is like, it's ongoing. You never stop. If they are she said it's fluid, it's very fluid. So as we are blocking these channels with our partners, they're coming up with new channels.
Some of the actors spoke about their roles and how best to fight the surge.
It was hugely a very emotional journey because you need to do a research and interact with some of the victims of irregular migration. You hear their story, go to places, travel, and begin to pick the bits and pieces together as a script. Yeah, and some of them even acted in the movie. So it was quite an emotional time. So far so good. We're trying to tell the story, to help other people not to make the same mistakes.
We are a country and we're a work in progress. All these bodies that are here today for the screening, they are working towards that. You see people, they say they station 2 people at the local government. They have people in the bus movement, the blue bus movement. They are doing films, they're doing cinema bus. They're doing so many things. So these are things they are doing as a collective, as Nigerians. So the work is not even done.
Empower the youths. Create employment opportunities, create atmosphere for people to thrive, and then the number of people who want to leave the country will be very, very reduced. And they will not live illegally. They will seek the proper way of living. If you seek the proper way of living, they will be able to trace you. But if you go illegally, you are on your own. You die for nothing.
This is what they can do, what we have done today. Part of the things that they can do is this massive collaboration. We have, a private production company as a consultant working with different government and, intergovernmental organizations like NOA, NAPTIP, IOM, and all the likes that we saw today. So it's this type of huge partnership that can make, creating such awareness and advocacy and coming up with, beautiful, mind-blowing solutions that can nip such a menace in the bud.
The OIM, however, pointed out that even though the regular migration was preferable, every information, including the kinds of jobs to do, must be thoroughly sorted before any Nigerian leave the shores of the country. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, presented some relief materials to the people of Okun Alpha Beach, Etiosa local government, Lekki, who have been experiencing ocean surges for years. Plus TV News correspondent Paul George, who covered the event, reports that the honorable member representing the constituency, Ibrahim Obanikoro, facilitated the presentation. the report.
Honorable Obanikoro, who was represented at the event by his legislative aide, Sheun Shonaike, promised his continuous support for the community.
Today we are here to present items from NEMA facilitated by Honorable Obanikoro to the communities affected by this ocean surge. The items, as you can see, range from palm oil, vegetable oil, rice, nail, beans, gari, cement, roofing sheets, and then roofing boards. Some time ago, when they had this issue, they reached out to the constituency office, and then the Honorable took it upon himself to drag the federal government to come and assess the extent of damage in the community.
The Baale of Akinlade town, Shakiru Akinlade, who was on ground to receive the materials on behalf of his people, also appealed to the state government to please help find a permanent solution to the problem.
We are appreciative of the relief materials given to us, but the government should not forget to help us reclaim the parts already submerged by the water, just like they did to the Babbage.
Some of the residents lamented that the water has taken over most of their land and called on the government to help fill the shores of the water so as to prevent it from completely submerging the whole of the houses of Itiosa Okun community.
Before, we have a standard tourist here, whereby we have a tide road, chalets, coconut trees, and buildings. But now it's no more. For example, now, like this place we are looking at is our former health center to the community. But for now, it has cut it away, it has submerged. The area you're looking at that side, that's my family house. My building is there, my father's home, and my mother's home. All is submerged.
The development that is needed beyond the palliatives that have been done today. Yes, we appreciate NEMA for the provision of our palliative, but beyond the palliative, we need government to reclaim the land, just as we have in the Babbage Atlantic estate there. So we need a similar redirection as far as the area is concerned.
Whenever there is a storm surge, it ravages the whole community. It causes a standstill as no one will be able to move around. It floods everybody's houses to the point that some of us will put our luggages on top of our carports. We are begging the government to help us fix our community.
This village, the third village, now. 2 has gone inside the water. What they want us, the government to do for us is that block where they take, make this that stone, make them take out. The other, as they do like this, make them cross them again.
Some of the relief materials presented were food items such as rice and beans, as well as bedding materials. Paul George, Plus TV News.
And that is all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunoyi. Thank you for watching.
To school and spend 5 years of their life studying law and then leaves it for something completely different and unrelated, painting. And then from there also becomes a photographer with a difference. Well, he did. Kelechi Amadiobi. He is my guest on Nurture 9 to 5 show today.
always been an artist, right from primary school, you know? You know, the usual best artist of the class, all those kind of things. Drawing comic characters and all those. And this has always been my life. I've always been an image maker in one way or the other, just telling stories with visual art. And I mean, I grew up in Umuahia. My father was a high court judge. My mother was the headmistress of our primary school. And there was no gallery, there was no art school. So I didn't know anybody makes a living as, you know, with art. I don't know if you get that kind of thing. So I decided that, okay, since in my house, there are only two professions that are recognized, law and medicine. You know, I decided that I'm sure I'll be okay as a lawyer. So I went to study law in University of Nigeria. And that's when I realized that, whoa, wait a minute. There are people living that life. But before then, I was absolutely obsessed with the whole concept of being an artist. So as a secondary school kid, I had read the whole art history, the Renaissance, you know, all the Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, you know, Rembrandt. I had them as my idols, you understand? But they all seemed to be all these distant characters, you know, in a fairy tale. Because, well, I had never met an artist. So when I got to University of Nigeria, I went to Enugu campus because I was studying law. I encountered, you know, Aka group of artists. You know, they had this group of artists in Enugu, from Osoka and all these places called Aka Group. Amazing. Tayo Adenaike, Bona, Isukak NCM. These guys, they were exhibiting in Bona Gallery. I went to the exhibition. I was blown away. That was when I realized that, wow, you know, I keep dreaming about being an artist, but I thought it was a pipe dream. But now I can see real human beings who are living all their life just creating, you know, and that opened my eyes. But then I was studying law, and I immediately got into a conflict between the course I was studying and and my passion, you know? So I needed to resolve that. At some point, I wanted to change course, but, you know, I changed my mind. Because by year 3, I had formed a popular design business in university called the Zulu, like Shaka Zulu. Well, I watched the movie Shaka Zulu and I was inspired. I said, look at this black guy. Just kidnap some white people during colonial time, turn them to his slaves. That was nice, you know? And I took the name Shaka Zulu. Well, I'll just call it DeeZulu, D-E-E, then Zulu. Anybody that went to UNEC at that period would know me as the Zulu, you know? So I started making posters, I started making portraits, you know? That was when I developed the notion that all you needed to do was to stand out. That was when I learned the strength of building a brand, you know? I realized that all I needed to do with my skills in order to survive was to solve problems, you know? So I became a painter, you know? But you know, the truth is that photography came much later. So at the end of the day, I started practicing art in Lagos. That was how I came to Lagos. I came to Lagos because of law school. But by the time I came to Lagos, I realized that there's an energy about this town. You know, no other city was like it. too many people, there was this energy. Everybody was in a hurry, you know, that kind of thing. And I loved it, you know. But that wasn't the first time I came to Lagos. While I was in school, I came on holidays, you know, to Lagos. And that was when I realized that these Lagosians are crazy, you know. They'll pay for anything, you know. It was amazing. That was when I realized I would never be a poor man, even if I wanted to do art. I will survive. The first time I came to Lagos, you know, I also noticed that people were willing to pay even, you know, quite a bit, you know, for art. So by the time I got to law school, I had already decided I was going to be an artist. But I didn't want, you know, to drop out of school. I wanted to make sure so I graduated from school, got my BL, and then, you know, went to law school and made sure I didn't flunk law school either. And I'm so happy I did that, because at the end of the day, some of those things I learned, you know, are becoming very useful, you know, in my life as an artist. Being a lawyer sort of prepares you, gives you kind of knowledge, a feeling of authority, you know, because they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, which means everybody should be a lawyer, actually. So the more you know about the law, the more confident you are about your environment. You know the rules of engagement. And to tell you the truth, some of the difficult rules are the rules of engagement when it comes to intellectual property. You know, and being an artist and understanding the importance of intellectual property and the power of it put me in a bit of an advantage. You know, while creating my work, I knew the value of what I was creating. I knew the power of it. Legally, at least, if you get what I mean. I said, I'm going to be an artist. So what do you do as an artist? Well, you draw. So I started to draw. I said, well, what am I going to draw? I didn't go to art school. I don't even know what this is all about. So I read all these books. And they said, well, if you're an artist, dig deep into yourself and express what it is you are interested in. I said, so what am I interested in? This place is full of chaos. So I started to draw the chaos of Lagos, you know. So I started to paint Ojuelegba bus stop, Yaba bus stop, you know, just downfall buses and people rushing, the hustle and bustle. And then, you know, that was it. I just started making these kind of drawings based on what I see and what I felt. And it wasn't easy, you know. I was just there. I didn't know any collectors, didn't know any. So, you know, it was tough. A lot of people thought I was a bit nuts, you know, because, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. You don't know any collectors. You don't know whether people like what you're creating. And you're just spending your time creating. Creating for who? And that's the dilemma of the artist, you know. That is the vulnerability of being an artist. You know, you create from your innermost self, and then how do you sell it? You understand? So I went to the art shop with some of my drawings. I was going to buy more material. The owner of the shop said, these things for sale? I said, yes. He said, how much? I said, oh, you know, I hadn't actually thought about the price. So I just mentioned an amount I thought would be nice. He bought everything. And I got some cash in my pocket. I said, oh, wow, okay. I'm not going to die of hunger. You know, and I quickly bought some watercolor papers, and bought some oil paint and some canvas, and went back and continued painting. And that was a real shot in the arm. That made me realize that, well, people would like these things I'm doing. I was very sure I would make it because, you know, this was something I loved doing. But you can always have that voice at the back of your mind telling you that, Kelechi, what if? You understand? Everybody has those fears. But I was stubborn, you know? But those few successes, you know, solidified my resolve, you know? And the question now is, how did I get into photography? Well, to cut a long story short, you know, I had an exhibition at Russian Cultural Center with my paintings in 1997. You know, it was huge. You know, I made
big sales, and I got ushered into the League of Contemporary Artists in Lagos, you know. And from then on, I wasn't making paintings and looking for who to buy them. I couldn't meet up with demand, you know. I moved out of my aunt's place, moved into the house where I'm living now, you know, and, you know, had my own studio, converted the sitting room to a gallery, the big bedroom to a painting studio, and it became very beautiful. I mean, I started having so much fun creating what I wanted. I then moved into painting the human form, you know, nudes actually, and, you know, that became another obsession. But then I told you that there was a connection between my reading law and an understanding of intellectual property. And I realized that, you know, each work you make is imbued with some legal real estate, as you would say, you know, values legally, which is called copyright, the right to make copies of it. So by law, even though you have sold the physical painting, you know, to an individual, the copyright is still retained by you, which is amazing. So he has the physical work, but he does not have the right to make copies of it and exploit the, you know, economic gains of making copies. So I thought to myself, but how will you exercise your copyright if you don't have a copy yourself? If you have sold a painting to a client, he has physical possession of it. That is his right, because you've sold the physical work to him. And he may decide to deny you access to it. It is within his right. So if you did not make a good copy of it, then how will you exercise your copyright? So that was when I discovered that a high-end, high-resolution photography was a must for each of my works. So I would find that I started shooting medium format, you know, then it was film, you know, and then so I have an archive of every single painting I've ever made. So that was how photography started coming into my world. So I started to learn how to make high-end copies of these works. At the same time, I started taking photographs as reference materials for my paintings, especially when I started studying the human form. And gradually, people started liking the photographs I had taken as references for my paintings. And then I started getting invited to, you know, I got invited to an exhibition in Mali. It was in 2000. You know, somebody was going to do, there's this biennale that happens in Mali where African photography, you know, the best in African photography come to exhibit their work in Mali. And I got invited to represent Nigeria alongside about 11 Nigerian photographers. There was this German photographer, well, Nigerian born, Bode Akimbi. He came to Nigeria. He was curating that exhibition. And he called me. He said he liked my work. Somebody told him I had a collection. And I said, wow, I'm not even a photographer yet. And I'm getting invited among top creative photographers. And there were a lot of young photographers there too. People like T.Y. Bello, you know, Uche James Hiroha. You know, Paul Jekere was exhibiting, but his son, Amaizio Jekere, was representing him. And that was when my eye got open to the world of photography. You know, in those days, there was no Instagram, there was no YouTube, you know, and I saw all these photographers from around the world, you know, and I was looking at their work, you know, fine art photography, you know, creative work. And there and then, myself, Uche, T.Y. Bello, and Amaizio Ojekere, we decided that we're going to form a group called Depth of Field to encourage ourselves to keep creating because, well, nobody was appreciating that kind of work. The only photography people wanted was to make portraits or cover events and, you know, things like that. So I started looking at photography more seriously. I was like, And then people started calling me, advertising agencies, to say, we would like to commission you to shoot an ad campaign. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So gradually my photography started picking up. While I was still a painter, but I then had caught the photography bug. you know. So shoot, go to the dark room, develop, print, it was like that. And gradually, my career as a photographer started taking off. I started shooting ad campaigns, started shooting portraits. But then, Depth of Field was on fire as a group. We had become quite famous on the international photography circuit, So curators will fly to Nigeria to curate our work. And then before we knew it, we were exhibiting all over the world. We went to France, we went to New York. I had an exhibition at South London Gallery. Had 2 exhibitions in Germany. They flew us to Brussels, So it was like wonderful. I don't know if you understand. Photography was taking me all over the world, and we were getting published, curators. It's not easy to have creatives come together. It's a very difficult thing to do, but so people are fascinated with us and our, projects. Through my travels with Depth of Field, I came to realize that all these curators that were coming to look through our work and decide what we're going to exhibit seem to gravitate towards the more gritty photographs. They seem to look more to photographs that depicted hardship and their own perception of what Africa ought to be. A little bit of grit, cracked walls, anything that is gritty. A photograph of traffic, with molars and, those exotic African perceptions. And one day I woke up and I said, who are these people and why are they so interested in these photographs? And I started to question, I said, who are their own photographers and what are they shooting? Their most valued photographers. Okay, who are the most highly paid photographers in Europe and America? And what are they shooting? So names like Annie Leibovitz, Herb Ritts, Mapplethorpe, Mario Testino, Nick Knight, they started coming to me, you understand? I start to look at what they're shooting. They're all shooting for Vogue, Vanity Fair, Rolling Stones, these magazines. They're shooting editorials, I was like, And I look at those editorials and I'm like, they're shooting fantasies, not reality. They're shooting dreams. They're shooting alternate existence that could be. So when you take Beyonce, okay, and you bring a team of hairstylists, stylists, makeup, skin, another team of retouchers, with a creative team that actually tries to tell a story, and then you put her in a certain scenario and you shoot. That is not reality. It's a lie. It's a dream that is presented to the world of what could be or what should be. It appeals to people's ability to dream. And I saw that was lacking in our place. I saw that. In those days, when the Nollywood artist is being put on the cover of a magazine, they just went to their album and picked one picture. Or they went to a roadside studio and just took a picture there and just put. I looked at it. I looked at the picture of Madonna. I looked at the picture of, I said, So I start to see a conspiracy inside my head. I said, they're paying big money to their photographers to shoot dreams and fantasies and portray them in the best light, while they give NGO and charity money to our photographers to show the worst of us. So I just decided that I was going to stop going for all those exhibitions. I was going to come back, settle in Nigeria, and only shoot the best of the best of this continent. So I decided that the purpose of my skill and the purpose of my photography was to liberate the black man. Because perception is reality. And our major problem is, years and years and centuries, actually, of abuse, of misguided perception, foisted on us through the power of gunpowder. Then I started to shoot super entrepreneurs, you know. I want to shoot, you know, the big oil moguls, these people who have made money and who are showing that we are not just beggars in this continent. And I decided also to shoot landscapes. I started to shoot architecture, you know. I mean, I started to see that, oh my goodness, you know, I started to shoot Lagos, like Lagos Island. And it starts to look like Manhattan. I remember the first time I traveled to New York, you know, I was in the middle of, you know, like Times Square, and I could swear I was looking at pure water sachet on the road, man. I was like, this place is just as dirty as CMS. Area boys everywhere, beggars. I said, what is going on? But when I Googled the place, I'm seeing the best photographs. I said, perception. But then the people that live in Manhattan, they believe in the place. When I call them, I say, but this place doesn't look so cool. They say, Kelechi, relax. You see that building down there? That's Bill Gates' office. If you go further down, you see that's Google office. Inside that place, they're making more money than the whole of Africa. I said, okay. Now I can feel the narrative from the people that give significance to this great place. But then it is true perception. And I say, being a photographer makes you a priest at the altar of first impressions. And if our people do keep showing pictures of charity and we keep sending out poverty porn to the rest of the world, they will never take us serious. There will be no evidence of genius that we are. And I have nothing against shooting that. It is also a different reality, but it is not the only reality. Because, I mean, I listened to Chimamanda talk about being confined to one story. No people are confined to one story. They are the ups and downs. So why do they only play up and downs? And you see well-educated Africans telling you there's something wrong with the black man. Ridiculous. Our perception of who we are has been skewed through imagery, negative imagery. And so that is what pushes me, and that is what motivates me, and that is what created this other Kelechi Amadiobi that is shooting all these people you are talking about. It's a story of triumph, a story of defiance, and a story of progress for the continent. But I never had a 9-to-5, you know. Well, I did go to a law firm during my youth corps and spent about 2 weeks before I said, okay, that's it, you know. I wouldn't call that having worked, but I really wanted to know what I was missing. And the truth is that art is an interesting thing. You're required to be a free bird. You cannot be caged. You need to be impetuous to discover new things. And, you know, the 9-to-5 becomes a cage, you know, for people like me. But we also take risks. I mean, what if nobody likes what you create? You know? So I believe it is in my nature. It is the path I have chosen. Never go back on that. My name is Kelechi Amadiobi. I'm a photographer. I like to call myself a storyteller. These days I'm making films. It's a dream, it's an obsession with liberating the mind of our brothers and sisters in Africa and beyond. It makes me happy, provided me with enough money to take care of my needs. It's not your regular 9-to-5, it's my life.
You still have to go back to the basics. So I'm not saying
basics meaning you have to go to the foundation, the root of the problem.
Thank you. The root of the problem. Ask yourself, first of all, why do I want to do this? 2, am I eating properly? Am I going to eat properly after this? Is my mind in the right state to actually start eating properly? 3, am I going to be active? Because you need to be. You need to actually work harder than somebody who hasn't done any surgery before. That's the truth of the matter.
You have to work harder.
You have to work harder because you've taken the body out of, you've taken fat out of the body in an artificial manner. And so these, I have a problem with doctors on this issue because doctors will tell you, oh, don't lose more than 1 to 2 kg in 1 week, or don't lose more than 2.2 pounds in 1 week. And then these same doctors will happily take off 10 kg off you in a day, in one sitting. So really, who are we fooling here?
As young people grow up, they are saddled with the task of making important decisions that border on their sexualities and with the task of making important decisions regarding relationships, regarding sexuality and sexual behavior. The decisions they make may impact their health and general well-being.
Yes, of course, Helen. So, now on the show, which was created to cater for the well-being of the family and the society, we'll have to look at some of these things. Somehow, more attention somehow has been paid on issues that directly impact adults while relegating to the background the worries and anxieties of younger people.
And when we talk about young people, we are concerned about the growing up years because the younger ones grow into adults. So it's a topic today for every member of the family. So John, that's about to change. We're about to bring it from the younger age and take it through to as old as the members of the family are. And we hope that we will be impacting both the younger ones and the older ones who incidentally form the future of society. Now, the society is responsible for preparing them, and I mean the younger ones, with life-saving and valuable information as well as the skills that they require to be better adults.
So, what's the scorecard like? Can we read it? Have we fared well in this regard as adults and parents, maybe caregivers, and even the society at large, especially when it comes to matters of sexuality and sex education? Yes, this will be the specific area of focus today on the program. You are welcome. I am John Senaya.
John, for how long we have been pushing this off.
Which is why
when you talk
excited.
Sex and sexuality, I'm like, hey, are you sure we should be talking about this? And that's the trouble. That's the problem with us. Well, I'm Helen Onwadele, always delighted to be on the show as I warmly welcome you again to another bumper edition of Today with John and Helen. Indeed, a very special outing. We shall pause for a quick break at this point, after which we intend to break the ice and shake some tables with some hard facts as they relate to the topic in question. Please stay with us.
Yes, thanks for being there. And once again, you're welcome to the show. It is totally dedicated to the family, like we say, and today we focus on sex and sexuality, with the younger ones in mind, and of course, with the older ones in focus.
Okay, so much has happened this week, John.
Yes.
So much. Yes. A lot had many of us wondering where we are headed as a people and as a nation. Okay, and some other issues that happened afforded us the opportunity to laugh, smile, and even dance for joy. One particular one that really got me, it was mixed feelings for me, At some point, it was emotional, and at some point, I just started dancing and praising God for them. 2 young girls who escaped from the Chibok.
Yeah.
7
years ago.
7 years ago, they found their ways to the U.S.
And today,
and they're celebrities all over
graduates.
the world.
Yeah, the graduates.
And they have spoken English. I mean, they were like completely transformed.
Really?
You will not believe they have those village girls from the village Chibok secondary school.
So they are graduates today, and we're happy for them.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to talk about the Okada
The ban in Lagos.
Okada saga. And of course, Lagos State government crushed just a few days ago, yesterday or so, 2,000 taxi motorcycles, otherwise known as Okada.
Wow.
And we hear that the figure has risen to about 5,000 crushed now. Well, I will also say that I have mixed feelings about that. Rather than crush these bikes, couldn't they have done something else, something less?
No, you know, the major challenge we have in this country is lack of implementation. I was saying to me that if a state governor, for a lot of good reasons, because we've had so many incidences of Okada guys, you know, at the slightest provocation,
Helen, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that these 5,000 Okada bikes have engines.
Okay.
The engines from the Okada bikes could have been converted to some kind of equipment or machinery or something that will now in turn help a few thousands of people.
Okay.
Couldn't it have run their whatever grinding machines or something? We could have thought outside the box rather than crush them and throw them.
But do we have facilities to convert stuff like this?
Of course we have. Of course we have. We have the facilities in our brains. Let's think about it.
Okay.
So that's my own mixed feelings about the Okada thing.
Okay.
And
we're very scared, you know. There's so many information passing here and there to say, please stay in. Stay put in your homes. Don't come out on this date, you know, because the Okada guys are ready for it. But thankfully,
that's expected. And I'd also like to talk about my colleague, Kunle Adeyanju, the rider, the Lionheart, they call him. He rode his bike all the way from London to Lagos. He arrived last Sunday and we received him. And this is a feat from a gentleman who has climbed the Mount Kilimanjaro twice.
And I'm wondering, what is it that gets into somebody's head that says, I want to do this kind of thing?
What we will do is try and bring him on the program and get him to explain to us what his psychologist thinks about him.
It will be good. It will be good. I was also particularly thrilled in the week, you know, when the primate, is it the primate?
Yeah, primate.
The primate of the Methodist Church who was kidnapped within 48 hours was released.
Great.
And I'd like to use this opportunity that whatever it took for the Reverend gentleman to be, you know, set free in such a short time, that especially the Abuja and Kaduna train captors who are still with the people who kidnapped them, you know, and so many other people held at different points in this country. Whatever it took to get this Reverend gentleman out in that short time, please let us do it, because we really can't imagine the trauma and the difficulties that people are facing, children, women, you know, in the various forests of this country.
Yeah, so let me put a smile on your face now.
Thank you.
Let's talk sex and sexuality. We have our guest in the studio.
You're a bad boy. You're a bad boy. Well, you see, it's better to talk about it in the open.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're seeing so many alarming things happening with young people, and we're like, where on earth did they get this information? Wrong information, because the right informations were not given at the right time. All right? Okay, so it's time to move on to the main reason for the show today. And we're talking about sex and sexuality. And I'm laughing and smiling. John said I should put on a big smile.
Yeah, education about sexuality, you know, we are told aims to develop and strengthen the ability of children and young people to make conscious, reasonable, healthy, and respectful choices regarding their relationships, their sexuality, emotional and physical health.
And so, truth be told, John and I really don't know a lot about these things, do we? No, we don't. Yeah, not in that way.
Are you speaking for me?
The sex education aspect, we don't know so much. I didn't say we don't know at all. We don't know so much. So we are excited, you know, that we have an expert with us who is a friend of the house and always very ready to come give a helping hand when we call on him. He is our in-house coach and therapist. Join us to welcome at this point Mr. ISL Samuel Adeleye himself.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And I have waited with great expectation for today, knowing that we'll be shaping destinies with the information, which is what we're going to come out with shortly.
Yeah.
Now, thanks for always obliging us.
Thank you for
my
the privilege.
spiritotherapist.
Yeah. Thank you for the privilege.
You're welcome.
I
Okay.
appreciate it.
So let's get right into it, like John would say. All right. So what's sexuality, and what is sexual? Now for the tricky one. What is sex, and why is that word so controversial? Why do we shy away from it?
Okay, maybe we just speak it one by one.
Yes.
The word sex. Sex is used for several reasons. People would rather use the word for sex if there's an act between a male and a female, or there's intercourse. Sometimes we use sex to describe which gender the one belongs to.
Yeah.
But when we look at the word sexuality itself, when you look at the word sexuality, it just expresses the personality of a person when it comes to sex behavior or attitude entirely. You know, like that's why it's the same word like use personality, sexuality.
Oh.
You get it now. That's what you just described. So when I ask what is your sexuality, so I'm asking what is your behavioral pattern? What is your conclusion? What is your ideology about sex entirely?
Mm.
Wow. That's what you say when you're using word sexuality.
Yeah.
An orientation about sex now differs across board.
We'll go to the orientation.
Okay.
And thanks for setting the table.
Thank you.
Because now I'm going to face you squarely and ask you a few pertinent questions. So clearly, we agree that sex is about biology and feelings. Yeah? Now, how has society shaped this topic to the extent that talking about it has to be controlled?
Yeah.
Whenever you say sex, Helen will cringe. Whenever I say sexuality, I will blink. So why are we giving it so much?
I think blinking is based on background making or grooming. And I was sharing before this program starts that it is hard sometimes for, even in the social media, I see that, for them to use the word sex.
Yes,
the way that they remove the E,
now.
or when you use the word penis, they remove the and all that. It's just an expression of what our social being is. However, there is an outward appearance and there's inward appearance. But some society has been able to go beyond that to say, do you know what? Express what you feel to me publicly, let me know. And that is why, that defines why some society see it as downgrading if a boy child cries. And some society, when a boy child expresses himself by crying, they give it to that's a man.
Yeah.
So all of this is based on the grooming, the orientation, and all of that. But going back to what you said, why is this topic about sex so big?
Why is it such an issue?
I mean, like I said, it goes back to what I just said again.
Yes.
It's because of orientation. However, it's a big deal. And simple the way I define is this. If you daily eat, and because of craving for food, hunger that is natural, that's where sex is. Sex is natural also. And when it's natural, what do you do? How do you feed yourself? So is it that you say, I'm hungry, to your spouse, can you feed me? Or some people can't say it. They rather touch and say, what are you doing? Don't you know?
Okay.
And so we demand as well. So it depends on the grooming, the exposure, and the environment as it permits.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's pretty the reason for this show. When you talk about the environment and the grooming, you know. So let's look at sex as a gender. You are male. I am female. Is John male? I am not
John
sure.
He will tell us.
Is there anything in
He will tell
between?
us.
Is there anything in between, you know, as we delve into this topic?
Yes.
Really, seriously speaking.
Yes. When we look at the being and biologically, it has been proven that, without me starting to use some technical words, the male species has more tendency, you know, to crave based on their making. And that simple answer the question why men produce more sperm in their lifetime than women produce eggs. You get it now? That is why a male species can have sex with, let's use wolf dog, for example. A dog can have intercourse with many female dogs, but not necessarily female, and it can go everywhere. Because, do you know why? It takes months for that lady to carry the sperm that has been dropped into the body, to groom it, to need to have a child, to groom the child. So naturally women, but to now conclude that men have more appetite than men is a lie. Sometimes biologically has not been proven. Sometimes, some cases, like you have seen in marriage, some women have higher libido than the husband.
And I think that question really was seeking for...
Is there any other
some
option?
kind of, yeah, because if I get you right, you asked that we have male
and female.
We have female.
Normal.
Do we have
Anything
other
else?
variants?
Oh yes, there are a lot of variants when it comes to
yes.
How some people define their own gender.
Okay. Yes.
Now that's you are going to gender now.
Gender.
Now, yes, and in some advanced country, they have also even make the gender when they are filling the form for you to specify which one you belong.
So
or which one.
What are the other options?
Oh, they are bisexual, they are different one, and it's evolving every day. So right now what they also now do is they put the gender place, just define yourself, and even if you are not in any of the option, just call yourself.
Even physically?
Physically, that's what it is.
Physically we have options.
The one we have options.
Okay.
Which is showing, you know, sometimes you see what you call the male figure, and you're asking is it a male or a female?
Yes.
You see sometimes female, you are calling if and all that.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure
the world is evolving when it comes to that. It has no end, you know, in that regard. So that's why the advanced country is making it open to just feel what you think you are.
Wow.
And that's the advanced countries. I don't know what you mean by advanced.
No. In advanced in the sense that they are more liberal, not in Africa. What I mean, I use the word advanced not to derogate Africa.
Yeah, I just
because our culture also is our culture.
We are advanced.
You get it now, and we're advanced in our own way, depending on what. But that's what the world calls it.
All right. So can we move in? Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, let's move in a little deeper. You know, because gender is often linked with certain differences in our, you know, the way we are.
You're wired up.
Wired, yeah. Could you explain to us, you know, the various stratifications of gender?
Okay, by the standard, I'm going to use the standard here, which we know male and female more. Once the female, when it's born, begin to show that she has a V, what they call the vagina, they begin to classify as a female. So what the hospital do instantly is to feel female. Or sometimes the X-ray report, when a child is taken in, already reveals which sex, biological sex, you know, they belong. On that basis, we classify. But what we are beginning to see also is that the generation it are growing what they see physically, and somebody can see a penis and say, no, do I see a penis? Biologically, I feel I have a feminine behavior or feminine trait. And for that reason, he said, no, I don't think I am, based on what I feel, and I feel connected to this particular gender. And they act now, in some place, they have the right to say this is the gender they call themselves, and go into even the level of trying to correct their body, which now affect their hormones.
Because it's important that we state
that.
all of this. Because quite frankly, the topic for today is to allow us to look at what does a man want? What does a woman need when we talk about sex and sexuality? So, good thing you've laid that straight. We'll dive into it.
Okay. So, it's about sex and sexuality. It's about male and female and whatever it is that is in between. It's about the young and the adult. It's about humanity. And you touched a little bit on the expression. Now, the issue of sex and sexuality has, maybe because a lot of people don't know a lot about it, there's been a lot of problem. We've heard several issues of a father abusing a daughter, neighbors at as young as 3 years, 10 months and all of that. And I'm beginning to ask myself, looking at sex and sexuality, what is happening in the process of this? What is it that makes this happen?
You see,
feeling and expression.
You see, a lot to go into that because you have touched in several places. You have touched about sex abuse, you have talked about healthy sex, you have spoken about children when it comes to sex, and adult when it comes to sex. But see, one thing that is key about sex, and we need to first accept, is biologically, we are a sexual being biologically. So naturally, when a boy wakes up, a boy child, he gets to a particular age, he has an erected penis. You get it now? When it comes by nature, it will begin to produce some level of semen. He will see it by himself. When a girl child also grows to a particular stage, she begins to feel a urge, and she begins to say she wants to have a crotch, or she wants to kiss, or a hug, or a kind of sexual hug, not the one that the father is giving. Okay. So biologically, we are made to be so in that regard, okay, as human beings. However, there are extreme cases where, which one you spoke about sex abuse, why a father sleeps with his own child, for example, a nanny can sodomize a boy child, in that regard and all of that. Then at that point, you discover that it's beyond the humanity, it's taking advantage of the other person. Now, in that place, we now look deeper. Why does this thing happen? One of it sometimes is, it could be also based on abuse most times. One of the things I've discovered in my line of work is those who are sexually abused, most times, if not 80% of them, as I've observed, sexually abuse others also. Did you get it, sir? So there's a repeat. You know why? It is more of their sexual education and enhancement. So, okay, I will explain what that means. Let me go into that. So a girl who, what I mentioned, was touched, she feels hot and she feels something was wrong. As a matter of fact, it's described in psychoanalysis that one of the greatest abuse that can happen to anybody is sex abuse. Okay. Because we have seen through therapy that the recovery process is higher and deeper than any other form of trauma that could have happened to anybody. Yeah. So this child, though he doesn't like it, but there is that stick or that making in her subconscious. So when they get to that level, they just repeat the same thing that happened to a boy child who hate his father for beating his mom, but someone end up beating his wife.
Beating his own wife, yeah.
So how do you explain it in the physiology of man? Let me use that word. I don't like something, yet I give it out to someone else.
You see, we're all product of experiences, most times. Okay. Subconscious, unconscious, for example, if you are driving your car past a DJ and you wind your glass and someone, maybe you just greeted someone and you wind your glass back, it just goes up. Subconsciously, you have received the music. Just for you to get into your bedroom, you are singing that song, and you know, where did that song come from?
Okay.
Okay,
right.
That's fine. Now, it looks like at the bottom of all of this is education.
That's it.
Yes.
At the bottom of all of this is when do you have when do you start having a conversation around the dinner table, for instance?
Yeah.
So I want to ask, it may appear that culture and religion, inhibits the depth of this sex conversation around the family dinner table. How true is this? Is it as a defect? Is it religion and culture that makes us not to want to talk about these things, or is there more?
Largely in this part of the world is more of culture and religion, but more importantly, I think is deliberate ignorance sometimes. Deliberate ignorance. And I use the word lastly
because you don't know what
it's deliberate ignorance. Deliberate ignorance means that I know I need to talk, but I choose not to talk. You are deliberately ignoring what should be discussed. I'll give, for example, I once spoke to a clergyman, and I said, I noticed the syllabus of your congregation, and you guys don't have sex discussion, especially for premarital or for young people and all of that. And I said, well, your son is getting married soon. don't think that should be imputed to help and all that. And I said, I don't think that should be discussed now. When they get there, we'll know where he needs to
learn on the
and
job.
how we need to do it himself.
Yeah.
That's deliberate ignorance, and that's more. Reason why parents don't tell their children, who was the first guy who made love to you? Who was the first guy who touched your breast? Did you see pornography? How did you learn sex? Now, until we advance beyond that, to be able to converse that, it's like we want to talk about nutrition or balanced diet, for example. Okay. And there is also now age appropriate when it needs to be discussed. Now, the challenge parents are now facing is this. If you are not swift in discussing sex, they will learn from someone. Because they also want to learn. Like they want to eat. So if you don't provide food for your children, for example, they will go outside to your next neighbor or to Buka and eat. So I think we need to rise above this culture, religious device. And unfortunately, the same people are not happy. I take cases and is unsaid, and you can't give how many records of people who are not happy. Though they are happy that they are married to the person they are married to, but they are not happy about their sex life, and they can't talk about
and
it.
That's where we're going.
That's where we're going now. So we have established the fact that these things need to be told.
Yes.
From the younger age, this information should be out there.
Yes.
But then, unfortunately, it's not out there, and we have lots of problems, even with married couples. The sex needs and the challenges that accompany the lack of it or the plenty of it, whichever it is. Talk to us about it. As a therapist, you would have interfaced with a lot of, how serious is this?
Well, you see, it's so serious to know that when someone is sitting in front of me and they have some marriage crisis, if I ask a question about when last did you guys make love, and they gave me a long duration, I know is it that the marriage is about to broken down totally, or the marriage has broken down, or the marriage will end up very soon. That's how powerful it is. So sex in marriage is a deeper connection. As a matter of fact, couples who have healthy sex has a way of staying longer and dwell longer with themselves than those who don't at all.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, they are happier. It's so funny that their level of excitement and expression is quite different. So if you do a quick survey and ask, when you were divorcing, tell me about when last you guys had sex before your divorce or separation. They would tell, it's been a long time. In most cases, even not 90%. Love that. So it's a big one. Now that also give a question to ask, what kind of sex were they having? Was it healthy or not healthy? It depends on the both parties to answer the question, because I do say when it comes to sex, both of you are like clients and customers. You have to serve each other. So the question is, what's your client saying about the service? What service are you also giving your client? So they are the one that marks themselves of that curriculum and exam.
Wow.
Okay. So that is how it concerns married couples. The needs of the man, the needs of the woman. That's quite interesting. But now let me go back a bit. The issue of sex itself, the act of sex itself. Sometimes they tell you that you should be ready for it. When is anyone ready? When is the starting point? When would you advise that people should start?
When you asked that question, I saw the eyes of the only one beautiful lady we have here went up.
Yes, she's always
because when it comes to sex, it has been proven that women get ready for sex most times.
Earlier.
They get ready inside and they prepare towards sex.
No, in terms of age.
No, in terms
of the act.
The act itself.
Okay,
You're asking the question of act now.
Yeah. Okay.
You get it now. When it comes to
I
gender.
actually I was going to relate it to age.
When it comes to age, well, the hormone and our biological body function differently. Research has proven that some people reach orgasm in their 50s. That's the first time they reach orgasm. And sometimes peak. A 50-something years old guy was telling me now that my hormone is higher than before. And some also research has proven that some people, when they got to menopause, female, that's when the cravings start. Some in their 40s, some in their 30s. So it depends on the way your body is designed. It says why you see a 60-year-old man who is looking very young, a 40 years, and you have a 40-year-old man who is looking older. So, but more importantly also, their experience over the time also affect all of that. And also in it also going downward, hormones. Sometimes some medical issues also affect all of that, you know, and most importantly, even the marriage itself enhance or reduce the interest also for sex.
So when you're ready, you're ready.
I mean that's why you see that answer the question where the secular world sometimes condemn those who have extramarital affair.
Okay.
And for us who are professional, we try to dig deeper. What is wrong here? And the woman said, you know what? Sex doesn't appeal to me again. As a matter of fact, maybe she's the one that in her early 50s, she started having a grandchild and she will go for homogo and all of that. And for homogo for her is an opportunity for her to run away from that man because this guy always haunts me around for sex. But this guy have to, because he has been proven that sex itself is enhancing for the mental health and other well-being of a man.
Okay.
You get it now? So this guy finds his way to express himself. And the world says, you are nonsense. Or the woman, also in that case, and the society say, how dare you? In our society, you're a woman, you are finding another solution. So it therefore then important, going back to what we said before, that both couples need to really dig deep on this topic. Before even I say I do. And right when they say I do, they need to dig deep, because I've seen and I've had cases where marriage has to break down totally just because of lack of sex.
Okay. When you were answering my last question, you talked about healthy sex, and that a lot of the marriages that are breaking down or have broken down can be traced to, challenges with healthy sex. We are in an environment where so much is happening. The man goes, and the woman goes, and the children come with their own baggage. Now, the need to have this conversation that will take us to the place of healthy, having healthy sex and living a better life as a family, because it's a family show. Normally, I won't be found talking about this, but if it's something that would, help family at this point in time, yes, we should. So, how do we get to have this conversation, the man and the woman? You just talk now, premarital, It's unheard of. People just jump into it. It's not normal that you want to marry, you go and look for someone like you to begin to talk to you about what would happen after, or when you are in a marriage and everything seems to be going rosy, that how do we situate this very important aspect to have a conversation that is healthy and will help us find ourselves and meet the needs of one another?
Thank you for that question. I will lay it in different layers. Number one, lots of people need to first understand and unveil the word sex first. Okay? It's like when you say health. What is health first? Understanding of sex now helps. Like when you're talking about money, a lot of people are not rich, not because they don't desire to be rich, because they don't even know money. They just say I don't have money. They just see paper. So first is to demystify the myth when understanding it, and to understand the benefit of sex first. First, that is clear, right? Like you know the use of your car and all of that. That is first clear. Now, what you now have an understanding of, you can now begin to place premium or value on as regards to you and your family system. Okay?
Sure.
So that's the second layer. On that basis, people now understand the value and the necessity and the benefit to them. I'll give, for example, it pains me when I sit on the table and the couple on the other side, and they choose not to have sex with themselves based on differences. And I look at them and I say, do you know what you guys understand, what you are missing? Sometimes they don't even understand what they are missing, because suddenly you see that the lady is depressed, she has anxiety, she has a lot of fears. Do you know what? It's based on sex. Let me shock you this. I have noticed this, that most couples who go off sex for a number of time begin to have some level of depression. very connected, especially the female figure. Yeah, and that is why when a woman makes love, and I use the word make love, and she walk into my counseling session, I just know.
How
She's
do you
bright.
know?
She's brighter. She's charming.
She's happier.
She's happier. She's more bubbling.
She's
You
lighter.
get it now? Yes, it's an unspoken body language. You can see
this is not the first time I'm hearing that.
it's just it, and I've tried that within women sitting in a group counseling
So you
session.
can just look at that and say,
yes, and we ask how far. Yes, and they say, oh, I said yes. It was so obvious, and everybody can see that among other people. So that is understanding. So how do you understand the value of a thing and you want to deny yourself? So that's why in some environments they express themselves, and they don't let any institution or policy by human deny them of what is good to their health. Now, as I go into that, you discover that it's not about me. It's not necessarily about the other person. So why some orientation is that I am giving the other person. No, you are not giving. You are giving to yourself.
Yeah.
You see the reverse now. You are giving to yourself. So a denier of the other person, you are denying yourself
all of the benefits.
The other food, which is good for your mental well-being, your psychological well-being, and sometimes your long life.
Wow.
The same way, the edible food is good also for sustainability of your health. And that's what it means also.
Wow.
Which even further stresses the importance of education.
Very key.
You know.
Very key.
So for how long are we going to rely on what we learn from the playground, dark corners of the playground and all of that, which we really, and even the internet and all kinds of stuff. For how long are we going to rely on that, and how do we do it? I wonder.
I think we need to start from the home. It's very important. We need to start from home system. We need to start from group system and discuss it and make a joke.
Group system.
Group
Yes.
systems. You know, even the workplace, you need to start demystifying that because it's so unfortunate that though you are not talking about it, but you are going behind to act it. And that gives a reason why couples don't even now tell themselves what they need and what they want. It's amazing that many couples, even after they are married after 30 years, they don't understand their sexual fantasies. They never express themselves. They never score themselves. They never joke about it. Never chat about it.
Yeah.
What they not even saw their partner's private parts. That, can you amaze? It's so funny that I have seen cases where a woman does not know where their clitoris is. They don't even know if it exists. Nor do they know what is G-spot. Do you see how deep that is? So how do you now expect them to have healthy sex? So you see reason why sometimes some people just go out for any reason and they just say, oh, I met this guy and something happened. And for the first time, I felt this I never felt before. And I've been married for these particular years. It's just purely lack of orientation, lack of proper education, and lack of exposure, lack of critically addressing one's need. So sex denial education is as one also deny himself of other education like we do for ourselves. And it's one of it. So I believe in this life that you have come into this life to fulfill your purpose, to bless humanity, and also to enjoy sex.
Okay, so the narrative has changed.
Yeah.
It must change.
So sex is beautiful.
I like the way you put it.
All right.
It just made Helen roll her eyes.
John, I beg your pardon.
You see, let me put it that. Do you know that research has also proven that one of the exciting times on earth is during partners having orgasm together?
Okay,
research
is enough.
I think at this point, we should appreciate. We should appreciate, the depth of knowledge that you have given us in such a very short time.
Thank you.
And oof.
No, I think there cannot be a better wrapping up than that final word from you. That sex is a beautiful thing. It's part of life, okay? And if you know what it gives back to you, then why deny yourself or deny the next person? And the society will be better, marriages will be better, family will be better, happier, okay? If we get all the information that we need in that regard. John, I'm not seeing you. Not seeing you. All right. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, my brother. I'm digging into your wealth of experience and knowledge on a lot of topics. You are so intelligent.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right.
Thanks so much,
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Of course, we look forward to
always
having you
be
with us
here.
again.
Always be here.
Well, you're still watching our program today with John and Helen, and we hope we have fed your mind right. It's time to enrich your life with some fitness moves, from the gym. Let's keep fit. Let's go.
Right. And immediately after that, for a while, she hasn't been with us. She's back. Pharaoh has a guest, and she also is talking about this issue, sex and sexuality. You don't want to miss that. But right now, let's join Dolly in the gym.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As always, I'm Dolly Phillips here at Alpha Fitness Studios in Lekki Phase 1 in Lagos. So today we're going to do a pure cardio workout. I hope you're ready. So as always, we're going to start with a quick warm-up. So let's warm up those shoulders. 8, 7, 6, 5. Bring them forward. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Circle those arms back. Big circles. 8, 7, 6, 5, and bring them forward. 4, 3, 2, 1. Clasp those hands in front of you. Turn over, push. 8, 7, 6, 5. Send it up to the ceiling. Grow. 4, 3, 2, 1. Very good. Let's reach and touch our toes. 8, 7, 6, 5. Very good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's reach over. 8, 7, 6. Very good. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And one big circle here. Very good. And reverse. Very good. Okay, so we're about to start, and we're going to start with half and full jumping jacks. And your time starts now. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Come on. Don't give up now. Get into it. Of course, if you can't jump, just stay in the step outs. That's fine. We have one more. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Very good. Shake it out. This one we call top and tail. We're going up and down. Are you ready? Hands together. Let's reach up. Up and down. Up. Now, keep your focus forward. Don't look down. Now you want to push your bum back as opposed to pushing your body weight into your knees. You don't want to do that. Reach up and down. 3 more seconds. Last one. And time. Good. What are we doing next? Triple high knees. Are you ready? Come on, let's go. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Now, if you can't jump, march. And hold it up on the last one. Make that march a big one. If you can jump, come on, let's go. Whew. Last one. Time. Love it. Next one. We're going to touch our toes. Right there. And then we touch the sides. Okay? Are we ready? Come on. Let's go. Touch. Touch. Touch those ankles. Touch. Touch. Touch those ankles. Very good. Again, remember, when you're squatting, push your bum back. That way you put a lot of weight behind you instead of in your knees. And last one. Good job. We're going to do it again. Triple high knees. What are we doing next? We're touching those toes and touching those ankles. In 3, 2, 1. Come on, let's go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Good. 1, 2, 3. Don't bounce on those knees. Squeeze those abs. 3 and 4. Good job. Nice. Look at you go. 5 seconds. Love it. 3 and time. Awesome. Last bonus workout before we stretch. We're going to do a sprint. Are you ready? Let's go in 3, 2, 1. Come on. Go, 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 go. No time. Time. Go, 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 go. Yes. Faster, faster, faster. You have 10 seconds left. Nobody is going to do this but you. Go, go, go. 3, 2, 1. And time. Awesome. You've been great. So let's stretch it out now. Deep breath in. And out. And in. And out. Hands on the hips on the left, reach out on the side, on the right. With the right hand, I mean. All right, to the other side, let's go. Very long body here. Very good. Let's stretch those hamstrings. You can hold on to something. Haven't got balance. I haven't got my balance today. Very good. And 45, hamstring stretch. Good. If you can't touch your toes, it's fine. Just reach for it. That's okay. Other side, quads. Very nice. And hamstrings. Awesome, awesome. Back to the center. Bend those knees and roll up slowly. Take those hands up, deep breath in. Through the nose, out through the mouth. Last one in and out. And well done, we're all done. Thanks for joining me today, and I hope to see you very soon. Bye-bye.
How old is too young to have the talk, i.e. the sex talk? This conversation is one I've been having a lot within my network and desperately wanted to have here. Because in my opinion, it is one of the most important conversations adults need to have with children, as I believe it shapes how your child handles themselves around others, it builds their values-based muscle, it helps them make informed decisions about their bodies, relationships, and love. And frankly, it's what gets them out of trouble when needed. Recently, stories of underage children in seemingly consensual sexual acts have been making the rounds on social media, and a lot of adults have been in various states of shock, confusion, worry. Some have condemned other adults, and in some cases the children. But my biggest question has been, how old were you, the parent, when you had sex for the first time? Because frankly, nothing new is happening. Only difference there is social media has exposed and amplified everything. So shouldn't we as adults be realistic, sincere, empathetic, and honest? Shouldn't we, the custodians of the young, be properly guiding them and holding their hands through this journey so that they can make the right decisions and choices, instead of us forgetting it was this act that brought them into the world in the first place, and they too will follow the circle of life. Right, let me introduce Izehi Anuge. Izehi is a values-based educator, an author who pursues and lends her expertise in multiple areas of values-based learning. Izehi is the managing director at Shape a Child, an award recipient of AGIF, Lagos, Nigeria, and She Global Awards. She's also the author of Captain Excellence, a children's book series which focuses on triggering values-based consciousness in children and teenagers. Izehi also works with institutions to create values-based frameworks. Welcome, Izehi.
Thank you, Farah.
It is really, really good to have you here with me, and I'm sure we're going to have an enlightening conversation.
Absolutely.
So let's get right to it. What is the talk and why is it important?
Okay, the talk is a talk that every parent must have with a child before puberty.
Before puberty?
Yes. It is the talk that every parent must have just as your child is approaching puberty.
Okay, let's break it down.
Okay.
We're talking about sex.
Yes.
The sex talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Before puberty.
Yes. Just as the child is getting into puberty, it's important that we start to have that conversation with children. Because you know what, you get to puberty, what's the next stage after puberty?
Your hormones.
Everything starts
Raging hormones.
Everything starts to kick in.
Yeah.
So if children are not introduced into this conversation, they're going to get confused, they're going to want to seek answers, and if you do not have the conversation with them, they will have it with someone that they can't trust.
And in this world, they will have a social media.
Absolutely.
And the many predators out there.
Absolutely. If you don't inform your children, someone else will.
Yeah, that is key. But I'm going to go back to before puberty.
Okay.
I personally think the talk should start from as little as 5 years old, even. Maybe even 3. It just changes as you go along. Because boys and girls, we have the same sensory nerves, no?
Yes, we do.
So they feel the things within different parts of their bodies, even as young as babies.
Okay, so I would say that for different stages in development of a child, there's sex-appropriate conversations that you should have.
Yes,
So
definitely.
that's what we call it, sex-appropriate conversations. Introduction to body parts, you know, because some children are quite curious, and they could ask questions like, "Mommy, what's this?" You know, and at that age, when they start to get curious about body parts, I mean, rather than give these funny names, you know, because parents, it's an uncomfortable conversation.
It is an
It's
uncomfortable
confusing.
conversation.
As uncomfortable as it is, what is most funny about it is that it's the most realistic conversation, and no child is going to avoid the process.
Yes,
Of that
cycle of
conversation.
life.
It's a cycle of life. So when you start to introduce those body parts to children, call them what they are. Don't give them mimic names for them. Oh, that is the bouncy ball, you know, on the
birds and bees.
Exactly.
Call them exactly what they are.
Call them exactly as they are. Because
Yes.
guess what? They're going to find out about the names, the appropriate names for these
Yeah.
things, and start to wonder, okay, why was she hiding it? Is it not just this?
Yeah, so
it's
demystify it.
Demystify it. It's important that you call it what it is. Have honest conversations, and that's where we talk about having a values-based framework in the home that promotes honesty and openness. You must be honest and you must be open. It's a conversation that you should be willing to have, understanding that it's part of life.
Yeah.
It's the reality. It is real. So be open to it, and you know, identify body parts and call them what they are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then before they hit puberty, you can then have a more robust conversation.
Yes.
So that they're better informed.
Absolutely. So there's just sexually age-appropriate conversations that you can have, depending on the developmental stage of that child.
That's where I was going to, because some children hit puberty at the age of 9.
Yes, some children actually do. 9, they've already. So you know, parents need to be conscious. They need to be aware, very, very aware and very conscious, and you know, identify the children that will go into puberty. You know, early. Once they hit puberty, be open. Let's ensure that you have that open policy within your home where children feel free to come and have those conversations with you. So it's really, really important that it's a consistent conversation, not a one-off, once in a while.
Consistency is key.
Yeah, so it's like frequent, you know, just at different stages, introduce the child to something new. If they ask you a question, be open and be honest about it. It is an education. It is education.
Yes, it is.
So yes, parents should look at it as an education structure within the home where they introduce children to things that they cannot avoid.
Very true. That's a key phrase. Things they cannot avoid.
It's unavoidable.
So I want to take us back.
Okay.
Did your parents have the talk with you?
Okay, so it's interesting. My parents had what they considered the relevant talk, which of course they couldn't avoid. You're going to see your period. And it's, you know, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TV, so...
Please, we're having an honest, open conversation here because we need to really just break down all these myths.
Okay. All right, so I was told that blood would come out, right? And when blood comes out, if anything happens, you'll get pregnant.
If anything happens, so there's a missing link there.
Yes. So it was...
So what is the if anything?
I had no idea. I was really curious. I was like, okay, what could happen? That's what I was wondering. What
So
could
you
happen there?
essentially could be, if you fall down, you can get pregnant.
What could happen? So I was told that I was, because of course I know my mom knew that I was definitely going to get my period. That was something she couldn't avoid because it was going to be in front of her. So I was well prepared that, you know, I think at the age of 7, maybe 9, I was already told that, you know, I was eventually going to have, you know,
Your
some
period
flow
and all of that.
and, you know, I shouldn't be afraid. But I should just know that at that time, if anything happens.
So you see, that is where our culture comes into it.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And like you said earlier, it's an uncomfortable conversation.
It is
And it's not even a culture-based discomfort.
No.
It is an uncomfortable conversation, period.
Yeah.
But that's not telling you the in-between could potentially have put you in a lot of trouble.
I think I was ill prepared for that whole concept of sex. It was such a mystery in my home.
Like a lot of homes.
It was a mystery, you know. It was, we just never had the conversation. We never spoke about it. And I didn't know what, for a long time, a really, really long time, I did not know what could happen that would make someone, I don't know how I figured out that, you know, I don't know at what age I eventually figured out that, you know, it's when you actually man meet woman, then, you know, they consummate and then potentially you could get pregnant. I had no idea. And the danger of not sharing this with children is that when they hear it from someone else, they start to trust the person that they hear it from.
Very
and
true.
the person now takes advantage of them. If you come across a bad, you know, someone that has ulterior motives, what will happen is
They begin, that's what
Yeah.
they call in sexual abuse, grooming the child.
Yes. So the child will start to trust, okay, this person told me this. And what's funny, and why I go back to a values-based structure within the home with honesty and openness, is that if someone informs you wrongly about sex outside of the home and causes you to start to experiment on certain things when you're not meant to, if the child is not open, the child will not be, if you're not running an open home policy within your home, the child will not be able to come back and say,
this
so and so
happened,
person
raise the
said
red
to
flag,
me
yes.
that I should do this. So, you know, the biggest trouble or the biggest red flag would be the gap between openness between the parents and secrecy between the child and a predator. That would be the biggest gap. Because if a child is being abused, the reason the abuse will keep going on is because the child cannot return back to the parents to have a conversation. And the funny thing about predators is that they're usually people that the parents would trust.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it's really critical that so this conversation, it's not sudden. If you haven't created a structure in your home where there's an open policy, because the funny thing about abuse is that the people that abuse children, right, they're usually the closest to the family, more often than not. They're quite close to the
I'm just going to interrupt you quickly because there's something I've been saying a lot recently. Boys, a lot of boys, their first sexual encounter is between the age of 9 and 11.
Absolutely.
And in most cases is with a nanny, house help, auntie, or people like that. Yeah? The boy grows up and then says, yes, I started early.
Yeah.
Because there's this whole thing of, yes, I'm a man.
Yeah.
But in reality, what happened was sexual abuse.
He was abused, yes.
You know, it was pedophilia.
Yes, he was abused.
Yeah, so we need to be able to change beliefs and mindset. So my question to you is, when your parents, if the parents have different beliefs, different perspectives, different outlooks on life, how do they even navigate this conversation? Because they may be willing,
yes,
but because of their beliefs, perspectives, outlook, they may not be able to.
You see, the schools right now, they play a critical role in educating and re-educating and reinforming even parents right now. And, you know, because the schools, they stand in a place of authority, I think it's important that for when you gather the parents within the PTA structure and you start to have these conversations and encourage them to have these conversations with their children, I guess they will become a bit more open-minded about it. Now, not having it as a one-on-one, but having it first of all as a general conversation. And if parents with those beliefs feel quite uncomfortable about it, there should be an open forum where they know, okay, you can come back to us with questions so that we can inform you on the importance of having life skills information for your children, because it is really critical that no matter how we feel about the situation right now, it's important that we address it appropriately. So having an openness, having those conversations with the parents. Also, parents who are a bit, restricted in their beliefs, who have a different set of beliefs, rather. If they feel uncomfortable having these conversations, they can actually seek the help of sex education experts.
Again, our culture. We don't even go to therapy or counseling, let alone sex education experts. Let's be realistic. How do you actually tell a parent whose parents never told them, who the PTA people you're talking about are also parents themselves who feel uncomfortable having the conversation? This is not abroad where they have sex education normally. This is Africa. This is Nigeria. How do you do that?
Yeah, that's why I said within the PTA structure now, a parent goes to PTA meeting. You're going to address the whole parents that are sitting there within that space. So it's not a conversation they would say, I'm going to get up and walk out of. They will most likely object. I don't think this conversation is appropriate for us to be having with our children at this stage. And in that forum, there's now an opportunity for parents to speak for and against. This is why we should do it, this is why we shouldn't do it. Because if you come from a culture, you have a value system through which you operate your life generally, it's difficult to accept something different. However, when you're within a group, group of people, and you have the conversation, you will be open enough to say, this is why I do not agree with it. This is why I will resist this. And that is why, again, the schools, they play a critical role, as well as the churches. They play a critical role in having this conversation.
The religious houses, basically.
Religious houses, those places of authority. It's important that they address these issues, because it is real. So those are the only structures today that can actually help parents start to change their mind and see things differently as regards, sex education and introducing children to sex education at the appropriate age.
Okay, so quickly, if the authorities you're talking about, they themselves are uncomfortable having the conversation, is it possible for the parents to now say, you know what, hang on, there's a problem here, we need to address this thing, let's come together as a group of friends, we all hang out during the holidays, during Christmas, whatnot. Let's all come together and let's begin to have these conversations within ourselves. Is that a possibility?
I think we need to get, I think I'm quite realistic, and I accept that everybody will not be carried along on certain journeys. Some people will just not accept it, and we cannot force feed them.
No, we can't.
However, it's within that space. So if parents, we all decide that we're going to go out, we're going to hang out, and somebody says, I do not believe this. I do not, and I will not hang out with you. There's nothing we can do. We have to respect those people and allow them. So everybody will not be carried along on the journey because they believe what they believe. I turned out right, so my child will turn out right.
That's exactly what a lot of people say. I turned out right, so
okay,
yes.
I'm fine, nothing happened to me.
But
so
the problem is they don't know about the trauma that child is carrying around. So let me quickly ask you this, because we're running out of time. What is the consequence of not having this conversation?
There's so many things attached to sex education that right now we cannot afford to look at it as a taboo or a mythical topic. Rather, it's a necessary topic. Like I said earlier, it's an education. It is education now. When we don't tell children about this, they start to make wrong choices. They misunderstand sex versus love. They are not aware about what is private and what is public, what should be done, what should not be done, what is appropriate, self-belief, self-confidence, ability to connect with people. It's attached to so many of the essence of what we are as human beings, that it is such a risk not to have children learn about these things or interact with it first from the home or through a structured framework. Now it has to be structured, and the introduction is first from the home. You do not want
from mommy or daddy or
from
both.
Mommy or, well, some homes, we have to be realistic again about, you know, how we are. Some mommies are more busy than some daddies are more busy. Both parents are both busy, but at least one parent should take it upon themselves as a couple, decide, I will have this conversation at this time with this child. You have with the boy. So if the woman is uncomfortable with having it with the male child, the father should take that on. And if
But mommy and daddy have to be aligned, though.
Oh yes, because a lot of parents don't agree, or you know, they don't agree on the same things as far as introducing certain conversations to their children. They don't agree about the timing. No, the child is too young. We shouldn't have this conversation with them. However, I think every parent should understand that it is a risk to their child's ability to make informed decisions when they are faced with obstacles that surround sex, if they do not educate them first from the home. It is a huge risk. They need to be able to make wise choices concerning their bodies as they grow older. So it's a huge risk, just their inability to make the right choices.
Inability to make the right choices. Yeah. As we round up, can you give me 3 next steps to be able to help us navigate moving forward?
Okay, so I think first of all, every parent should become aware.
Aware of what?
Aware of the environment, the happenings, the things that are happening. They need to be aware and become conscious about the fact that
they should stop living under a rock.
Yes, we should move out of the rock. Even if you want to remain under the rock, read about what's happening outside of the rock. You know, but find a structure to make sure that you are aware, you're conscious. Once you become aware about what is really happening, inform yourself, then you now prepare yourself, get the information you need as much as possible so that you know what to tell your child when the time
one
comes.
awareness, two preparedness.
And finally engage. Be ready to engage with your child and be consistent with the information and be open with those conversations around
sex. Be consistent, be open. Yes. Izehi, in the short time, I think we've tried to do justice to the topic. I really do hope that everybody has taken something away today and we can begin to change our mindset, break the myths, and really, really, truly equip our children for a better future. Because this conversation, like Izehi said, affects everything. Everything in its entirety, the quality of relationships, the ability for your child to make informed decisions, everything. So thank you so much for watching. Please stay with us for a few more minutes as we wrap up the show. Thank you so much, Izehi.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay, and our job here is almost done, but not before John gives us his nugget.
You didn't even talk about the sex and sexuality. Especially today that we have
talked
Pharaoh
so
back
much
with
about
us,
it.
looking so sexy.
We talked about the adult aspect, and Pharaoh capped it up with
Pharaoh is looking so sexy.
the appropriate time to share the information in the family with the
Okay, so
young
I'll dive into my nugget then. And my nugget today really is about mindfulness. Mindfulness, and I'm sure we've all heard about mindfulness. It's about being conscious when you go up there to address your audience, right? Being conscious about what is happening to the audience. You ask yourself the question, am I carrying them along, right? Am I giving them value for their time? Do they want me off the stage? So my nugget here says, mindfulness is when you stop speaking before your audience stops listening. Because when your audience switches off, you've lost it. And we find people who go on and on and on, oblivious of the fact that they've lost their audience. They lost their audience minutes ago, right? And they just keep going on and on. So mindfulness is being in touch with what your audience is getting and how they are feeling about a performance. Mindfulness is very important in public speaking.
Okay.
As it is in conversations too.
Yeah.
So now, Pharaoh, welcome back.
Thank you.
I love your afro.
So now, Pharaoh, welcome back.
Thank you.
you.
How was your holiday?
It was great.
Okay. I thought you were going to keep that one too. Like the issue of sex and sexuality that a lot of people don't want to talk about. I thought you were also going to hide that one.
I'm sure you will talk about
it.
it.
Was much needed.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Good to have you back. All right. So that's the show today. Sex and sexuality. I mean, there's no need to beat about the bush. They said it is very important to the family and to the society, the well-being of all, young and old.
That's right.
So let's talk about it more. All right? See you next week. Pharaoh.
See you next week.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm asking if the presidential seat is now a thing where anybody with money and power can easily vie for. Tolu is pointing out how leaders reflect us. Ruth is asking if we need to take our primaries seriously. And Shola, on the other hand, is looking at the new Electoral Act. And while Elijah is focusing on fixing the sham that is Nigerian politics. Sit back and relax. After this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Do stay with us. Is the presidential seat now a joke? In the past few weeks, we've seen more and more people get into the presidential race. I mean, I've seen people who should probably be on exile now get into the presidential race. It's the audacity of impunity for me. This makes me consciously believe that Nigeria is fast becoming a comedy skit. And guess who the joke is? The masses. I can't help but fusing a popular trend on Twitter. Is this playing? Are you playing? What type of playing is this? Could this also be the change blindness, a term that is used in psychology, which politicians adopt as an advanced strategy too? Human beings can only focus on so much. If you want to hide something from the people, throw several things at them, and then what you're really doing will go unnoticed until it's too late. I just hope it's not going to be too late for us. I strongly believe that whoever ends up at the presidential seat in the 2023 elections is going to be very critical to Nigeria's position in the next decade. I personally implore everyone, both young and old, to get involved and closely follow what's happening. I'm still very much flabbergasted with everything, but let me take a moment off the screen to engage my fellow passionate advocate here, asking one singular question: what's really going on here?
I was about asking you the same question. They said one of the political parties extended the deadline of purchase of form till today, and then tomorrow is the deadline for submission. So, like, are they applying for JAMB or what? So,
you talked about the audacity. I think that's actually the main crux of this issue, because they're handling the presidential position like a joke, and we masses actually the ones that would bear the suffering. Now you're just a bunch of politicians. You just buy forms, and these forms are not cheap. They're not cheap. So you get together. One person is buying a form. They're just buying the forms, and these forms are. We all know it's 100 million for a particular party, and it's not small money. So that's where you know that there's actually money in Nigeria to waste. There's so much money to waste.
I mean, they should just give us the money. Let's just share the 100 million.
There's so much to waste.
I think these parties are missing this thing. I understand that party has to do seats for other means to raise money for the party, but this is way beyond. It's in excess. Why don't they focus on values? Presidential form they can even make it almost free. but the criteria for you to get it will be very difficult. And to be somebody of value, if you don't have that level of personality or achievement, you can't get it. But the way it is now, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that has 100 million naira, one night bureau in the bus park will raise 100 million naira and go and buy the phone.
I mean, it's very interesting. Sorry, Ruth. I mean, you know, when I said change blindness, right? It didn't happen in 2019 elections. I don't think that happened in 2015 elections. So what's really going on? Are they trying to distract us from something? Why is everybody, you know, obviously coming out for the farm?
Yeah.
You know, so what's really happening?
For me, I keep on asking myself, really, what's the brain behind bringing 100 million to buy a farm? I mean, the other day that was yesterday, I saw that the MD of Nigerian Mints company thereabouts also purchased the farm. So CBN governor purchased the farm. Ministers have purchased the farm. Everybody has purchased the farm. People are even buying on people's behalf. So is either, I'm trying to wrap my head, is everyone trying to register the fact that they have the money to do this?
Or is it audio money?
Or is it that they're trying to support, maybe there's something behind this that the politicians are not telling us, because it's just not normal. And to be frank, this number, you're only seeing it in the ruling party. The last count for PDP, whose tickets price is even lower, is just 17 people. So here in the ruling party, you're having close to 30 people that have bought 100 million naira from. There's something they're not telling us. I think I would go with the fact that this is like a decoy to the real thing that's they're trying to do or trying to hide. That's the way I believe it.
And the case was reversed then when PDP was in power. The same thing too. Even though it was not 100 million, it was exorbitant at that time. And of course, a lot of persons will show interest. What I think tells two things. Number one, it tells the over-monetization of Nigerian politics. Our value system is decaying.
Exactly.
We don't have to live our life based on money. You don't judge someone's content of character and value based on how much does he have in the bank account. It's supposed to be his antecedent. What has he done in the past? How many lives has he touched? Is he a man of integrity?
Exactly.
But the way they are doing it is all about money, money, money. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry will buy it because he has 100 million naira. Even somebody in the government who is not even supposed to buy the farm, a politically exposed person in handling a very sensitive office, is not supposed to buy the farm, and then people are buying the farm for him. It's very bad. So there should be a mechanism in which they screen out people. Not everybody should purchase the form, and the form shouldn't be a means for party to raise money. It's a distraction.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Hi, Chulu. It's great to see you. What do you think about, I mean, this whole, will I call it a sham or a joke? Is it change blindness? Tell us. Probably you're closer to the seat of power. Maybe you can, tell us what's going on there. Chulu.
Not a politician.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Clearly, there's nothing new here. It's the circus that happens every 4 years in Nigeria. And there's nothing new to see here. And it's, like you said, clearly it's a joke, but it's just a piece out of a whole circus, out of a whole comedy show, that happens every 4 years. Obviously, the electorate is not tired enough. I say that we're tired, but we're not tired enough. When we're really tired, right, we'll do something about it. History is bereft with stories of countries that have attained independence in the real sense of the word, or are practicing development in the real sense of the word. It takes a whole lot more. Last week we talked about this, right? Shola, you talked about this. I said, if you wanted to count how many leaders in Nigeria, they're not up to 100,000 people that are actually leaders. They're not up to 50,000. They're not up to 10,000. And there are 200 million people in Nigeria. So it's a case of, the few against the many. So until the many decide that, they are tired of this joke, it's no longer funny. This circus is going to happen in another 4 years. After 2027, it's going to be another circus. And then 2031, it's going to go on and on until somebody decides, or a group will decide that, we've had enough of the joke, let's do something different. Because if you just look at the whole process, from buying of the forms, the cost of the forms, so the kind of people, the quality of people, and I'll say a bit more about this when I, say my piece. To the type of people that are even vying for this position, you ask yourself, someone that's not able to pay salaries in a state of 4 million, 5 million people wants to come and rule Nigeria of 200 million people. It just makes no sense. Clearly, they're having a laugh. It's quite obvious that they're having a laugh.
Well, thank you so much, Tolu. You know, if this is a joke, in a couple of months, we're going to find out. But I would employ every Nigerian to get involved, you know, in any way they think that they can get involved. Because right now, it's not just about, you know, talking. We have to somehow, you know, get infused into what's going on, you know, and let's see where this takes us to. Up next is Tolu. Do stay with us.
What our presidential candidates say about us as a people? The race is on, or should I say the battle, for who will hold the seat for the highest office in the land, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Just thinking about this title actually gives me shivers. The President, Commander-in-Chief, two roles that will define the success or otherwise of our dear nation. The President, really from the root word to preside. President, he presides over the affairs of the nation, particularly the growth and development of the economy, which in turn translates to the wealth of its people. Basically, the economy of a nation contributes largely to the economy of its people, which in many cases contributes to the happiness index and can contribute to your level of welfare and therefore happiness. In other words, if I may exaggerate a bit, your choice of president can contribute to your level of welfare and your happiness. If you don't believe me, I mean, just look around you today. Today is 12th of May 2022. Are you a happy citizen? Does it have anything to do with what is going on around you, rising costs of food and welfare in general, and dwindling value of your currency and your economic power? On the other hand, also the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, this speaks to the safety, security, and the protection of lives and properties of the citizenry. Again, look around you. Do you feel safe? Does your family feel safe? What about your relatives in the north or in the southeast? Are they living a life devoid of fear, of kidnap, robbery, assassination, etc.? Many times we do not actually consider the gravity or import of our decisions when it comes to elections. This time, in choosing the president of a country like Nigeria. Now, look closely at candidates we've had, you know, before now. Cast your mind back. President since 1999 when we decided to take the path of democracy. We've had one president, Olusegun Obasanjo, had the late president Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. We have the president, Goodluck Jonathan, then President Muhammadu Buhari. Assuming we chose the best qualified candidates and indeed the best of us to represent us as president, then what do these four men say about us as a people? It's another election cycle. The politics is heating up again. Beyond party primaries, in which these events are bedeviled with bribery and counter-bribery of delegates, which actually results in the candidates with the most money, you know, clinching the tickets versus the most qualified or experienced candidates. So the more money you have, the more your chances of clinching these tickets. I do advocate that we actually put the candidates to the test by doing the following. One, ask the important questions, ask pertinent questions about how they actually intend to get out of this quagmire. And then that helps us to weed out those who don't have a well-articulated plan. Also, we should disqualify everyone that has been proven guilty for fraud or corruption. Again, we have to slash the salaries of these office holders to slightly higher than the minimum wage, so we can truly see who is really ready to serve. I mean, if you do this, let's see what happens. I assure you water will find its level, and will find those that truly care about service to the people, not just those that are obsessed with service in their pockets. Thank you.
You know, the part you talked about slashing salaries has always been an issue over the years, but we all know that no member of the legislature or the executive or even the judiciary will be happy to do such, you know, slash of the salaries. I'm sure our politicians would not be happy to do that. I know there was a particular politician that came online to say that his salary was about 50,000. There was a time, and a lot of people debunked that and said that it was a lie. So I believe that if you want to serve, you can still earn well. You can still earn well. We all know that in the UK, what Nigerian politicians earn is far, you know, more than what people earn in the UK if you're serving. So I just think that it's not a function of reduce. You could reduce your salaries, but we all know that Nigerian politicians are there for the money. The money is the motivation. So you should work regardless of whether you're paid well or you're not paid well. You should be ready to serve your people. You should be able you're expected to do the right thing. And we realize that when these politicians do things for us, there's so much noise. Like, when we make so much noise. But this is what they are supposed to do. It's your duty to provide good roads. It's your duty to do all of that. But there's this assumption that they are doing something fantastic, so that's why they make so much noise. So that's just my opinion.
I think for me, my thoughts actually is around when Tolu mentioned, asked us to cast our mind back to previous presidents. I mean, it's just a reflection of our decisions. I guess some of us around here might not have been involved in that process at that point in time, but elders were siblings, or even for some of these leaders as well, we voted them in. It's just a reflection of who we are, what kind of people we have actually placed across board. I was just thinking, if probably in all of these 4 leaders that were placed, if any one of them was really qualified they were qualified to do the work in terms of not just saying that they went through school, because I mean there was a time that was the mantra, I'm an educated person. Then it moved on to I am for the people, I understand the people's plight, I've been there. But if we were selling beyond those things that are mundane, and we're actually looking for candidates that really would serve the people's interest, I can imagine what Nigeria would have been if those are the kind of people that were elected from 1999 up until today. That just helps us think that really indeed our elected officials would determine the destiny of the nation and its people in general. So we really need to make wise choices going forward.
Yeah. The thing is, speaking about making money from politics, it's possible to do the right thing and make a decent living doing the right thing. The politicians in the US and the UK, they are paid decently. But they don't see politics. Politics to them is not just a career path. It's more like an act of service. So I remember the last time I was listening, that was some couple of weeks ago, I was listening to an interview of a Nigerian who is a Briton. She is a British, but a Nigerian. She contested for an office, I think member of the parliament in Britain. And she said, they were asking her, how much was your election, the process there, everything. She said she spent less than about £8,000. Convert that to Naira, that's a chicken change. £8,000. And that money was like, some of our friends came together, gathered that money. The money was meant to send meals, letters, print some flyers, and that was all.
Not for bribery.
But yeah, how much, if you do the mathematics, £8,000 cannot even buy expression of interest for the least political party.
Right.
Because their politics is not monetization. They attach value to this thing. And is it possible for political parties to make presidential form almost free? But then let it be men of values that can afford it. If it's free, but the fact that it's free, you still can't afford it. You have to meet a certain level of criteria. So we need to shift our mind from politics of money to politics of values. I'm not saying politicians should cut down their salary beyond comfort. Of course, we know that their salary is too high. But what I'm saying is that they should do the right thing. Where they steal from, where they misuse funds, they should stop it. They can earn a decent living and actually fix the country and do the right thing. You don't have to be poor, be playing politics. At the other hand, you don't have to be rich from politics either. There should be a balance.
So what I hear, before you add, what I hear you say is that the filter, the set of people that goes through the system actually that we get to elect has to be corrected.
Yes, the value system, too much monetization of the process.
Right.
I mean, what has happened with the politics was happened with teachers. I mean, how many of us come up from school and want to go and teach? Nobody wants to go and teach. I mean, if you interview several teachers, they tell you, I'm just using this as my, writing block to my real job, so, but teachers actually, one day I was driving back home and I realized how much teachers has contributed to, where we've come, right? But nobody wants to go teach because it's positioned as something that is not lucrative. So politics is also positioned as something that is lucrative now, but we've left it to some group of people. I think we need to, it's also a shade to me personally, right? We come every here, we just talk. We need to go back and control the options. Now, they decide back end who are going to vote. And our vote kind of like is no longer so as powerful as we think. This might look but it's the truth. We need to go back and get into the grassroots. Let's not leave it to some people who supposedly shouldn't be there. But I mean, if we keep saying these things, it's a cycle. Kids will grow up and they're going to say, Dad, what did you do? You were just talking and all that. But I think it's the reality, the truth, that we don't want to get involved, but we just want to stay out of it and keep just being intellectual around it. Let's just try and create even if you can't get involved, support somebody, find somebody that can actually push to getting involved at that grassroots.
Just like you said,
if we can do that, I mean,
these people are a reflection of the society. When it comes to campaigning or electionary process, they want to buy goods, materials, or gifts to lure voters because they believe that too much money, stomach infrastructure. We need to go beyond that and stick to real value.
Yeah, back to Tolu.
Ruth is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Nigeria is preparing for elections in an atmosphere of worsening insecurity, which stares the political actors and ordinary citizens in the face. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is ready. The parties are ready or getting set, but the environment is not at peace. The climate is cloudy, particularly in the northwest, the northeast and southeast, which areas are battling with a curious sit at home and internal strife. Based on INEC's calendar, party primaries are to be concluded by June 3. Efforts to get INEC to change their stance has proven abortive. Hence, we can conclude that this month of May would be a decider for many presidential hopefuls and aspirants for other elected offices. Based on my last count, close to 30 aspirants have purchased the presidential tickets for the ruling APC party, having paid the outrageous ticket fee of 100 million naira. The main opposition party, PDP, on the other hand, has screened 17 presidential hopefuls. There is a resolve on every part of many people to get tickets for this presidential contest. It is important that we remember that our current economic and societal issues are results of our decisions at successive polls. The candidates presented at the general elections are results of the primaries. Hence, we need to understand how the primaries work in Nigeria. The Electoral Act provides that candidates for whatever public office can be elected by indirect primary, direct primary, or through consensus method. In these forthcoming elections, the two main political parties are going to pick their presidential candidates using the indirect primary method, and delegates are the ultimate deciders. There are two types of delegates, the ad hoc and the statutory. The ad hoc delegates are picked by holding congresses in the wards across the country. Statutory delegates, a recent provision of the amended Electoral Act, are party members who have held public offices before. So you mean people like governors, ex-governors, and presidents and the likes. This amendment might be out of selfish interest of politicians or otherwise, only time will tell. However, what we can say is that there would be more people to decide the buffet that will be served to Nigerians in 2023. After the delegates are selected, a convention will be held to enable them decide on who will fly the party's gubernatorial or presidential flags. Although there's a limit to what we, the public, can do at this point with regards to the primaries, I would encourage everyone who has access to either the ad hoc or statutory delegates to advise, encourage, press on them, whatever method you can do, to encourage them to choose candidates at the primaries which would be in the interest of a good nation. The offers from candidates might be tempting, but let's remember that the destiny of Nigeria and its people is dependent on their choices. We can become a better nation based on their decisions. we can also even become a worse nation than we currently are based on their decisions. So therefore, the destiny of 120 million Nigerians are in their hands. So guys, what do you think? How can
200 million.
we, or rather 200 million rather, how can we encourage delegates or to bring forward the right candidates?
So who are these delegates? That's where we should start from.
So we'll start from there. Statutory delegates are ex-presidents or ex-public office holders or even current public office holders. But you then have ad hoc delegates that are usually selected through a convention. So, yes.
And oftentimes these delegates are even being bribed.
Of course.
Recently, I saw a post where they said Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has secured over 370 delegates. So I asked, secured in what sense? Is it that, I don't want to go into the details of that, but I hope the processes are fair. I hope they are fair. They should think about the future of the country. So any political party now that want to contest, because this weekend, I think the election should be this weekend, right?
Yes, yes.
So by Monday
Primaries.
we'll know the primary election. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just pray these parties, they will do the right thing. I hope so. I just pray and hope so.
Why do I think that it's almost like, let me even use I don't like to say the word ruling, it just looks too tyrannic. You know, the leading party. I think leadership is more better than rulership. So let's just say the leading party, APC, right? You know, why are there so many people that almost looks like those that can potentially become president? Does it, I mean, somewhere I'm thinking, do they already know the result of the primaries?
I think so.
So that's weird, because it's so this is the corruption we keep talking about. So what is it? So why all the sham? Why all the whole this person coming out and running? You don't even know the joker that will come out tomorrow and say I've bought the form, you know, and you know. So they somehow know the result of the primaries. Who is going to come out? I mean, we have Jagaban already, you know, still in the race. So I'm just looking at this whole thing. So what's the essence? Is it even credible? If the primaries is not even credible, so what is the credibility of the main elections? So that's like that's what that's what's been on my heart really concerning this whole thing.
The thing about the primaries, I personally think that there's an element of corruption in the primaries, because we see, even at the local government levels, even at the very low level, you see that in your small community, in your local government, your small community, you just ask one or two people, they're already like, oh, that lady is the one that will emerge. They've not had the primaries yet. That lady is the one that will emerge. She's the sister to the former, one of the, you know, she has that connection. So, you know, you can't just appear from the blues, you know. So I think that the process should actually be free, should be fair. I was encouraged when I saw a lady, I think Kwara State, she's a very young lady. She picked up a form yesterday or 2 days ago, and a lot of people on Twitter started to speak to her. Oh, where did you get money for the form? Where did you get money for the form? Oh, who are you? Who is your father? That was the question on Twitter.
Questions are not
yes,
supposed to be that.
And she's a young girl. I think she's in her 20s. Yeah, she's in her 20s. And people said, this form is 2 million naira. Where did you get the money? Who is your father? That was the question on Twitter. Who is your father? So now we need to ask ourselves, what if she had been saving this money, saving money, seeking support from uncles and aunties, that she wants to do this is her dream, she wants to be a change agent, you know, but, you know, that's precedent. We need to work on ourselves as Nigerians and begin to do things the right way.
Every Nigerian and any Nigerian has the right to contest if he or she fits in. And let me even use the opportunity to address this issue now. By extension, look at what is happening in Ogun State now. The governor, the incumbent governor, is contesting, and then there's another woman in the party that's contesting. Recently, there have been some kind of friction between both sides. They are both members of the same party. So the fact that somebody is coming outside to contest is not your enemy. So you should not send talks after a political aspirant should not send talk after another one. It's so barbaric.
Yes.
What are you scared of? What are they scared of? Why don't you allow the masses decide? So I'm using this as an extension. If you know you're a politician, you're a governor, or whatever you are, and you are sending talks after other candidates, then shame on you.
So what do you think? How can we take our primaries seriously?
The description that Ruth just gave is quite instructive. You know, the fact that there are types of delegates, you know, I've never heard that before. It just shows how politically ignorant, you know, most people are. And I'm not going to be quite honest with you. Because, you know, there's this case of apathy where you're not just really interested in the process because you know that the process is already rigged against you. So think about the whole concept of having to delegates, one, former governors, former, you know, political holders, political office holders, people that in the first place should not even be allowed to even move anything near politics. You know, they are the sort of the constitutionally the mandated ones to be there. And the other ones that are not chosen from the convention. How was the convention designed? You know, how did they decide who should be at the convention and who shouldn't be? At the end of the day, it just starts to become clearer and clearer that this whole game is just a game of, you know, the highest bidder, who has the most money to spend. Whoever they're saying has clinched, you know, whatever number of delegates before, you know, the prime minister is clearly doing that with money. You know, so the system is rigged against you already. It's designed to fail. You know, once the system is designed to fail, there's no need trying. What you must do is go out to the drawing board and redesign the system. Shut down the system and redesign it. There's no point trying to, you know, can't keep doing the same and expecting different results. Not possible. That's insanity. You know, and that's clearly, you know, the case. It's just this, you know, joke of insanity that happens every 4 years.
Okay, so there might be a limit to what we can do, but we hope that our delegates would select the right people for us so that we can vote them in during the general elections. So Shola is up next after this break.
Following the approval of the electoral bill, INEC has updated its schedule, giving political parties between April 4th to June 3rd to conduct primaries. This means that political office holders interested in vying for positions must resign by June 3rd. Section 84, sub 1 of the Electoral Act provides that no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of a political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. Consequent upon President Buhari's directive, anyone in his cabinet who is vying for public office must resign on or before May 16, 2022. Those affected by this directive include the governor to the central bank, Mr. Emefiele, Minister of Transportation, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, Niger Delta Affairs Minister, Mr. Godswill Akpabio, Minister for Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, Ogbonnaya, State for Education, Emeka Nwajiba, and for Petroleum, who have all joined the presidential race on the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Others are the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, who is vying for the Kebbi governorship seat. Minister of States, Mines and Steel, Uche Oga, who is running for the governorship position in Abia State, and the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Tallinn, who declared their ambition to contest for a senatorial seat in Plateau State. Following the President's directive, 4 serving ministers have resigned, whilst we await a compliance of the directive by the others. While it is a standard norm on every democracy to vie for office, it will never be in the public interest for political appointees to stay in office once elective interest has been indicated. So what do you guys think about the political office holders vying for presidential positions and other positions?
For me, I think they are Nigerians, qualified Nigerians, and they should vie for elective positions once they meet the criteria. That's one. But two, I think that since the law says they have to resign, they have to abide by the law and follow through to the letter. Because by not doing so, by contesting the law at this stage, it just indicates how their character, just an indication of their character. Because that just means that they would always flout the rule of law if and when they get into an appointed position. That's my take.
Well, to me, you are right, but I would, 2 of the candidates there, I'm talking of the Attorney General and the CBN governor, the 2 of them are handling something sensitive. they are not supposed to be politically exposed.
Exactly.
As a CBN governor, you have no business with politics. It's wrong.
You shouldn't have that
Even as
ambition.
It's wrong.
You shouldn't even think of buying a nomination form.
So I don't know what we're talking about.
But
We're
the
entertaining
but it doesn't stop them from doing
what
it.
What kind of precedents are we setting for the future? It's not a shame.
It doesn't stop them from doing it. Central bank, the governor of Central Bank is supposed to be non-partisan. You shouldn't be interested in politics.
Former governor of Central Bank is now the current governor of
that's a different case.
Of Anambra State. So it shouldn't. They should be able to vie for a political position. It's different.
If you had resigned some
years ago,
it's a different case.
Okay. Yeah,
not
again,
that you are still in the corridor.
Why should you
mean?
That's why they have to resign. That's why there's a law that says they should resign.
It's too close. It shouldn't even be in his plan.
Yes, it's true, really, because if you think about it, that tells you how much, politics. Yeah, I mean, it's a business here, but it's become almost like, so politics should be driven by vision. It should be driven by vision, leadership. So it shouldn't be driven by money. So, but resigning now means that, oh boy, it seems that we leave this work and go and do this one where I'm going to have opportunity to, so I get where Elijah is coming from and I get where you're coming from. But I also think that his position is too sensitive to just quickly want to resign at the dying minute just to get the form. So if he's going to make that decision, maybe he has left office maybe a year ago, or, but I mean, at the nick of time resigning, again, we can have we can have contrasting views around it, but the truth is, being the CBN governor is a very strategic position in the nation. And leaving that to vie for, I really even wish I could sit with all of these people. Okay, guys, leave all the sham, leave all the, what's all those buzzwords? I am the man of the people, I'm tested, trusted, and leave all those rubbish. Why do you really, between us, unscripted, X-rated, right? Why do you want to really get on this seat? And you would probably hear, if we can even have like a meter that measures the intent of the heart, you probably see why people are going for, things. And that's why we're having the whole drama. Because, even a rat knows that it's drama that's happening.
Please, I have a question.
It's just crazy.
Is the CBN governor a card-carrying member of any party in Nigeria?
Allegation says so, and that's
Which
where the
is
issue
wrong.
is.
So it's wrong for him to do that in the first place. But for you to...
You're supposed to be neutral in a way.
Yeah, you're supposed to be a neutral person.
When Soludo was the CBN governor, he was a professor, he was an academia, went into the banking sector, he was a professional. Now this other person, there's allegation that he was a card-carrying member. So why will you be a card-carrying member, be a CBN governor? You are a PEP, politically exposed person.
Let's hear from Tolu. Tolu, is Tolu still there? What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, the law that comes to mind is impunity. It's very simple, it's impunity.
I agree.
Because the laws are clear, or the law is clear, the system is clear, the standard is clear. You cannot be a public office holder and then be partisan, because that just already means that it's a compromise, it's conflict of interest. These things are basic. These are not things that we should be having conversations about. I remember during the 2020 elections in the US, that a certain person felt, he won the elections, and then for that reason, the new person should not be certified and stuff. And the military was called upon, and said, we're not partisan.
Exactly.
All we do is just follow a laid down, institutionalized system. Very simple. We just follow an institution. We are an institution, and we follow a laid down set of rules and laws. Do you understand? We don't even have to have a conversation with anybody. These laws are already laid down for hundreds of years. One person cannot just wake up and one day and say, oh, he's president and he wants to be president again, when the law, clearly stipulates that, whoever has 270, becomes the new president. It's simple, the same thing. If you're a public office holder and when you took the oath of office, you were told that 1, you can't be partisan, 2, you cannot contest elections, 3, you can, those things were there, and you signed the dotted line. The moment you go against that, 2 things should happen: either you resign or you're sacked. There's no need to be having a long conversation about it.
Exactly. Everybody should be there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tolu, for that.
Yes. Thank you so much, Tolu. Up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Leadership, fixing Nigerian sham politics and quasi-democracy. In light of the recent happening in the Nigerian political arena, the presidential race has been seen as a gateway to personal enrichment or cabal supremacy as opposed to repairing the failing system. Issues like poor educational systems, deteriorating security, poor health care, and the rise in mortality rate in the nation is being treated as secondary. And satisfying selfish political ambitions is placed above human and national development. In situations like this, it is obvious that Nigerian democracy is quasi and upturned to the extent that the people which makes up the government do not count. A position as Herculean as the presidential seat is no small feat. Thus, needs a personality with a scalable and realistic agenda to fill. Issues concerning a state involves high-level tact, progress, policies, workable and democratic structures, and above all, a leader ready to bear the aforementioned as their obligation. What Nigeria needs at this critical stage of our existence is a leader who is capable of dragging it out of the dungeons of our current existence to a place where it can sustain herself and implement her national and foreign policies as key players on the world stage. Political parties should not be carried away by the over-monetizing of seals of forms for political aspirants. Rather, emphasis should be made on seeking aspirants who can understand and promote their values and ideologies for all-round national development based on their respective antecedents or past achievements, including professional and social credentials. Because not everyone can and should be presidential or even a political aspirant. Regardless of the several politicking heralding the forthcoming 2023 general election, the following are some of the issues that should be paramount and not to be seen as a common manifesto, but as a responsibility. Tackling insecurity, addressing inflation, investing in the educational system, revamping the healthcare system, encouraging foreign investments, supporting local small and medium-scale enterprise with good policies, enhancing transportation system and food security. These aforementioned issues are non-partisan and affect everyone regardless of their parochial or political identities. Thus, the end point of any political process should prefer sustainable solution to them. In conclusion, as political parties prepare for their primaries and the nation waits in anticipation, let us meditate on this word of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the 34th US President. The ignorance of one voter in a democracy impairs the security of all. Here we are again. So, we've said so much about over-monetization of sales of form and values and what we should expect political processes in this forthcoming 2023 general election. This week will determine the flag bearers of both, or political parties will determine the flag bearers. So what does the future hold for Nigerians?
Yes, for me, I think the 2023 election is not different from any other elections we had in Nigeria. So what we need to do is to, we still have the old people, the old set of people, the same people. We need, I don't know, there was a time somebody was talking about bringing in a young person, and even today we see that the youths are not even ready to support that young person. Like Mr. Tolu mentioned, that Nigerians were not ready. We're not ready because the same people, the same old people, the same old policies, and it's just like a recycle of the same old leaders we had. That's my opinion.
We're not ready. That's what we keep hearing. We're not going to be ready.
I think what you mentioned about the fact that these issues, insecurity, inflation, education, healthcare, these are not supposed to just be become a political mantra for politicians. These are real issues we're faced with. It's not in those days when you come out and say
part of your campaign words are, oh, I'm going to provide you with good roads. I mean, or provide you with education just so that people will. These are real issues that we're faced with. On the back of that, it's important that as we begin to question the aspirants, we need to drill down, ask them real questions on how they'll be able to address these issues that are facing us, because it's not just one Nigerian that is facing it, or it's just a selected few. There was a time it used to be just a selected few, but now it has extended beyond the selected few. It's across the nation. Everyone can, one way or the other, at least have heard or either have heard or either is a victim, has known a victim, or has a victim in his family that has faced one or more of these issues. So these are real issues that we're faced with as Nigerians. These are the questions that we need to begin to ask these guys to know how well they will address it as they vie for these political positions.
You know, I saw a video on Twitter, and I think it was a Shonwolu food project somewhere around Oworonshokhi, and those Oworonshokhi boys aren't smiling. And it just came out, and they destroyed the canopy, everything, and they're saying, you know, it was a woman that was, you know, presiding the whole thing, and I think they would have beat her up if it was a man. So they probably just gave her that respect because she was a woman, but they had to scatter all the umbrellas, and they kept shouting, we don't need any food this time around, no food, don't give us food, you know, take your coolers, we're not hungry. I mean, these are like roadside people, you know, the regular touts and all. And for me, it's a good light, it's a good information. I mean, of course, like Ruth said, we're beginning to come out from that learned, in fact, we're already in learned helplessness, where you just get into that space. They tell you, we're going to fix the road, we're going to give you electricity. Well, you've heard that is now like cock and bull stuff. And then you're beginning to now come out of learned helplessness and say, you know what, I'm going to start, you know, doing something in my own space. But it still boils down to what Tolu would always keep saying. I think Eniton has also said that on the show, is values, right? When you say, I'm not after young people getting into power. It's not about young people, old people. It's about having the person with the right frame of mind. The person could be 60, I don't care, right? So, I mean, we all know that before you get into the polity, it takes a lot of hurdles to climb. I mean, I can't just get into the polity and say I'm vying for the president, except I just want to joke around, right? So it takes a lot of hurdle. And if we're going to get a chance at the seat, that's supposedly we young people that believe that we can make a difference, I think we'll have to start like immediately, you know, getting involved at grassroots, you know, local level. And this is me saying it openly. I mean, in these coming elections, I'm probably going to, I'm not running, you know, but I'm probably going to get involved more often, you know, get attached to a party, understand how it's done, just understand the process flow, really. I'm going to get, I mean, I reside in Yaba, so I'm just getting involved in the whole Yaba stuff, understand what's going on there, how are they getting the local government chairman, what's the process, asking questions. That's like my first shot at just understanding what's happening. Maybe by next 4 years, I'll get, you know, a bit deeper into it, but I just want to understand how this thing works. And that's my own way of saying I want to start paying attention to things like this.
That's good. For me, I would say politics should not distract governance. We need good governance to fix this problem. So when they are talking about manifestos are not just sweet talk, weighing us. We are not weighing us. It's not a romance scene. We are not here. We make business. So let's find how to get people that will uphold principles of good governance to solve the problem.
All right. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hoped our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Do not forget that the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye.
As the primaries of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC set to be held in a few days, the party appears divided on its choice of the party's flag bearer. And an aspirant of the African Democratic Congress ADC for the Lagos State gubernatorial elections joins us to discuss his plans for the state. Now this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon. Now, there are strong indications that the national officials are divided over a plan by President Muhammadu Buhari to pick his preferred candidate for the presidential ticket in the party. Now, the APC National Vice Chairman Northwest, Malam Saliu Lukman, in an open letter to President Buhari, warned that picking a successor would be costly and risky for the president and the party. Now, according to him, a major disadvantage of the succession arrangements with governors choosing their successors is that it negatively affects the relationship between the successor and the predecessor. Also, feelers from a meeting of the All Progressive Congress's governors meeting on Tuesday night indicated that the governors could not agree on a consensus and the fact that the president should pick the party's presidential candidate. Now, joining us to discuss this are Biodun Shomi and Adewale, I beg your pardon, Ademola Justice. Both are political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Gentlemen, can you hear me? Great. Good evening. I'm going to start with you. Yes, Biodun, I'm going to start with you. A lot of people have made their, deductions from the president's statement as to picking a successor. Now, for the average person, when you hear about picking a successor, what plays in your head is, let's take, for example, the Queen of England and who she anoints to take over from her, which would automatically be Prince Charles. But then we are in a democratic process, and so the average person is wondering, why would the president be talking about a successor in a democracy, especially at a time like this when the party seems to be ridden with that responsibility of picking someone who would be right and ripe for that ticket? Mr. Shomi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Now, in the quest for succession within the major political parties, particularly the PDP and APC, we have seen Atiku Abubakar emerge, as through a process of nomination and elections within the PDP. Now, back to the ruling party, APC, we have seen so many moves, either aimed at truncating indirect primaries through the delegates, the ad hoc delegates elected, or, in favor of consensus. In reality, there is nothing against the law when you talk about consensus, because it's been enshrined in the Electoral Act. Also in the APC constitution, consensus is provided. But when you take account of what Mr. President is saying, Mr. President is talking about selection, not a consensus candidate. That is, somebody who he preferred, to rule the country, should be allowed to take and pick the person, and the person adopted as the candidate. That is totally different from consensus arrangement, where all the aspirants will agree on a particular individual, and then they will back that individual. Not for Mr. President to pick that individual. That is selection. It is not consensus. That is not in line with the spirit of the consensus arrangement within the APC constitution, or as envisaged by the Electoral Act. So therefore, what Mr. President is seeking to do through selection is not only anti-democratic, it undermines, internal party democracy, and it is a mark of a leadership suffering from democratic deficit. So there's no way how, in today's democracy, a president can unpick his own successor and ask his party to abandon delegates, voting and just embrace the person. It marks of some elements and a reminder of the history of leadership of Mr. President, which is dictatorial military rule. That cannot be done in a democracy. Members of the political party should be allowed to freely choose who should represent the country, who they will present to represent the country in the presidential race. Okay. So any attempt aimed at undermining that process through the governors or any other group of people agreeing to consensus to a selection arrangement is not only illegal, it is ultra-biased. It can never be right, and it undermines internal party democracy.
Let me come to you, Adewale Justice. There are many who have made the analogy that, former President Olusegun Obasanjo at some point was able also to pick his predecessor, rather to pick his successor, I beg your pardon. And that why would it be wrong if President Buhari is also saying, well, this is who I want to succeed me? Also, they're also saying that this is something that has been happening even at the state level, where governors impose their candidates on the party and then the party plays along. So why should we be criticizing Mr. President if this has been the modus operandi?
Hello, thank you very much. Hello, are we together?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah.
Mr. Justice, I think that we're having a connection problem with you, so I'm going to let you go, and we'll try to see if we can get you on another line so that you can be clearer for us. But let me come back to you, Mr. Shomi. I'm tossing that question to you because this is a follow-up to what you just said. There are those who are on the other divide supporting Mr. President. And like you also mentioned, it's been happening in states. Nobody has criticized that. Why should we be criticizing Mr. President? And if, for example, the party at some point had come together and said, well, Mr. President, we want you to be our flag bearer, even though it was not an all-out consensus, but this is what happened in his time for him to have emerged as the flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. Now, people are saying, well, give us a chance to do the same and pick somebody and say, well, this is who we want. And that will be by a delegate system. But what is really wrong with those who are supporting Mr. President and saying, well, let him pick his own? Obasanjo did the same thing.
Well, you see, the fact that somebody stole is not a justification for another person to go and steal. Those who are arguing that Obasanjo did by bringing in Jonathan et al. Forget the facts of history. They forget the fact that democracy was at the first transition. We expected going back in history, in times, failing to learn anything from what happened there. When Obasanjo, did that, what eventually happened to the regime that succeeded? Yar'Adua was a sick man. He was brought in. Is that succession plan? Is that what we want to start emulating now? Not only that, they should go to the states and name, apart from Lagos State, where we've been able to have a smooth succession plan. There is no other state in the country where the incumbent governor, try to influence or impose the successor. And we've never had peace. No, go and check what happened in Anambra State between Obi and Willie Obiano. Go to Imo State between Orji Uzor Kalu and Theodore Uzor Kalu. Theodore Uzor Kalu was in prison. He was chief of staff. Orji Kalu brought him, make sure he won, from prison. What happened? They fell apart. The same story is everywhere. We remember the last election in Ogun State. The governor Amosun backed a particular candidate who eventually, did not make it. Attempts by governors, to impose successor has failed in many states and has succeeded in many states. But at the end of the day, we've never seen any peace beyond Lagos State, which is the only example you have in the whole country. And when it comes to a country as big as Nigeria with over 200 million people, how can one person decide who would be the candidate of a political party that boasts that it is the biggest in Africa. They're talking about over 50 million membership. And how can one person be allowed to do that? What Buhari is talking about is selection. That is totally unacceptable. It is undemocratic. What we are talking about is if they want to do consensus statement, they must get all the aspirants to agree. All of them. Otherwise, it will be illegal. So there is no room for what Mr. President is trying to do, trying to succeed himself. It reminds me of what Abacha tried to do with the two political parties, NRC and SDP, one to the left, one to the right, and wanting to transmute himself. Why would the serving president want to impose his own successor? What is he hiding? What is the problem about it? Why can't the delegates be allowed to choose? In fact, if you go back to 2015, how did Mr. President do? He contested the primaries against Atiku Abubakar within in the APC, and that was how he emerged. So why can't we build on it? Why do we want to go back in time, to the infancy stage when Obasanjo did it? Why can't we build, on what they did in 2015 when they deepened internal party democracy? And if we can't deepen it, sustain it at that level, rather than going back to an era of imposition. That is what I think Mr. President needs to be mindful of.
You've asked very interesting questions, but I think we have Mr. Justice back on the phone. Mr. Adewale Johnson, I'm sure you can hear me. So let me quickly go to what Mr. President said, and I'd like to quote him. The President explained the qualities of his successor, the qualities that his successor must possess, and also went ahead to sought the backing of APC governors in picking the party's presidential tickets. I quote, "I wish to solicit reciprocity and support of the governors and other stakeholders in picking my successor, who would fly the flag of the party for elections into the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria," the President urged the governors. Now, this is not the first time Mr. President is talking about qualities that people who would work with him should possess. Remember, it took the President more than 6 months to pick his ministers at the beginning of his government after the elections in 2015. And he kept saying that these people must possess certain qualities. But then looking at those ministers down the line, which a few of which the EFCC is after right now as we speak, should we really be taking these lines that Mr. President has put down about the qualities of his successor and why he should be allowed to pick, his successor, and that the governors should support him? Should it be anything to go by? Should it be something that we should hold on to, or should it be jettisoned, just as Lukman has admonished the party?
Thank you very much. If I may share in the sympathy of Mr. Abiodun Sowunmi and so many other Nigerians on this issue of choosing a successor, and particularly the interpretation of what Mr. President has said, seeking the support of APC governors and other major stakeholders in onboarding a successor. I want Nigerians to be appreciative of something. The present president of the country is a more or less democratized former military man. Because like Mr. Abiodun Sowunmi has said, this is not the first time Nigerians are hearing this kind of an echo about onboarding a successor. But the fact remains that Nigeria and our polity has grown beyond a level where any single person can enforce or impose his choice on either the party or the nation. See, going by whatever definition, whatever the president might bear in mind, vis-a-vis his declarations, through what you have read out, would never compel the current politicians in Nigeria, maybe through the governor or some other stakeholders, to adopt whoever the president might want to force on them. I want people to just be patient on something. I am sure of one thing. if the president has gotten a particular person he would love to support or to impose, that will have been disclosed or shown to people. But if I must be so sure of one thing, he is trying to seek to be more democratic, because as the sitting president notwithstanding, he may not be able to single-handedly impose his choice on the system. That was why he's seeking the buy-in and the support, democratic support of governors and other stakeholders.
But why should that be Mr. President's call in the first place? I mean, I'm seeing that, you know, a lot of people are kicking against it. And I mean, the president is also making a case that he wants to hand over to a non-corrupt leader. And really, is the president also assuming that those people who are in the lineup of the APC to run for that office are all corrupt? Is that what he's insinuating? Because I mean, it calls for concern, doesn't it?
This is syntax, this is grammar, and this is sheer expression, and this can be interpreted in 1,000,001 ways. One thing I will say is what he has said is a generic expression. No right-thinking president will be willing to hand over to a corrupt successor. So the fact that he has said he wouldn't, maybe if I may ask you, are you insinuating that some persons are corrupt in the lineup? Do you understand? So what he has just said is that people should watch out and choose whoever runs with the qualities he would love to have. As the current holder of that office, he is in best position to appeal for other support in getting whoever succeeds him.
Isn't that too late in the day? And don't get me wrong. The president had canvassed for votes from Nigerians in 2014 based on the number one thing, which was fighting corruption. Number two, he was going to fight terrorism. Number three, he was going to give us employment. I do not know any of those things that has been really done. And so if the president is saying he wants to hand over to a person that is not necessarily corrupt, isn't that a tad bit late in the day? And how can he, Mr. President, be able to tell who is corrupt and who is not necessarily? And I'm asking because of the people who surround Mr. President.
Yeah. Now, thank you very much. If you have been around the shores of Nigeria since the advent of this regime, you will see, in as much as the president or the executive has desired to fight corruption, you will see our polity and the judiciary has not been very helpful. You will hear of so many options of what a lot of people have seen as corrupt practices. But because the judicial system, unfortunately, did not end up killing such persons the way the system would have loved it. So we have a lot of escapees from or through such that may be up to contesting this same position. So that's why the president was saying categorically that if the judiciary has not helped in taking off corrupt persons from the polity, but now there is a democratic means of eschewing such persons from becoming a successor.
Back to you, Mr. Sowunmi. What damage do you think that this move that by Mr. President, or supposed move, or this appeal by Mr. President to be allowed to pick a successor of sorts, what kind of damage could it do to the party and, of course, those who are in the running for this office?
It will certainly cause a lasting damage. If Mr. President is allowed to do what he's trying to do, in the sense that, one, we should not forget that we are not in a monarchical system. We are in a democratic system of government, and therefore the issue of internal party democracy cannot be sacrificed under the wishes of the desire of Mr. President. It will make a mess, a total mess of all the good work being done by INEC to promote internal party democracy. There is no way how only one person can be allowed to choose his own successor. That is no longer democracy. Get to that level. Again, the APC needs to worry about the electorate. Many electorates will view this as totally unacceptable. There is no doubt that many people are disgruntled in Nigeria today as a result of one of the failings of this government, which is on the security issue. I'm not saying Buhari's government failed totally. You know, there's no government that failed totally. They did well in some areas. But the most important thing, which the Constitution actually prescribed as the sole essence of anybody being in government, which is the protection of lives and security of lives and properties of the people, the government has woefully failed. I'm afraid I need to say it as it is, you know, in that area, to the extent that the country is more divided than ever. You know, the schism is so deep, you know, and it has led to ethnic distrust, you know, and disharmony. So therefore, why should Mr. President be allowed to choose his own successor in that situation? If you talk about corruption, yes, I don't have any evidence to accuse Mr. President of corruption, but I have enough, I've seen enough to know that many people in government chosen by Mr. President were found wanted one way or the other. You won't forget about the multi-million naira gas scandal that involves Babachir Lawal. We had so many other scandals, including the current one at the Accountant General of the Federation, 170 billion naira. Only for the next person acting in his capacity is also facing EFCC. So therefore, I'm not sure Mr. President alone can be trusted, you know, to select a candidate which, you know, will be free of corruption. I think that should be left for Nigerians. Nigerians should be left to decide who they will prefer. It's like what is in the Bible, you know, when Jesus Christ and Barnabas were presented to the people Pilate, you know, the people were allowed, Pontius Pilate allowed the people to decide. Do you want Barnabas or do you want Jesus? They chose the thief. So let the people decide what they want. It shouldn't be the exclusive preserve of Mr. President. What he's trying to do is not a consensus. Okay. As emphasized in the Constitution and also the APC Constitution, what he's trying to do is selection, to select a candidate and get others to back it. I don't think that is right. That will have a huge ramifications, and I'm afraid that maybe, you know, voters backlash at the end of it.
Okay, finally, Mr. Justice, quickly, what do you see happening on the weekend? Because it's just around the corner. There have been so many, you know, people have made all kinds of assumptions as to who the president wants to give, you know, his vote or support to. I mean, this obviously came to a lot of people as a surprise when the president decided that he was going to pick someone to succeed him. But what do you see playing out over the weekend as we get ready for it?
Thank you very much. The weekend is so close, and one of two things will definitely happen. Either a complete dispersal of the APC or a stronger party emerging from the activity of the weekend. Because it is sure, the emergence of a flag bearer for the party definitely will result from one of many processes. If the process that will produce the flag bearer is as desired by the stakeholders of the party and the electorate presently at the convention, then there's success. But of an assurance, if any other thing comes to fore without the buy-in of the stakeholders, with what Nigeria and Nigerians are presently, I can assure you that will be an early obituary of the party. And like my brother just said that, you see, Nigerians have graduated beyond the level of imposition. Nobody can impose anybody on any party again. Gone are those days. Okay. You understand?
Okay.
So the weekend is close by, and very many things would unfold. But at the end of which, only one will be visible to everybody. Thank you.
The weekend is pregnant with a lot of surprises that may come to light. Well, I want to say thank you, Biodo Shomi and Adewale Ademola Justice. Thank you, gentlemen. Both are political analysts. Thank you for being part of the conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. When we come back, we will be talking with the gubernatorial aspirant for the ADC right here in Lagos State. Stay with us. On the 11th of March 2023, residents of Lagos will troop out to vote for their governor. That's one of their choice. As the date of this election inches nearer, candidates from several parties, including the ruling All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party, as they prepare for a showdown. Now, another party that is gearing up for the contest for the highest seat in the state is the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Now, an aspirant for the Lagos State gubernatorial election, Akin Braithwaite, joins us to discuss his plans for the state. It's good to have you join us, Mr. Braithwaite.
Thank you very much.
Great. We had a little chit-chat before we came on air, and I asked you a few questions, but I think the question that every person who meets with you would ask is, why do you want to be governor of Lagos State? And what made you decide? I mean, because it had to take a lot of things for you to say, well, I want to run this very chaotic state.
Because I'd like to stop it from being chaotic. I'd love for this state to be the kind of place that I grew up in, a nice, wonderful city of Lagos, my Lagos. But the real push came as a result of what happened in October 2020. Which anybody who was in Lagos then, that was an experience and a half. And I just, at that point, that was a watershed moment for my life. Because everybody around me, in my household, friends, neighbors, were all similarly affected and traumatized. And the question now was, so what are we going to do about it? What's up? As usual, had lots of different comments and people saying one thing or the other. Lots of opinions flying up and down the place. Then it just came down to, is this what we're going to do? Just talk, no action. And I just decided at that point that things had to change. Things just can't remain the way they are. And with people like me, I thought, look, we just got to get involved in the political scene. I hadn't really decided at that time that I wanted to run. That was a recent decision. But right then, I decided I needed to get into politics. So it was a choice, either revolution or the ballot box. And I opted for the ballot box.
Now, I mean, you do know that the political scene in Nigeria is not as friendly as, it should be. It's not necessarily come on. It's something that a lot of people are apprehensive of getting involved in, but great position. But why do you think that Lagos got to where it got to? I mean, of course, it didn't. NSAS was a ripple effect of something. That's why we had the NSAS. But like you said, it's your Lagos. How have you contributed to either the positive parts of Lagos or the roles what roles have you played in making Lagos either better or where it is? I don't want to say worse, but where we find it right now.
Certainly, I would count myself as one of the persons who has played a positive role. If you're either using an Airtel line or an MTN line.
We're going to send you an invoice for mentioning those brands on our show.
Point of fact. A fun fact. You would definitely have benefited from my involvement. I was one of the pioneer people that was involved in bringing telecoms, into the Nigerian space. It was a very, very interesting period. And certainly, I would like to think that by ensuring that we had modern telecommunications, very, very great customer services, that we were able to do something that brought Nigeria and Lagos into the modern age. From that point onward, you would definitely expect that we would now just be moving on a forward trajectory. Today, I'm one of the co-founders of a cloud telephony organization called Kasuku. And I continue to contribute. In terms of the grassroots, I also had an involvement. I do write children's books, incidentally, yes. So I don't know if when you were growing up, whether you came across the tortoise stories. You didn't?
I'm a bit too old. I don't remember.
Well, we used to, be taught stories about the wise tortoise,
Yes,
Ajakpa,
that.
the tortoise, and so I've written some kind of nostalgic storybooks. But I now use that as a leverage to get into poverty alleviation for children. And we had a program that was running with the approval of SUBEB, which is the State Universal Basic Education Board, and UNICEF, where we went through all the local governments of the state, picking some champion schools, public schools for that matter, and just really helping children to make sense of their world and to understand how they can really get into self-development and help themselves to avoid the poverty trap by learning how to earn, doing various things, even simple things that can earn. And through that process, we were able to get children to start saving money in the bank. We took children on experiences to banks, and it's been a very, very worthwhile experience.
So I see this is very interesting. But if you were to be given the opportunity to be governor of Lagos, there's always that blueprint. People have 10 points, 20-point agenda, being rolled out. What would be your core? What would be at the core of your strategy for turning around, Lagos and making it what you call my Lagos?
Okay, there are a number of key critical aspects, and they're multifaceted. Certainly at the core layer would be the civil service. If I had my way, I'd call it the civil partnership, because the concept of civil servant, I think, is an old, archaic one. We really need these guys in the civil service to become our partners. If you've ever had to do anything, in government circles, it can be a real pain. Sometimes you might leave there crying. What can be done in a day, they might take you around the circles, and 6 months later, you still haven't achieved. You try to get the title to land and property and all that kind of stuff, horrendous. So we need a civil service that really is for the people. And clearly, one of the things that they need badly is a change and a review of their remuneration structure. Because I can just imagine that if somebody is earning a wage when the bag of rice was at 3,000 naira and is still earning the same wage with bag of rice now at 30 or something, do you go to the market at all?
I do.
Right. So I think you can bear witness that rice has gone up like 10 times or whatever since some years back.
But then when you talk about wages, you're looking also at the wage bill. Don't forget that maybe states like Lagos might be comfortable with raising that. But then there are also states across the federation that cannot. I mean, we've been here before with the labor, asking for an increase in their wages, and that's been a drag. But there are also people who are saying the civil service is bloated. It needs to be reduced, and there has to be some re-strategizing for it to not be gulping as much money as it is gulping. So that's also a whole kettle of fish to deal with on the other hand.
I think we have to be careful how we compare Lagos to other places. In the UK, there's such a thing as London waiting, which means that if you live in London and you work in London, you would have an increased package because it takes account of the high cost of living in London as compared to maybe Manchester. So we would look at Lagos waiting, and make this thing very realistic. I mean, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore really did something wonderful when he decided that, look, in order to move the country forward, which rests a lot on what the civil service does, they actually were able to get people into the civil service who were your A-grade people, and they paid them at the private commercial rates.
Okay.
So that what you then get is that you get people who are energized, motivated, and who are going to be doing things the way they should. If you don't pay the civil service properly, what you're creating is an environment for graft, all right? Because they will have to make up that difference. You can imagine the civil servant, his wife at home saying, he gives her the allowance and she says that this is not going to do, this won't cut it. So the poor chap has nothing else, no other option but to kind of fleece any and everybody, that he can. So whatever it is that we want to achieve in the state, if we don't have the civil service partnering with us, we're just going to be spinning wheels. So that would be a major and a core thing. Security would definitely be another core plank and pillar. And it so happens that I've had some police training. Yes, I've had 3 months.
Scotland Yard or here?
Where?
In Scotland Yard or here?
You'd be surprised that the Nigerian Police College is actually very, very sound. I mean, the people there
I didn't say it wasn't. I was
just Nigerian Police College and not Scotland Yard. But of course, it's a vestige of Scotland, Yard and the British colonial, hand down. So that training really kind of gave one and prepared one to understand, the issues around security, around policing, and whatever. And there's a combination of things that we will do, in our government, which essentially will be about, it's a multi-layered approach. You have your neighborhood watch scheme, which will plug into
So you're advocating for state police?
Let me put it this way. I'm advocating for local policing, okay? So local policing, which will definitely incorporate the neighborhood. For the life of me, it's sad that the police are not using walkie-talkies, something as basic as walkie-talkies and communication gadgets. That certainly would have to, be introduced when you have your police carrying the walkie-talkie. So communication is key. Down to the neighborhood, layer. Mm-hmm. The neighborhood watch would be taught about intelligence gathering and proactive intelligence, which is going to now help because you can then identify where the different spots are that are creating nuisances. And then you layer that with these lovely things called drones, because given the size of Lagos, there is no way that you're going to police it with lots of boots on the ground. So you need that kind of cover from the sky, okay? And the drones we can have a blanket of kind of what I would call a security blanket of drones, which will be able to pinpoint the action where it's happening in real time and then help the security guys to get to the spot and deal with things and nip the situation in the bud.
These are very interesting points, but I want to bring you back into the party politics. Two-pronged question. Why the ADC and not the bigger parties? Again, how do you intend...
I'm glad you didn't mention those names because they give me nightmares.
And how do you intend to defeat or upstage the opposition, knowing that there is a certain party that has a stronghold on Lagos State? And of course, 2023 is a year where lots of people are expecting that the game will change. But how hopeful are you? And do you really stand a chance?
Absolutely, my dear, absolutely. The power lies in this simple anatomy called the thumb. Just by getting people to believe that the power lies in the thumb. Okay?
And how do you intend to get the people to believe? Because we hear this all the time, that the power lies with us, the voter and his card to get your PVC. But how do you plan to defeat these parties who tell you they have more structures, they've been in power for so long, and they know the politics of Lagos? How do you intend to break through? And why did you, again, choose the ADC?
Okay, simple. Give people what they want, and they'll do what they need to.
Which is, what do you think that Lagosians want?
People say, look, I don't have, who am I going to vote for? That's a very, very simple question that we've not been able to answer, that we have refused to answer, up to now, because the voter isn't dumb, All right, VOTA has already shown that they do not like what is on offer. You don't go to a restaurant and they shove something. They only tell you that there's 2 items on the menu. You know, you walk out of there, right? So, but if you go into the restaurant and then they wise up and they realize that they need to give you a very nice entree, then you choose what fits you. Lagosians have not had the opportunity to really look at what they want. So I'm presenting myself as that nice, caring guy next door who really wants to see Lagosians get what they truly deserve and what they want.
Well, on that note, I want to say thank you. Unfortunately, time is not on our side.
Right.
I want to say thank you, Mr. Braithwaite, for being part of the conversation. You are the ADC governorship aspirant for Lagos. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. And we will upstage them.
Okay. Well, that's all for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Plus Politics returns tomorrow evening, same time. And have a great evening. We'll be back tomorrow talking for development. I am Mary Anacon. Have a good evening.
Launching a lucrative food business in Nigeria is super easy only if you know the right type of food business to dive into. Food is an essential element that people consume every day. It is the most important substance that people sought after clothing and shelter. And if you look at the food industry in today's time, you will discover that people who invest in the food business are making a lot from it, maybe. However, with food inflation skyrocketing in Nigeria, does this present more of a challenge than an opportunity? Well, we will also share insight on successful tips for starting a food business in Nigeria. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonian. Nigeria commemorated the start of the week by dedicating 2 days to the Eid holidays. However, here are the highlights of stories that rounded up Business Nigeria. Take a look.
A presidential aspirant on the PDP, Peter Obi, has warned that Nigeria cannot grow economically with a 35% unemployment rate. He's then urging the federal government to aggressively support micro, small, and medium enterprises, which are the engine of job creation. Peter Obi disclosed this in his Workers' Day message to Nigerians. Nigeria's unemployment rate as of the end of 2020 rose to 33.3% from 27.1% recorded as of Q2 2020, indicating that about 23,187,389 Nigerians remain unemployed. The Minister of State for Petroleum, Temipri Silva, has said that the federal government aims to transform Nigeria into a gas-powered economy by 2030 to address challenges around power generation through gas-powered plants. The minister disclosed this in Abuja at the 2022 public lecture under the theme Inclusive Energy Transition, Key Issues, Investment Opportunities, and Barriers Towards Achieving the Decade of Gas Initiative in Nigeria. He said natural gas is a key resource for energy transition and that it has all the credentials to support Nigeria to meet its commitment in line with the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The federal government and Morocco are set to build the world's longest offshore pipeline and second longest pipeline in the world. This would help to carry gas from Nigeria to Morocco, running across 11 West African countries. This was disclosed by Tolu Ogunlesi, one of the media aides of President Muhammadu Buhari, via his Twitter handle. According to him, the partnership, which is between the NNPC and ONHYM of Morocco, was originally signed by the two countries in June 2018. Telecommunication companies are proposing a 40% increase in the cost of calls, SMS, and data to the Nigerian Communications Commission as a result of the rising cost of running a business in the nation. Based on their proposal, the price floor of calls will increase from 6.4 naira to 8.95 naira, while the price cap of SMS will increase from 4 naira to 5.61 naira. According to them, the telecommunication industry has been financially impacted following the nation's economic recession in 2020 and the effect of the ongoing Ukraine-Russia crisis. The federal government has disclosed that the second Niger Bridge will be commissioned in October and that the Lagos-Ibadan Highway will also be commissioned in June 2022. Nigeria's Minister of State for Works and Housing, Muazu Sambo, said that 11.9 kilometer second Niger Bridge and 120 kilometer Lagos-Ibadan Highway are part of President Buhari's administration pledges on infrastructure.
Well, it is no longer news that the prices of foodstuff and other commodities have gone up and purchasing power reduced in recent times. Nigerians are spending much on food. Does this translate to more money for food entrepreneurs, or are they also struggling to stay afloat? Joining me right now to discuss the food business in this inflationary period is Nneka Adesoya. She is the founder and CEO of Super Dishes. Thanks for joining us on Business Insight.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
It is indeed our pleasure. Let's just dive into it. A lot of people always believe that food business is very lucrative. Is it actually the case, judging by the general hike in prices in Nigeria?
Okay, so first off, I'm super excited that I'm in food business, right? But I would say this, that it's pretty much what you believe to be possible. You know, I mean, someone can say, oh, okay, food business is lucrative, and for somebody else, it's not, you know, it's not as lucrative. So it's what you believe to be true, what you believe to be your reality. And I'll say that for my reality, being in food business for way over 10 years now, right, I would say that it's a thriving it's a thriving arm of business if you choose to make that your reality.
Thank you. Speaking of your reality, it sounds very interesting. Maybe I was just jumping the gun, as it were. Can you tell us how you actually started this? Is it something that you've always wanted to do?
Maybe not exactly. So I was in paid employment, and
you were in paid employment?
Yes, I was in paid employment.
You were a banker, you were a lawyer?
No, I was in customer service. So I was working in a telecommunications company at the time, and I think it became a need. So it's pretty much, how the market is. I feel like every entrepreneur should identify the need, and you're able to meet it. So I was in paid employment at the time, and I think, food became like such an issue. I guess we got tired of what we were always eating. And then on a few occasions I come in and then I make different types of meals to work. And then, my colleagues just see, I'm like, babe, how far? Can you make this for us? And I think from there I picked up an interest in, okay, I could actually service, I could use my skills to serve people, and so I just started making in small quantities here and there. And before you knew it, this person hears, that person hears, this other person hears. I think at a certain point in my life, I just knew that, okay, God was leading me somewhere else. And, I prayed about it, and here we are.
Nneka, one thing I picked up from what you just said is that there was a need and you identified it and you chose to fill that particular need.
Right.
So invariably now, this food business, is it an all-comers affair? What can you do differently to stay afloat?
So I feel that for every business, I strongly advise that you're quite knowledgeable about it and you're able to grow with the trends, that evolve with the trends. So it's beyond, being, food business is lucrative. Oh yeah, let me do this. It's important that you're knowledgeable, right? And when I say knowledgeable, at least you have basic knowledge of how to put tomatoes and, onions together. That's one. I also strongly feel that, on a few occasions where I have mentees who say, oh, I'm not making so much profit, I started this business because it was passion. I think it's important that you also understand that there's a difference between passion and there's a difference between making profit as a business. So you can be passionate about something and you're not making any type of profit from it. So it's safe to say that that's a charity business. All right, you're probably cooking for your family, everybody's eating and they're excited. But the moment you want to go into food business, you should understand that there are basic things you should have knowledge of. What's your food costing? What's the percentage of profits that you're looking to make? It's not necessarily because I put 1,000 naira. At the time where I started years back, it was easy to say you're putting 1,000 naira into the business and you're going to get 2,000 naira. But it's way different now because things are way, more expensive than it used to be. So I strongly advise that, it's not for everyone. Food business is not for everyone. But if you're able to understand what is required, to run a business by having basic knowledge of, putting your ingredients together so that it can serve the masses and then it appeals to them. And then 2, your food costing. Get your costing right.
Getting your costing right.
It's so key. Getting your costing right. How much would it cost me to do this? Some of the basic things that we leave out, which, at the end, by the time you put them together, you realize that, oh, this is what's taking out my money. This is where I can cut costs. This is where I can reduce, wastage. This is, so those are basic things I feel that everyone who's going into food business should know. You should know your basic overhead
But
costs.
then you should know how to cook. Because I wonder sometimes, people operate restaurants and eateries and canteens and all of that. But you find out that when you eat those food being served at or being sold at those places, they're not really delicious. And I wonder how you open a restaurant when you actually cannot cook. How does that work?
So I know that, life has evolved and life is evolving as it is. But like I said, I think it's important that you have basic knowledge of what type of business you're doing. Okay. So, I would bring it to fashion. So you have, certain persons who are in fashion industry who don't necessarily know how to sew. But they have basic knowledge of, okay, this is how I pattern, this is how I want it, there are some core skills that I believe you should have. So, bringing it to those who, and like I say to people, I say that it's way different when you have to cook for one person and when you're cooking for 100 persons. You have to know how you're going to incorporate your ingredients, how you're going to infuse different elements of cooking into it. And, putting your heart into it. So I think I would just really encourage or, put it out there that for everyone who wants to do food business, you should have basic knowledge. Have basic knowledge of knowing how to cook whatever it is that you want to cook. Because, when I started, there were times where, so I started out doing small chops.
Yes.
Right, and there were days where I knew, I had an idea of the recipes. I knew how I wanted the small chops to look like. I knew, but I just felt, I can hire people to get it done. And on different occasions, I had them not showing up.
Disappointments.
Like they would not show up. And I'm like, and in that moment, my husband is like, babe, you need to learn this. You need to learn how to do it. And so I picked it up myself. I started frying puff. I started doing stuff by myself. So whether you choose to show up at work, so I think, as individuals and business owners, it's important that you empower yourself. So, you have an identity of your own, regardless of whether you have a great chef or you don't. So
let's talk about how far the industry has grown over the years. I know right now there are a whole lot of stakeholders in the value chain.
Absolutely.
You see lots of delivery men, people order foods online and, just at the tip of your finger, you get meals delivered to you. How far would you say social media and technology has or have indeed helped the sector?
I would say that social media has done a great deal it has done so much for the food business sector, for every business pretty much, because it has given us an edge. So I would say that we're now global competitors, right? So I don't necessarily have to know I don't necessarily have to know where I'm ordering from. Or let me rephrase. I would say it has made us global competitors. Social media has given everybody, an edge to be able to present yourself the way you want people to see you. So for instance, with my food business, you have cases where families in the diaspora order directly here for you to deliver to their families here in Nigeria. So I would say that, social media has helped a whole lot. It has given us, a level playing ground, so everybody's able to interact. Our businesses pictures are getting to the UK, your pictures are using different hashtags, your pictures are seen in Mexico, people want to identify, with the food, with the Nigerian food business industry in itself, because social media has, giving us an edge to be out there, and we're pretty much leveraging on that. So
let's talk about regulation now. Is this particular industry or sector regulated? Because if you had several people jumping on that particular bandwagon, how do we ensure quality? How do you ensure safety and standards as well?
Okay, so I know that we can do better here in Nigeria, to be honest, by having, necessary regulatory bodies that, are able to put checks and balances here and there. But I mean, you have different associations that are springing up, bringing some form of unity in the food industry. You have community groups where you can, leverage, knowledge and know what is expected. So I run a community group as well, where we're able to, help growing business owners, gather basic knowledge, have an understanding of the line of business that you're in. So I would say that has helped all them communities here and there and all that. But like I said, I feel that, as a nation, we can still do better by having regulatory, bodies who are able to put checks and balances. However, as a food business owner, I would encourage that you take up courses that can give you an edge, So when I pretty much started, I didn't know that there were certain courses that, that you could leverage on. But, right now you have food safety courses, that makes you certified, that helps to ensure, that gives customers some level of comfort that, okay, this person knows what she's doing. You also have HSE, HSE management courses, health and safety. You have for certain petroleum industries, there are certain courses you also have to, like the DPR certificate, and all of that. So I think that as you grow, it's important that you lay hold on all of this, certifications. It gives you an edge, in your business, and makes you credible.
But Nick, just as we round off, it's been very interesting learning about all of these trends. But I want you now to help someone who is actually starting out and who wants to get into this business. And I need someone like you who has been there, who has actually gone through the downs and the highs and the opportunities and, of course, the threats. Your camera is too. I just want you to look at it and just advise and give useful tips on how to start a food business in Nigeria.
Okay, I think first off, one thing that I would, say to whoever is watching is, know your why. Why do you want to do what you want to do? Right, that's one. Two would be that you must be able to numb yourself to limitations, numb your mind to seeing limitations and saying, okay, this is not working, this is not working. You must be able to numb yourself to such things. And most importantly, one of the scriptures that keeps me going is from Isaiah 50 verses 7, which says you should set your face like a flint and you will not be dismayed. So you must set your face on the one who has called you, on the one who has sent you, and one who is making it possible for you to make your food business grow. Set your face on him. Don't focus on anything else, because he would always give you direction, and that's the person of the Holy Spirit. He'd always direct you and show you which way to go and what steps to take. So do it afraid. Anyways, just start already, because time waits for no one. So start while you can.
All right, thank you so much. Indeed, you have given useful insights. What some people may need to go and pay courses, for to just acquire this knowledge. Indeed, we have been speaking with Nneka Adesonya. She is the founder, CEO of Super Dishes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Nneka, for sharing all these insights.
Thank you so much.
We do appreciate it.
I do appreciate. Thank you for having me.
It is indeed our pleasure.
All right.
All right, during the week, we were at the opening day of the 13th edition of the LAF, that's the Lagos Architect Forum, and it was themed, the city of Lagos, what is Lagos? It brought together experts to discuss issues, trends, and policies, among others, with the city of Lagos as the center of focus. We'll leave you with the highlight of this in the next report. My name is Justin Akadonye, Business Insight. Return again next week. Bye for now. Lagos is the fourth capital of Nigeria, known for its uniqueness as an economic hub, high-flying business hub, and a city that has long captivated people from all over the world. However, these architects have converged to share ideas and critical insights to effectively midwife a livable and sustainable Lagos state.
We try to analyze the physical development within the city of Lagos and see how we can get government to key into some of the suggestions that as professionals we think they should key into.
When we talk of the thriving city in the world, these are cities that never sleep.
What it is all about is to synergize, to interact with the private sector, the public sector, the manufacturers, the suppliers of building materials.
In recent times, incidences of building collapses have become recurring, even with a city as commercial as Lagos. As one wonders how this tide can be stemmed, government is advised to ensure monitoring, as enforcement does not stop when approval is given. The professionals believe that state government should domesticate the national building code, as well as show political will to stop the menace.
The building code actually has some compliance forms built into the document, such that at various stages of the development of the building of a building, you have relevant professionals signing off at different stages.
Are we shying away from our responsibilities? Are we ready to take up our responsibilities? And to be honest with you, please be ready for more collapses, because if we are not ready to do the right thing, then be sure that these tragedies will continue to occur.
Until we can have a proper governance structure on the construction process, where we start to track who designs, who supervises, what are the stages of construction, what are the stages of certification, and it's available on a digital platform. This is why this is Lagos.
The NIS shows that it will continue in its advocacy role as watchdogs to promote best practices in the building procurement process to avert ugly consequences of building failures and collapses.
Hello and welcome. On today's episode of One on One, we'll be focusing on writing and migration. Now, writing is a talent for some, and for some it's a skill. Now, there are different categories of people who enjoy writing on different levels, and writing has become a required skill in the 21st century to succeed, whether you're in business, whether you're in academic, career, or any sphere of life. Now, Uwamma Odefa is a best-selling author of romance novels that spotlight lifestyle and social situations in Nigeria and Africa. She's a media personality as well as a human resource professional with a focus on organizational development and change management. She currently lives in Europe and is a partner migration consultant for Euronationale. Thank you, Wana. Yes, you live in Europe, but you're right here with us in Nigeria and Lagos today. Thank you for joining us.
Like it's really hot and humid right now.
Oh, well, enjoy the heat before you go back into the freezing cold.
Briefly.
So thank you. So now let's talk about writing.
Yes.
Now, how does a budding writer begin to hone his skill? His talent to become a skill. So you have this gift, you know you can write, but how do you hone it to become so effortlessly at
Practice. I think that's just the best you can do. Start. Some people think, I have to wait until I'm perfect or at a certain level to put it out there. But I think just start with whatever you've got, put it out, then the feedback would help you hone those skills. And then also look at your peers. It's not something I do, but I recommend it, because I always feel like if I look at what others are writing, then it can influence my tone.
Okay.
Yeah, but for most people, they find that it helps them to focus. If I'm having a specific challenge, maybe describing certain scenarios, then I can research that particular scenario based on how other writers describe it. But other than that, I'll just say practice. There are a lot of platforms for budding writers to put their work out for free. And then people read it and give you feedback, and then based on that you can, that's actually how I started writing as an author.
Oh, okay.
writing my novels. I put it out on a free reading app, and it was just something I started out of not just boredom, but I was in a rough space at the time, and it was an outlet for me. And I put the first few chapters, and I kept getting, so when's the next chapter? So when's the next chapter? You know, and I thought, and by the time I was getting midway through, people were like, look, don't give this thing away for free. It's too good. It's as good as any published work out there, so make money off of it. So I yanked it off from the free app.
Okay, and then?
Finished the book and put it on the major book reading platforms in Nigeria, Africa, and I guess globally, the major ones everyone knows. I don't know if I'm allowed to say their names, but they are out there. And I started making money.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so you've even delved to like 2 of my questions already.
Right.
I want to ask you, how did you develop your own passion for writing? So tell us, say you're in a difficult space, so what happened?
Well, prior to that, I've always been someone who loved to write,
okay.
Even as a child. Short stories. I was always the best in English, best in literature, prize winner at school. And even in the course of my career, when it comes to writing, even adverts, job descriptions, writing just generally comes easy for me. Business plans, all of that. I mean, it was already a gift that I had. I just had to channel it, I guess, and I get easily not distracted, but my attention span I get bored easily.
Okay.
So I could start the story and, okay, I'm bored with this right now. One of my books really stretched me because it became a living thing. The story just kept writing, like, look, I'm 30 chapters in, I'm done. But for some reason, it just kept going. So the passion has always been there, I guess. I just needed to find the right push to actually create something out of it.
Okay, so let's talk about money, because you said you started making money from it. Like every other business, does writing really pay?
Now, define really pay, because for some greedy person, really pay might be $1 million every month or $3 million every month. So, I mean, it's just one source of income for me. And right now, these days, you've got to have several sources of income. Otherwise, the economy is going to cripple you.
Yeah.
So you've got your day job, you've got your writing, you've got all sorts of platforms. And then because I've got them in several places, and some of those platforms pay you in foreign currency, so that helps a little.
Okay, so I know that you're a HR professional, so how do you find time to balance between doing a regular day job and finding time to write and also to read? Because I hear that for you to be a writer, you must be a reader as well. So how do you find time to balance this?
Okay, let me take the second aspect of being a reader to be a writer. I don't know, I feel like that's a myth.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was an avid reader as a much younger person, as a child to early adulthood, but I don't read that much anymore. I mean, beyond business-related books and all, but as for prose, I mean, some of the famous books out there, like, oh, this person writes, you sort of write like this person, or this author. Have you read any of her books? Do you know her? Never heard of her, or I've never read her books, you know. So I don't think that to be a good writer, you have to be a good reader. I think you just have to have imagination. And then, of course, work on your craft in terms of skills, actually understanding grammar, tenses, you know, the sentence construction and all of those things. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
And then the first part was, how do I find time?
To balance, yes. I
used to have a boss who did several things at the same time. I used to wonder, you know, and I used to pray, God, please just give me energy to be this kind of person. Unfortunately, I think I'm blessed with that kind of energy. I don't get that many hours of sleep, and I'm more functional at night. So I think I just find a way. I don't know. I think that if it interests you, you'll find the time and the energy for it. If it's something you've got a passion for, you do it. Of course, there are times when you feel overwhelmed because you've got lots of work to do, lots of deliverables on one hand, and I've got like, let's say 3 or 4 caps at the moment. So, but sometimes you might drop the ball on 1 or 2 things, but you have to be adept enough to pick it up.
All right. Okay, well, we have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. And on this episode today, we're talking about writing. Wama is telling us of how she draws a balance and how she makes money from it. I wanted to find out from you. You write romance, and in Nigeria, this romance niche, does it really sell? Is there like a huge following for it in Nigeria?
First of all, I don't just write romance, I write erotica.
Aha.
Yeah. You know, so
Wama.
don't look at me different.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying for the Nigerian market. How has that helped in the, you know?
When I first put my very first book, Stormy Passion, on one of the, I think it's probably Africa's biggest reading platform, and before I put it there, when I started writing this book and a few of my friends read it, there's a group I belong to, some of them are quite righteous, you know, and they're like, oh no, this book won't sell in Nigeria, you know Nigerians are religious, you know Nigerians are XYZ. And I said, well, I've written it, there's not much I can do, let's see the reaction. So I put it on this platform, and in 2 weeks I became their highest bestseller.
Oh wow.
So I beat out the business books, I beat out famous authors whose books they had on their platform. So I was telling the owner of the app that, look, I was getting this feedback, sir, you know how we are, we are religious in the outside. You know, so people read them. And then I did an anthology with about 20 other African romance writers, and they gave the same feedback. One of them is an LGBTQ writer, and her books are doing very well. So yeah, there's a huge market. It might be a closet market, but there is a market.
Interesting. So why don't you give like an advice, or what will you say to someone who is writing? And you know how with everything we always have this imposter syndrome, or how you feel this is not good enough, this is not good enough, you're training to the brain. How does that person move on from there? What will you say to the person?
I think maybe say to yourself, okay, yes, I'm an imposter, so what? Just put it out there anyway. And understand that everybody has these feelings. I was having this very conversation with a friend of mine who's the MD of a major oil company in Africa. They're like the biggest, you know, oil provider in Africa. He was just made MD last year, and he tells me when he's sitting with, you know, these oil billionaires and they're having it, he keeps pinching me like, should I be here? So if someone like him is having that, and I told him this is called imposter syndrome. Oh, that he's never even heard of it. I said, that's what it's called. So just tell yourself, remind yourself that you've come this far. You've already gotten in the room, then you deserve to be in the room. So if you've written a book and one person has told you it's fantastic, then it's fantastic. You're fantastic. Just have that at the back of your mind. Of course, that imposter syndrome will always whisper to you. Have a support system too, that helps. Okay. I mean, I know some of these women who are my friends who are religious, but they say, look, Wama, I won't read your book, but I know you are gifted. I've seen other writing you've done, so just run with it. So find yourself a support system.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's talk about the other side of you, because you're a woman with many moving parts. HR professional. Let's talk about migration, because I feel like it's migration season in Nigeria. You meet someone now, they're relocating, and it's not Canada, it's somewhere in Europe, they're moving to the UK, everybody just going out of the country. But also on the flip side, what I also worry about is that there are many people that are, two things. So maybe this is a two-pronged question. There's some people, as funny as easy as it is now, some people are still going illegally, because last year, for example, I interviewed some people who were, I would say scammed, but they were trafficked. They were told that they were going to migrate them to, I think, somewhere in Europe, and then they found themselves going through Kano, and from like that, they ended up in Libya, had to stay in Libya for like 2 years. Yes, like that, and, you know, working, both male and female, you know. So, what do people need to know? So it's exciting, you want to live in another country, but what do you need to know, and what skills are you required to have?
Okay, first of all, migration season in Nigeria didn't just start. It's been here for at least a decade. It's just that it seems that with each passing year, it becomes more frenetic.
True.
You know, everyone's like, okay, it's now. And then your circle begins to be impacted by the season. So it feels like everybody you know is talking about it. So it has been around for a while. And I think that people get into trouble because they don't realize that there are so many choices out there. Most people are focused on Canada, the US, the UK. That's about it. But there's a whole world out there that you can, migrate to and make a difference in. And these countries, small but countries with strong economies, are looking for what we call international talent. We don't like to call them migrants or immigrants. International talent. They are looking for these people. So all you need to do is redirect your focus. And then again, you need to vet who, anybody can tell you they're, but they've got to show you proof that they've either moved other people there or they themselves have moved there. And then also, I think a lot of people think that once you're maybe at a certain life stage or you're at a certain level, it's harder for you, so you have to do it through underhanded means. And a lot of us Nigerians, we like the
back door.
Yes, because we feel, okay, we're already disqualified, so let's just find a back door. There's no disqualification. It doesn't matter your age, your status in life, whether you went to school or not, or how long ago you left school. There are countries, especially in Europe, which is my area of focus, there are ways to get in legally. And in literally months, you would have a temporary residence permit.
Oh,
literally months. And the only reason why some of these countries is taking months now is because of COVID. So there's skeletal services, most people are working from home. So for the few people who are working in the offices, they are few and can impact output. But otherwise, can be done legit.
Yeah, really. Okay, let's talk, I'll take another question before we go on a break. Let's talk about moving, abroad, moving away from your home country, settling like in so many ways, your work ethics, adjusted into the lifestyle there. What was it like for you moving out of Nigeria and living in Europe?
Well, because I'm pretty well traveled, not so hard, because I tend to make several trips in a year and usually to Europe. So it wasn't so hard. But when it comes to actually living there, working there with other people, it's different. And I would like to say that if there's one thing you would say about Nigerians living abroad is that they're hard workers, hard and smart workers. So a lot of these companies, they are super impressed by how hard we work, that it just blows their mind because they pamper people abroad. Here, everything is by fire, by force, So now we go there with that attitude, like, okay, I know what I went through to get here, so I have to do the work, earn my stay, And I think we're just natural. Things that most people I don't know how to put it, but we tend to give it all. We pour ourselves into it. Everything is, we have to get it done. So there, it's more chill and laid back, and then you come. Yes, it might actually make people resent you a bit because even in some of my colleagues look at me like, So I get that air of overachiever. Yes, but hey, my journey is different from yours.
Okay, we'll take another quick break, and after this break, Wama will still be here with me. Thank you for staying with us. I am speaking with Wama, and we are talking about different things. We've talked about writing earlier on. Now we're talking about migration. We're just talking about, different things. So, Wama, let's talk about. So it's fantastic that you talked about Nigerians and their work ethics and how they work smartly. But let's also, is there a flip side to this? Is there also Nigerians who don't realize that, look, this is not home anymore. I can't behave anyhow or do anyhow?
Yes, that's on the other side as well, because there's good and bad, So while I've also encountered the Nigerians who would work hard, put in their best, there are also, a lot of the times, yes, you're working hard, you're working smart, there's also integrity questions. So you find people looking for shortcuts, you find people also looking for ways they're not focused on the work because they're thinking, okay, is this the best place for me, or can I still go to Canada? So they're distracted, and then they're just people who just feel like, look, just understand that, anyhow we go rough them. I hear that you don't know how common that phrase is, anyhow, we go run them, and I always give run what? You can't bring that same attitude that you think you were leaving behind with others, and then bring it here, and it won't affect you. I know someone who lost his job, and this is a great job that people, try to get. He got it in a short space of time. It's a major financial company, global financial company. Got a great job, paying well, and then through really silly ethics decision. Him and his friend decided to dub one thing or the other, and HR found out.
Oh,
while
wow.
one of them, and they were both Nigerians, while one of them was feeling a tad, bad about it, the other was like, anyhow, no mind them, we go talk to them, go. That's not the case here. They will bring out policies and procedures for you. And I said to my friend who was telling me about it, if I was HR, we wouldn't even have a meeting about it. I will type your letter and you are out.
Wow. Let's talk about racism, because I think one of the worries for many people, in fact, this morning I saw a video, how does one deal with racism when, they move out of the country?
Now, that's a tricky question because you will find racism. I'm glad to say it's not something I've experienced, or maybe I've experienced and I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
Because I think we've been so saturated with that word racism that we see it everywhere. So someone says to me, my colleague gave me an African mask for Secret Santa. She's an African American, and she's like, these racist people. And I'm thinking, wow, African mask, that's nice. And she's, attacking me for being naive or being stupid or being pretentious. For me, I didn't see it as racism. So I think people, it's a function of perception. And again, just try not to see racism everywhere. Because I don't think it's as common as they make us think it is. And then when you do encounter it, I think the best way to handle it is deal with it on an as-is basis. So it's this one you're dealing with. Stop trying to deal with global racial issues. Just deal with that one in front of you in its situation and in its presence and move on.
Let's go back to writing. Now, you talked about the fact that you wrote a collection with some other writers. How did you break into the international market?
The beauty of it is that there is an international market for Black authors, especially Black female authors, and there are a lot of Africans in diaspora and Blacks in other nationalities who are always looking for stories that represent them. So we grew up reading Mills and Bones. It's always white people in there. When we even see someone mixed with something else, it's exciting. But now you can find lots of stories about people who sound and talk like you and who come from your background. So there's a ready and waiting market. And to break into the international market, it's easier if you use those international platforms.
Okay.
So go where they are.
All right, so let's talk about the Nigerian market, because oftentimes some writers have complained and said that they sell more on international platforms than in the local market. Have you found this to be true for you?
Yes and no. Yes, because Nigerians like imported stuff, or they like Nigerians who have made it abroad. Now they want to sort of farms, as we say. So then that it becomes, this Nigerian who's doing well internationally, then they want to okay, there was one news anchor, news platform on Instagram, news page. They write about successful Nigerians. So I wrote a DM to them, that I'm doing this, and it's not common you find Nigerian erotic writers. Would you like to, let's talk about that? Said, no, we don't know you. That's actually their words. We don't know you. We know, and then they started listing Nigerian international authors who had made it big. Said, okay, don't worry, you'll come to me. Time will come, you'll come to me.
So it's the thing of, okay, well, like you said, we don't appreciate our own. We don't, find it very, we don't appreciate it, bottom line. Well, do you think there's like a glass ceiling for female writers in Nigeria?
I don't believe there is. And maybe that would get a different response from someone else. But I've always been one who does not believe in ceilings. If it's there, we'll break it. So I don't believe there's one. I just believe that if you put in the work, position yourself in the right situation, surround yourself with the right people, that really you would go beyond your imagination.
Okay, my last question to you, Wamma, is how are you able to do it? You're an HR professional, you're a media personality, you're also a writer. How did you find time and say that, okay, I want to be an HR professional, and then I move into media, and then I started writing?
I can be quite organized. As a matter of fact, when I was coming in and the lady at the airport here who was going through my bag said, wow, this is really organized, everything in its place. I said, yes, so that when I dip my hand with my eyes shut, I know where I'm going and what I'm reaching for. So it's essentially the same. I'm big on to-do lists. I call them my hot lists, you know. So everything has to be done at a certain time. Of course, not all the time that it happens. And then a lot of times my weekends are also, you know, for things that interest me. So I'm not really out partying. I've never been much of a party person. Once in a while, I hang out with friends, that's it. I think my only other vice is movies.
I love watching movies too. Yep. All right, Mama, we have to have you here again. I hope you'll find time, even if it's via Zoom.
Oh, that would be
because
nice.
I know you're just in town for a short period. Yes. All right, that's our episode on One today. I hope you've learned so many things because Wana is a woman of many moving parts. So see you again sometime soon. My name is Fuminu Ajefi. Thank you for joining us. Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, you know, it just thought, you know, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still at that point didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember, you know, when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. I don't want to. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here. I know this man. I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So I went back to my dad and I said, you know, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, you know, your son has obviously run mad. You know, after all the money we paid, you know, sending him to university, now he says he wants to be a cook. You know, that talk to your son, you know, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. You know, she tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said, he thought it was a phase. He thought, you know what, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, you know, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, you know, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I'd worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. You know, so when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this? Why are we doing it for so long? So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions. And that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. You know, part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, it was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. You know, big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come for. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, you know, people got excited. And I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Red Dish 2 of them still work in Red Dish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki. And this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that, why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, you know, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it, that, you know, this is never going to work. You know, people thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, you know, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French Culinary School where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You know, you don't have any support from the government, you don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, the different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Isi and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance, because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in a corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick. So the dollar is increasing every time. If you get a finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible, so that we are not, shackled and tied up. But, you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean, basically, like I said, I started small. And when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture, living in the UK, so I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. We're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single-location full-service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for a restaurant after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away. However, in Nigeria, the fast food industry is a major contributor to the economy, and it is one of the most lucrative businesses in Nigeria today. The annual value of the fast food business in Nigeria was 250 billion naira in 2015, which is approximately $700 million. The Association of Fast Food and Confectioners of Nigeria indicated that the size of the fast food industry in Nigeria grows at the rate of 4% annually, with a rapid rate of return on investment. According to a research paper, the number of fast food restaurants in Nigeria is increasing at a geometric rate and may double in 5 years.
I think one of the biggest inspirations for starting up the culinary school was the fact that restaurants were going abroad to bring in chefs. So they would go and hire their head chef and pay him in dollars, amounting to millions. They'll give them accommodation, travel, all of that as a package. And then they'll find people that were not trained chefs, hire them, and then pay them peanuts, and then all of that. So, for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen. So that was one of my biggest inspirations. And for me, we've worked with a lot of restaurants. We still work with a lot of restaurants. And for me, it was about showing them that we can grow our own talents here. We have a lot of talented chefs that came out of Red Dish, some earning over $1 million now as chefs in restaurants. And that, for me, is what keeps me going, because there's a lot of time I think, this is getting a lot. But when I see my students doing great things, growing up in the ranks, and then remembering back to when I was trying to look for a job and they were offering me 30,000 naira as a chef, even though I just came back from the UK, that was what really, this is the things that I look at and I say, I have to keep going for the thousands of people that still have this dream of becoming a chef and working as a chef. But I think restaurants are getting more open to the idea of we don't have to go abroad. We have a lot of homegrown talents. We have a culinary school in Nigeria now that we can go to and they can give us chefs. So part of our program here also is when you finish your professional chef's training, there's an internship for 3 months in a restaurant or hotel. So by the time you go there and gain some experience there, most of these restaurants will want to retain you. So again, we're trying to help to create jobs and create opportunities for some of our students. So for me, I have a restaurant project that is 5 years in the making. And the reason it's 5 years in the making is I want to get it right. I'm not in a hurry to get it. It's going to be called the Burgundy. It's Africa. It's not just Nigeria. So the idea is I have a tour of Africa this year. I'm going to travel to 10 countries in Africa. I'm going to Namibia shortly, and then Ethiopia. And the idea is to go and experience food, experience cultures, and bring back a little bit of what I experienced to the table at the Burgundy. So I'm going to do 10 countries and end back in Nigeria here for the launch of the restaurant, which hopefully would be one of the first restaurants in Africa to be internationally recognized and hopefully win a Michelin star. I think our palates are opening up a bit more. I think 10 years ago, if I brought lobster for you or I brought you oysters, you'd be revolted, you'd be repulsed, you'd be like, what is this? You won't want to eat it, you'd be scared. But I think more people are more traveled now. The networks and TV networks have shown more food programs, international food programs. A lot more people know ingredients that they didn't know 10 years ago. So I think the culture is changing. People's palates are opening more. They are more willing to try new things. They are seeing how to cook more things. So I think definitely we're going in the right direction. I would say it's a tough business. Just knowing how to cook is not enough. A lot of people think because they can cook or because their families have said, oh, your food is amazing, you should start a business. A lot of them think, let's go for it. But you need to also learn the business side of food. People say, oh, you can't go wrong with food. That's a lie. You can easily go wrong with food. And a lot of food businesses close every year. You just see them, they start up and they can't survive. So you have to understand the business side of it. If you don't understand it, then you need to find somewhere to learn and educate yourself. And with being a chef, you can never stop learning. Learning I learn every day. I open up a book, I look online, I go on TV. I'm learning. The best chefs in the world are the ones that continuously learn and they are not too proud. So don't be hasty to become a celebrity chef or be an Instagram chef. Learn your trade, learn your craft, better yourself, and continue learning. That's what I would advise.
The success that restaurant businesses has met with can be attributed to the fact that eating is a necessity. As a matter of fact, it is the number one need of man. Another factor that has contributed to the success of restaurant businesses is the busy lifestyle that an average Nigerian leads. Most people are so busy that they consider home cooking a waste of time. The business, when planned and executed well, rarely experiences poor sales. Even when other commodities experience poor sales, restaurant business thrives. This is largely attributed to the limitless target market for the business. Despite the success of the industry, please be warned, it is not rosy all the way. Running a restaurant is quite a tedious task. In fact, it is one of the most stressful businesses to run in Nigeria. The biggest risk for the restaurant industry is rising wages and food costs. If you're not constantly working to improve profitability and grow your revenue, the costs will take over. Despite the challenges associated with owning a restaurant, many individuals have found successes in this sector of the economy. According to Chef Heroes, in an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, I started my business with 25,000 naira, and today we are a multi-million naira company. A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we're trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they're not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they're not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. Someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana which, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, you know, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish. And what you do will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your Red Dish Chronicles." And the name everybody started saying Red Dish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck, and I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Red Dish, the culinary school will be called Red Dish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the space, the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, "You guys must do this," and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. You know, so I use that because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, your program. We sit down, we talk, timeless conversations. My guest today is a very well-known face, very well-known name, who has successfully combined humility with success, being able to stay in the limelight without any controversy. I'd like to welcome to the program, Akin Lewis. Akin Lewis is an award-winning actor, director, and producer. He has been in the industry for over 46 years. Akin fell in love with acting from the age of 12. His father regularly bought him comics and literature books to broaden his knowledge. Akin started his education in Zaria and later moved to Ibadan, where he attended Lagelu Grammar School. He read drama and had a first class in acting and directing from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Akin also got initial training in NTV Ibadan. In 1980, Why Worry, a situation comedy on NTA Ibadan, made Akin Lewis popular. His experience also runs into the corporate world. At different times, Akin had worked with a bank, Globacom, and others. He speaks Yoruba, English, Bulgarian, and French fluently.
And you become the real first lady. VIP will be too small. As a matter of fact, it will be VVVIP.
Baba Toby, hey! If you become the president, Igara me up, my shoulder will be higher than shoulder pad. Igara talking, I will just be dashing money up and down.
Which money are you dashing?
No, Baba Toby, so you won't give me money?
That money is the money that my own that I give you. You can even employ a special assistant for money distribution. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's nice to see you. Now, straight up, let me say that we used to be neighbors. We lived in the same estate before, right? And of course, in the course of our professions, we have met in the course of our careers, not professions, because we're in the entertainment profession, right? Now, to the person out there, who is Akin Louis?
Well, Akin Louis, well, I normally say that what you see is what you get. I'm an embodiment of so many things.
Share it with us.
Okay. People don't know that I read drama. Actually, I have a master's degree, first class, in acting and directing.
Okay.
Yes, and I got trained at NTA, but it was NTV in those days.
Yes.
For about 10 years, just to be a producer, an actor, and a director.
Yeah.
And then, because people just see you and they don't know. Others don't even know that I also worked in the corporate world.
Yeah.
And I did that for about 22 years, combining both.
Yes.
And at directorate level, really. And I'm a well-traveled person. I speak languages. And, well, like I said, what you see is what you get.
So tell me about your background. That's background, early years.
Yes. I remember that I grew up in the north, in Zaria.
So you speak Hausa?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
I speak several languages.
Wow.
I speak Hausa. And growing up in the north was rugged, because in those days it wasn't well developed. Zaria wasn't as developed
as it is today.
And the weather was dry, hard, harsh, and all of that. But we used to live in the GRA, the quarters they call it. They used to call it in those days. And big compound. I had neighbors that you had leases, I had dogs, and with my sister, we were all doing that. But when the pogrom started, that thing that led to the Civil War.
Yes.
I was almost killed. Matter of fact, I was killed.
Say that again.
I was almost killed.
Yes.
But in the mind of the fellow who did it,
okay,
he killed me already.
Tell me that.
Yeah, because what they did was, as it is, I was a lot lighter, and then I have this mark.
Okay.
And,
this.
So I passed easily for an Igbo boy.
Wow.
And that's what they didn't bother to find out. This mark, which I got from a broken bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did that come there?
I fell into the gutter years before.
Yeah.
And so that had healed. My father said you shouldn't stitch it.
Stitch it, so it healed on its own.
But when they saw it now, they thought I was Igbo.
Yeah.
It's a humility.
Yeah.
And so they just puzzled me up like a goat. Yes. And put the knife there. What saved my life was that he now started to chant this whatever.
He was chanting.
Yeah. And then my mother came running out of the house. Somebody had told her.
Yeah.
And she just barged into us and everybody
ran helter-skelter.
Now my mother, until she died, was very fair-skinned. Really fair.
Yeah.
And that was where I got my color from then. And then she had tribal marks. You see? That was another thing that saved also.
Wow.
Because she didn't have, they would have killed her first.
Oh, okay. Where was she from? Ibadan. Ibadan. Oh, Ibadan. Okay.
Yeah, she's from the royal family in Ibadan.
Yeah.
So she had this Ila from Ibadan, and that was saved us. So eventually, when everybody settled down, they knew my father.
Oh, God.
They just didn't know that I was his son.
I was the son.
And so when everybody settled down, it was like, okay, is him sorry, you're sorry. And then they went across to kill somebody else. In lieu And then they said, okay,
No
that's
more.
it too. You should forgive us with the engineer.
So that's how you actually were killed.
Yeah.
But didn't die.
I didn't die, but that's how I was killed. And then my father came back. And that's how he sent everybody down south.
He remained there.
He remained, working.
Yeah.
Sent everybody down
Where
south.
was he working there?
In the railways. He was an engineer.
Okay.
And that's how we came back home. And the war started.
Wow.
From all of those.
Okay, so now you returned to Ibadan.
Had to do primary 6 again. And then got into secondary school.
Which secondary school was
Grammar School.
it? Okay.
Yeah. And I'm proud of that school.
Yes.
That's the school that the former governor attended.
Which one of them?
Ajimobi.
Ajimobi.
Yes,
Oh, that's the school. Okay, so he
was my senior.
You're all right.
And then you remember Penkelemes?
Yes.
Who was the running? He was my junior.
Oh, that's the one who ran against Ajimobi and
That's
even
right.
ran against
No,
against the
Makinde.
current Makinde. Yes. Okay. That's Adelabu.
That's right.
Yes.
So that's where we all went. And later on, I went to Ife.
Okay.
Studied drama.
Drama.
On Nashoinka.
Okay, and then that's how you got into NTV.
NTV, nowhere.
NTA.
The point is, I actually got into NTA before I went to Ife.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well.
Because when I finished,
Yes.
Immediately I finished secondary school, I joined the troop.
All right.
A troop led by Professor Bodishowande.
Bodishowande, yes.
UI there.
Yes.
Udu Films.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started learning the rudiments of theatre and all that.
Theatre and all that.
And that's how I got into NTA.
Yeah. Okay.
As an actor.
Okay, so you were already working.
Yes, I was working
before you went back
before I
to
went
school.
yeah.
Okay, that's my story too.
You
So
know.
that's my story too.
And then when I finished, I came back to NTA.
20, yeah.
And then I went abroad.
Okay.
To do my masters.
Oh, you
I came
did.
back to NTA.
Oh, okay.
Then I left. Came back. I came to Lagos, I think, 89 or something.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. That was when you moved into our estate.
Yeah,
That's what,
yes. In the early 90s.
Okay, you came in the early
I
90s.
used to be in Didolu.
The Dolu, yes. It was across the road, yes, in Oba, yes. Yes. Okay. So now, your corporate world experience is actually not known to many people.
No, it's not.
Was that deliberate on your part?
Well, deliberate.
Or did the entertainment part overshadow it?
No, even in entertainment, I'm not loud to. That's just how I am. I think that one's work should speak,
Mm-hmm.
for who you are. I'm not of the mode of, just jumping into publicity.
But before you joined Glow,
Yes.
you worked in an
In
advertising.
the bank.
Uh-huh.
We were living
Together.
I was in the bank.
Okay.
Working with the Reverend Agwiti.
Okay. Yes.
And then I worked with CMC.
CMC Connect.
Yes.
Yes.
I was there. And then before CMC, I was with Center Spread.
Center Spread, yes. Yeah.
And then later, I joined Mike in Globacom.
Okay, in Globalcom, yes.
Yes.
Now, what was the experience like combining the corporate engagement with your entertainment vocation?
Yes.
What was it like? How were you able to do
It
that?
wasn't a vocation, though. For me, it was a career. Let me say this. I have worked very hard. Because I think being a director also helped me. Because all I needed to do was plan, get it to the boys, the managers, and everybody's executing. And then later I will come and reevaluate and all of that. But my weekend, I had no weekends. There are times I had no nights. I would shoot overnight. Then, of course, when I get holidays, I'm back in the field, just doing all of that. That's how I used to combine these things.
But what was pushing you? What was it that made you want to do that?
When we started acting, drama as it were, there was no money in it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is my 49th year.
Yes.
There was no money in it. It was okay because we were single.
Mm-hmm.
But then we started getting married.
Yes.
And problems started.
Mm-hmm.
Wife, children, school,
Yes.
this and that. And I saw my mates my colleagues, their homes were disintegrating. So, according to my people, Muyara and Ogun,
Okay.
so I now said, listen, no. And I had the certificates. So I just said, let me go back to the other side.
Yeah.
Get money from there to leave and keep doing my stuff. And that's exactly what I did.
So it was like, it was a desire not to fail
Absolutely.
on the home front
Absolutely. To provide a very good.
and lose your first love,
That's right.
which is acting, drama, and all that.
Absolutely.
And so you went into that other side
Yes.
and made a good success of it.
Absolutely.
But now you're in retirement there.
Oh, yes. I did a 360 again. In 2009.
Yes.
I left the corporate.
And
I'm back here.
So fully now you're
Fully.
into entertainment.
Since then.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about some other issues that I know had happened to you in the past and how you were able to navigate the storm.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Welcome back. I'm still talking with Akin Louis. Now, let's go into that area you wanted to say,
Yeah.
the home front.
Yeah.
How were you able to sustain that home before the bubble burst? Because I know the bubble burst at some point. Yes.
I mean, Humpty fell and you couldn't put it back.
Oh Lord, that's even worse.
Yeah. I mean, with all these monies I was getting from the other side, I was able to, I mean, my children were going to the best schools.
Yeah.
You know, my wife was comfortable. Everybody, I had my car, they had their car. And, you know, we were living ever after. And then suddenly something burst. But it wasn't me.
Yeah, well, people say you fall in and out of love. So, love took a holiday or something.
I don't know about that. Maybe she did, but I never did. Because she, you know, we were together, we dated for like 7 years. And then got married for like, officially for like 21 years.
Yeah.
And then she was.
There's this thing that the women folk sometimes say that men don't have emotions. Do men have
I don't know what
emotions?
they're talking about. Men have emotions. I was born by women.
Yeah.
Our mothers raised us.
Yeah.
And they have emotions, they put them in us.
Yeah.
We have just been trained by our daddies, by experiences and all that to be in control. You know, you hold down everything. It is said that a man cannot
Should
just
not
break
cry.
down in public and all that.
Do you subscribe to that?
No, I don't. If you want to cry, cry.
Cry.
You'll feel better.
Yes.
And then you
I subscribe to that too. You feel like crying, please cry.
Yeah, you know.
When you cry, people will know something is wrong with
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
And they can step in. When you pretend that everything is all right, then you're looking for trouble. Exactly. Exactly. But when that happened, when there was that falling apart in the marriage and all that, how were you able to cope?
It was quite an experience because I wasn't prepared for it. I wasn't ready, in fact. And it's more like a striker in football, and you are seeing the goal.
Yeah.
You're already seeing the goal you want to score, and then somebody just clears you from behind, and you know, all sorts of injuries and all of that.
Yeah.
It was hard, but I had to get up and go.
Yeah, because I know that there was a time you were totally under the radar. We didn't hear anything about you. We didn't see you. We were not seeing you in any movies, nothing.
It was deliberate, you know. I needed that time to get myself together, you know, and then, you know, just keep moving. And because I'm not really a publicity person, so to speak, it was easier for me to do that. Yeah, I don't really like publicity. That's an aberration.
Yeah, it's,
considering that I'm in this.
Yeah, in this line of work,
and but that helped me. It helped me a lot, and it didn't become, I managed it such that it didn't become a scandal. Because people would have, you know the way it is, they would have gone to town with it. And I wasn't ready at that time, you know, but it's okay. Everything has settled down.
Yes, everything is settled now.
Yeah, and we are moving.
Yes, and one of your daughters got married recently.
I got married in December.
In December.
Yes.
Okay, so you're on the way to becoming a grandfather.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Long time coming. We forget that we are senior citizens.
We are. That's where we are now. That's where we are now. And then talking about senior citizenship, in acting, in entertainment, is there enough being done to prepare the upcoming generation for the roles they have to play?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Even, I don't know the curricula these days in schools. But when we were there, it was arts for art's sake. Nobody taught us about the business of arts or the emotions of arts and all of that. You know, so we didn't have enough money. But these days, when values are broken down, it's money, 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 money. Still, I don't think our young ones are prepared. What I do on my own is on every set, and I do go on set a lot, I mentor so many. Do not eat with your 10 fingers. This is a profession that, you know, there are no gratuities. I have retired twice now.
Yes.
Public sector and private sector. You know, they will give you something to take home.
Yes.
But here, you may not get somebody to give you something. But along the line, you could make so much money.
Yes.
Try and save up something.
Okay.
Invest something so that, you know, when you get to become a senior citizen, you can. But you know how the young are. They hear you, but they need to experience some down time, some down stuff before they believe.
I even think that there are some experiences you've got to have before you learn.
Absolutely.
If you don't have those experiences, you'll just be pretending. Now, the entertainment scene in Nigeria has evolved beyond what it was in your own early days.
Oh, yes.
How can we ensure that the artist benefits maximally from this boom in the entertainment world in Nigeria? Especially as it relates to acting.
Yes. I know it's a tough thing. Right now, it depends on individuals. That's what I was trying to explain. I have lived quite a checkered life.
Yes.
And my pedigree is such that you can see from the corporate to entertainment and all of that. Go to really good schools and all of that.
Yes.
Abroad, speak languages, interact. So all of that come to play for me. So my 2 feet are firmly on the ground. But most of our young ones are, you know, we deal with life.
Yes.
But it could be ephemeral too because we just do it. Some may not have seen it, you know, and they just do what they have to do. And like you said, you may need to experience certain things.
Yes.
Just so that
before your eyes will open.
Very clearly, yeah.
Yes.
So the risk is high that the young will smash up before they can build up.
Yeah, but I want you to look into your corporate world experience and make a suggestion to the younger generation.
Well, like I said, you need to save up. Don't eat with all of your fingers.
In what areas? What areas would you recommend for investment purposes, for instance?
Okay. Well, what I have done over the years is to build.
Yeah.
We have properties.
Yeah.
Which are solid on ground. I also have a film that I just made.
Oh, good.
Cinematic.
Oh.
You know, that's an asset. We'll premiere in May and all of that. It goes down the line. You know, so and then of course you can invest if you have the cash abroad in Europe or in America. Given that our naira is weak and always falling and all of that. So it's not about how much. It's just the Just having that being able to do it.
Is the effort.
You know, and so that's what I think they should do.
Yeah.
Rather than live in hotels, buy the latest cars, and then drink champagne that is 1 million naira and all of that.
live tomorrow's life today. and live today's life tomorrow. Terrible thing. Okay, so being a communications marketing specialist, your experience has come to play in the roles you have acted.
Yes.
How would you recommend the kind of training, even if it's a short-term type, for the young entrants into the profession? Because it's not everybody who would be favored to have gone through your kind of training.
Yeah.
What would you recommend they do?
Well, I always say this, like you have to get trained. Even a mechanic, they have apprentices, they get trained.
You do.
So I say, if you can go to school, go to school. When you finish, come back. This thing will still be there. Or if you can go to school, then you can train under some masters.
Yes.
You know, for some time. So that because it's good to know your left and your right. And is it the way drama is structured, films and all of that, nobody has time to train anybody on the spot. You must know it. If you don't, they'll chuck you, put somebody else there. So it's very, very important to get trained. And there are so many schools around today. I mean, the big gymnastics, the names that we know already.
Yeah.
There are new names, and there are even private
Entities,
institutions. And there are people like me also, who, you know, really, because I say that all the time, that you must get trained.
You said something like when you're on set,
Yes.
you try to mentor
Oh, I do that.
people.
I do that all the time.
How would you describe that experience?
It's going well. I think I'm well respected, and people listen to me.
I think you're well loved, actually. It's not just respected. You're well loved a lot.
That's a good thing to know.
Yes.
You know, but at this level, you know that it's not everybody that loves you.
Certainly.
That's why you don't kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But people listen to me when I talk. They listen. In fact, most of the directors we have around today, they hadn't started this job. They were not born when I started this job.
Of course.
And I work with everybody.
Yes.
I work with everybody so much that everybody wants to work with
Work
me.
with you.
Because I won't give you all the... For me, it is a job. I do my job, I go home.
There are rules.
Oh yeah, there are rules, which many break.
Yeah.
They break the, you know, once you're a star, then you give people trouble. I don't know where they learn that one from. You know? So I get them to sit down, we talk, not only about the roles, I help them with the roles, and then I talk about life. I just share my life, and then that lets them to ask questions and all of that. And at the end of the day, they say thank you, and I'm gone.
Now, the profession has evolved so much that on the African continent, in fact, the world stage now, Nigerian content is so well sought after. But we are on the verge of being repetitive. All the stuff coming out from here are beginning to sound alike, look alike.
Well, it's just the nature of things. Because we look at society and we put something together. And maybe it's because all of these things are happening in our society and everybody wants to talk about them in different ways. And so you see one topic being treated by 10, 20 people and all of that. You know, but I normally say that the best will always shoot out to the top.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same thing, the way it's going to be handled will be different. And all of that. So I don't think that should worry us.
Okay.
Yeah, just nature of the job, you know, we look repetitive, but the best will always stand.
Now, stereotyping is something we're trained to avoid.
Yes.
Yet, it's so easy to hear people of our generation and generations before us say things like, these young people don't want to know anything. And that's so stereotypical that it seems as if there is no good in the younger generation, yet they have so much good. So
I don't subscribe to that.
Yeah.
Again, you know, it's all about who you are.
Yeah.
If I have to say so, I'm a man of great patience. And I understand the youth. I know them. This is how they are. They are not like us. So one needs patience, wisdom, in fact, and understanding to be able to deal with them. You know, because if you don't understand them, if you can't get on their side and in their shoes, then they will reject you. And it's going to be difficult. It starts from the home as well, you know, much more so within the polity. But I would say that for some of us at this level, we are not patient enough with the youth. And so, but our job is to slow down. The youth is always in a hurry.
Yeah.
So we need to slow down, call them back. And they'll say, come. You see here, okay, if you have the patience and you have the wisdom, they will listen to you. And once they see results, then it's okay for them. If they don't see the result, then there's a lot of trouble there.
Yeah.
And they want to just keep rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And then talking about trouble in society, there's the craze now for ritual killings and kidnappings, killing people for money, for rituals to make money and all that. I want you to speak on that. How can we bring back the heads of everybody, as it were?
It's a shameful thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not proud of that. I mean, we are so many things. Nigerians, we are so many things. Liars, we are dishonest, you know, and all of that.
But we're also honest.
Well, there are some, I'm not saying everybody.
Yes.
You know, but now we are killers. And I ask all the time, this thing, does it work? If you kill somebody and you make something, does it really work? I mean, the man who does it for you,
exactly.
what is he like?
How much money does he have?
Yeah, you know, that you will now go and I think that you know, charlatans are everywhere. And we are being deceived.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because our values have dropped. Money is one of the monuments that the youth, even people at our level, that everybody is scrambling just to make money. How much do you want to spend? Unfortunately, too, our leaders are not helping us. You know, we see them.
Yeah.
We see them. We know they steal. We may not have evidence, but we know, you know, the way they live. I mean, they were with us in the society, and then suddenly you go 4 years and you're back and, how did you make it?
In fact,
everybody
you know,
wants to do that.
talking about 4 years,
Yeah.
somebody who wins an election, maybe into the House of Assembly, and before he won the election, he probably was an R&A specialist, refrigeration and air conditioning. Very good, very good technician. Wins an election, goes into the House of Assembly, spends 4 years. When that tenure is up, he doesn't want to return to his profession. Why?
We in Yoruba, they say nani, nani.
Yeah. That's the same value you're talking about.
I don't understand it. You know, people want to be a chief, people want to be kings, people want to be politicians. They don't want to, and you know, down there, that's the reality.
But you know, when we were growing up, we knew chiefs whose profession was carpentry.
Oh yes.
Chiefs, chiefs. They were
absolutely.
Yeah, there were those who were masons, who were good time, big time farmers.
I agree with you.
But
our heads were still correct.
So how can somebody just serve 4 years or even 8 years and he doesn't want to return to practice law?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be a medical doctor again. What's wrong with us as a society?
It's wrong with the background. We have a lot of, you know, of that in all those high places. And somebody has said that the only reason you keep quiet as a Nigerian about corruption is that you are far away from it. The nearer you get to it, the quieter you become. And when you get right in there, we don't hear your voice again.
You lose your voice.
Because you become like them, and that's that. And I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. It's, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
We really have a lot of work to do.
But shouldn't part of that work include the stuff we churn out as drama?
Yes, it's there. Well, for instance, if you watch most of the things I do, I not only entertain, I teach, we educate, you know. Now, will the people grab hold of that along with it? That's another question. But we do that all the time. You know, I may be playing a chief now who is a thief. But what we are saying is that because you're a chief, don't mean that you have to be a thief. And things like that. I've played the president, I've played the governor, I've played everything. And we always highlight the bad in society, we bring it out so that people. But I think it's not only us. These things have to go back to schools. In Japan, they start teaching their children from maybe 3 or 4, age 3 or 4, how to be polite to people. And you know, it's incredible. And these children grow up like that.
Knowing it, yes.
You know,
They can't change.
Yeah. And here, even parents go and buy all these grunge certificates.
Yes.
And so what are we teaching them? What are we teaching them? Growing up, my dad, he beat the living daylight out of me. All those bad stuff, I saw them myself running out of my body, just taking off.
You actually saw them?
Oh, I saw that. That was how good it was.
Yeah.
And I'm grown up. I can't lie.
Yeah.
I can't steal. I really can't do all of those things.
Yes.
But it's not like that anymore.
Not like that. Not like that.
It's sad.
We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about those your languages.
Okay.
And see how much of them you can still remember, and we'll learn how you learned a few of them. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Akin Lewis. So, you speak so many languages. Which and which?
Well, I speak Hausa. I speak French. Of course, English. Bulgarian. Yoruba, that's my mother tongue. And Creole. And Pidgin. It's a different form of Pidgin.
Okay, Creole, that's more
Sierra Leone.
what they're speaking. Sierra Leone, okay.
It's Pidgin.
It's
Their
own form of Pidgin.
Yes.
Okay, so how did you learn all of this?
Well,
Hausa I can understand, Yoruba
I grew up there.
Yes.
And even if I used to speak Igbo, but that has suffered the most because of practice.
Okay.
But growing up in the north, I grew up speaking Yoruba, Hausa, English, and Igbo. And then in university, French. Then I went to work in the Francophone. I used to live in Conakry. Yes, I used to live in Conakry. And I also was overseeing some work in Freetown, you know, Liberia. So all the Mano area there, I traveled around there. And then, of course, I went to Sofia. That's where I learned Bulgarian language.
Bulgarian language, okay.
Which I speak. So, there you are.
Well, yeah.
I used to learn German, but it became too heavy for me, so I had to drop that.
Well, you were also looking for money.
No, really. Really, I wasn't. I've never been one who... Let me just say that I understand the secret of plenty and nothing.
Okay.
So that keeps me checked.
What's the secret? Between plenty and nothing.
Yes, you have to be deeply spiritual.
To know
Not
it.
religious.
Yes.
Spiritual. Which is what I am, but most people don't know.
Okay.
People don't know that. I mean, I'm an ordained evangelist.
Okay.
I have done missionary work, in fact.
All right.
You know, and all of these things. So, along the line, you discover that I have known the truth now for like that years.
Yeah.
I mean, the real truth of the Bible. I'm not talking of money evangelism. No. I'm not talking of that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking of selling everything and going into the mission spirit.
Okay.
You know, just to get people. So that teaches you a lot of things.
A lot. So what it means is that in the course of life, you never stopped learning.
No, I'm still learning.
That's how come you could learn all those languages and still speak most
I
of
believe
them.
very strongly that when I stopped learning, then I'm dead. I learned from everybody, from you, from the young ones, from everybody, everywhere. My training, in fact, is to see what you don't see, to hear what you don't hear, and to know what you don't know, even in your own office. You have to do that.
Yeah.
That's my training.
All right. So now visit you on a typical day, what's a typical day in the life of Akin Lewis like?
Well, you can break it into two. When I'm off, I have off days.
Yeah.
So typical day, on those off days, I'm usually home. You know, I wake up very early, meditate a lot, pray and all of that. And then I chill out in the house with my wife. We talk. And then...
Oh, with your wife, you remarried?
Oh, yes, I remarried.
Okay.
Yes. You know, I told you I'm stable now.
Yeah.
Calm waters,
Yes.
sailing.
Yes.
Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter in fact, now.
What's her name?
Oba.
Oba.
Oba Oluwajuwon.
Oba Oluwajuwon. That's the statement.
Yes, it is.
In fact, it's a proclamation.
Yeah. You know, so I spend time, I could even spend time with Oba if she's also off and all of that.
Yeah.
And then I go to town, go to my friends, chill out, and then come back home like 6, 7. That's a typical day. Now, when I'm on set, that's crazy, really crazy. We go from dawn to midnight, through the night, and all of that. We just walk and walk and walk. But because we are actors, are really very, we are bonded very closely when we're working. So, because I have been around, everybody knows me. I know most people, so it's easy to just, you know, but it's a tough job.
So a typical day on set starts from, say...
From 5 for me, because I have to wake up,
Yeah.
you know, get ready, look at my lines, you know, eat breakfast, and then maybe hit the set from 8.
Wow.
And we just keep going, break for lunch, and you keep going. If you are lucky on that day, you get to rest a bit in between
In
scenes.
between scenes, okay.
If not, if you are the lead, you just keep walking and walking, and I'm talking at times 20 scenes, 21 scenes, by which time you'll be thoroughly tired, you know, and then we'll come back at night.
You know, for those who haven't been there,
Yeah.
it's such a fantasy. Yet for those of you in there, it's regular.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Well, let me just say it for myself.
Yes.
I'm one of the most highly trained actors, directors around. And they teach you these things from School of Drama, how to separate. In fact, there is a rule. Never forget who you are. In whatever role, don't forget that you are Akin Lewis. Otherwise, you will kill somebody for real.
Yeah.
If you just get lost in that character. You know, so that's how we separate it. I get to separate it. Imagine if I have to carry all the roles home. that I've done in 49 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll probably be living in London or something.
That would be something. That would be something.
Yeah.
Now, in the community, you are respected.
Yeah.
But politically, you're quiet.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, very deliberately so. Let me just say I've had a stint or two, you know, just selling some of this, like the last dispensation. I had the opportunity to sell Isiaka, Jimobi, to sell Benkele Mess, and even say Baba. You know, I was one of the ambassadors that used to do all of these things. But beyond that, I am deliberately quiet. Not that I've not been invited. Severally I've been invited and all, but the problem is I don't know how to do it. With who I am, the way I am, I don't know how to navigate the political terrain. I will fall down flat on my face in a week unless I change. And I don't really want to change. So maybe that's why I just, you know, I keep back a bit, and maybe that's it. I don't know about later, but right now, I'm just content.
Because, see, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
You have such a great sphere of influence that can be useful in motivating the younger generation to even be actively involved in community service and politics. So,
well, I don't know. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? If I get good mentors, if I get good teachers, good sponsors, and all of that, who knows? I'm always willing to serve. I have served in places you won't believe. I mean, in places you won't believe. I've been to like 13 countries in Africa, or maybe more, just serving, and all of that. I mean, as a Rotarian, I'm sad. So it comes easy to me to serve. But I'm just looking at the politics.
The politics.
Are we ready?
But when will we ever be ready if we don't get into it?
I think we will know when the time comes. I think we will know. But the way things are now, we need an organ. Usually things can go bottom up. You have growth that way. And top down.
Top down, yes.
We are in such a state that we need to have top down. Because bottom up for us now could be disastrous. A lot of angry people, hungry people, and then destroy a lot of things.
Yeah.
Then we have one organ who, and then we can maybe attract people like me and you and so on and so forth. Then the time will be right.
Okay. Now, you have retired twice.
Yes.
You retired from the public service,
Yes.
from the private sector.
Yes.
Will you ever retire from acting?
Nah, that one you never retire. So I just pray to God to give me the strength to keep going, because roles change.
Yes.
And right now I'm playing kings, presidents, governors, fathers. Maybe very soon I'll be doing grandfathers. Until you don't have the strength.
Yeah.
And the mental facility to be able to then that's when.
So for you, there's no retiring from acting.
No, there's no retiring.
Now, there is another Louis in this profession. Are you related?
Yes. Egmont.
Digimon Louis, yes. What's your relationship with?
We are cousins.
Or cousins?
Yes.
From which part of Nigeria?
From the West, where you are.
Yeah. I see. I'd wanted to ask you that question. Are you related to Digimon Louis?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah. The thing is this. Maybe I should leave it like that until another day. Let's just agree that we are cousins.
You are cousins.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand that. I know that there are some names that feature in Lagos, feature in Abeokuta, feature in Elisha and all that. And
ours is Abeokuta
to Lagos.
Owu, actually.
Owu, okay.
Down to Lagos.
Down to Lagos.
If I have to say any other thing regarding a relationship, then I have to speak to Egmont first.
Yes, no.
So that
We'll respect. I will go for him, so he will be the one to tell us. He will be the one to tell us the relationship. All right. So we've spoken about many things.
Yes.
The last one I want us to speak about is this. Nigeria. Where are we going? In terms of restructuring function of this polity and the takeover by the younger generation.
Nigeria. Where we are at is very bad indeed. I don't know where we're going, but if we continue like this, it's not going to be a good place. That I know.
How do we get to the good place?
We have to change.
Change what?
That's what I meant when I said we need people at the top who will hold us by our hands and just lead us. They cannot leave it to the people now. It's got to be a function of leadership. Because we have derailed. Growing up, things weren't this bad.
Yeah.
You couldn't even miss school.
Yes.
The whole village was looking after one son and all of that. But today, you can't even touch anybody's children. You can't do that. You can't tell the young what to do. They will tell you to. And it is so bad. We see leaders who steal, and nothing is happening. Corruption there, corruption this, blah, blah. Nothing is happening. And everybody is tempted to go and do that. So I don't know where we're going, but it's not going to be a good place. Unless the leadership comes together and say, listen, for the sake of everybody, can we just, they need to listen to the people. Listen to the people and then, lead us where we want to go. If it is bad, then don't listen to us. Tell us the better place to go and take us there. We will follow.
Okay.
we will follow. You know, I mean, I remember when the campaign for seatbelt was going to start.
Yeah.
Everybody thought it was going to be impossible.
Yes.
I mean, we all changed.
Yes, we did.
We did, you know, and so
Somebody enforced it.
yeah.
Yes.
And now everybody is doing that. It's okay.
I feel you. I feel you. But now this is the last personal question.
Yeah.
What are your favorite meals? What do you enjoy eating?
I love moi moi with everything.
Everything being
I mean, rice.
Okay.
I can eat moi moi with yam and all that stuff.
Oh, you're one of those people
Oh, yeah,
who will justify that should be his beans.
Yeah, you know my But really, my best is amala.
Okay.
Abula.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that one.
Yes.
You know, and maybe some fresh fish.
Okay.
That's it. That's my best.
And then your drink of choice will be what?
Water usually. Water usually. Yeah. But when I hang out with the boys, we can do a soon and some, you know.
Small wine. Okay.
You know. Depends on what is happening.
On what is happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all controlled. All controlled.
Moderation.
Oh yeah, moderation. Especially at this level now, you can't.
You have to be moderate.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Akin, for coming. It's been a lovely time speaking with Akin Lewis on Timeless Conversation. I look forward to the next time we'll sit down together and probably we'll go and chill out, like you said.
That would be great.
Yeah, but I only drink water too.
Yeah,
I love moi moi as well. So till next time, have a good time. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, bye.
Welcome to another episode of Plus Trending. My name is Elile, and on this show we talk about everything and anything trending across the social media space and of course why they are trending. Former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu and his wife Beatrice on Thursday appeared in the United Kingdom court after being accused of plotting to traffic a homeless 15-year-old boy from Lagos into the United Kingdom in order to harvest his organs. Ekweremadu, aged 60, and his wife Beatrice, aged 55, are charged with conspiracy to arrange or facilitate the travel of another person with a view to exploitation, namely organ trafficking. The investigation was launched by the Metropolitan Specialist Crime Team after detectives were alerted to potential offenses in May. The Metropolitan Police has confirmed that the boy is safe and being looked after. Addressing the controversy surrounding the donor's age, the Comptroller General of the National Immigration Service, Mr. Idris Jere, at a press conference on Sunday, said Wamini is indeed 21 years old according to his record in the possession of the NIS, discarding the claims that the service didn't thoroughly vet the documents provided by the applicant. This news has sparked an outrage on all social media platforms, and here are some more reactions. At Emeka Gift 100 says, the orphanage homes in Nigeria must be properly monitored to understand what they do with children under their care. Imagine orphanage homes transacting a child for organ harvesting. It is trending because Ike Ekweremadu was involved. Who knows what they do with the children under their care? That is actually a very, very valid point. Achibu Ken says, and he has a question, why will you travel with the boy to the United Kingdom without conducting a test here first? He was supposed to do the necessary tests here in Nigeria before arranging the visa documents for the young man to travel with. It doesn't really add up that he will make such a mistake. At Escobles says, You see how Igbo people are celebrating the arrest of Ike Ekweremadu. You would even wonder if it's Igbo. Igbos banish evil people, not support them. Igbos don't play ethnic politics, and that's why the Southeast never supported any Igbo presidential candidate until Peter Obi came. Now, the case is still a developing one, and while we wait to see how it unfolds, I hope that due process is followed, and if there are wrongs, justice should be done. Here are some more reactions. Moving on, Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress Party, has told the Electoral Commission (INEC) that he didn't attend primary and secondary schools. The former Lagos governor, however, claimed
On the breakfast, abducted train passengers reach 101 days in captivity today. Families, relatives and friends of captive embark on a peaceful protest, appealing to the government to secure the release of passengers. Also on the breakfast, the Islamic State West African province ISWAP claims responsibility for the breach of custodial facility in the Kuje area of Nigeria's capital, causing hundreds of detainees to regain freedom, including those under the charges of committing acts of terrorism. And don't forget, we'll also be looking through today's papers and analyzing the biggest stories of the day. Well, good morning and welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. I am Mercy Boko. I trust you had a fantastic night rest and you're up and about, with the day's business. Well, we start off, as always, with our trending conversation. We talk about stories that are generating different reaction, causing Nigerians, to air their thoughts in different spaces. Right. First on the list this morning is the Islamic State of West African Province, you call them ISWAP, claiming responsibility for the attack on Kuje prison in the capital, the nation's capital, that's Abuja. That was through a statement that was actually released through, spokesperson of ISWAP. We'll quickly take this track. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes.
Very unfortunate scene and very saddening scene right there. If you've seen the claims that's been made. Now, according to the report, you also have the Minister of Defense saying out of 994 inmates, after a roll call, you have 111 left, and so you have hundreds of these persons who are out on the streets. Now, the Kuje Custodial Center is a center that actually holds a lot of high-profile persons, especially those who are charged with the act of terrorism. Really sad and very unfortunate that this happens. At the Federal Capital Territory, just shortly after, same time when you have a threat, the attack on the presidential convoy. The issue of security is still on top of the front burner. It calls for government swift action. But the questions continue to remain if these persons, we're talking about these terrorists now, who constantly have threatened peace and, the lives of the people. Of course, we know that everyone has a right to life, but are these persons, are these terrorists not reachable? Their spirits, how do they even operate? Is it that the Nigerian security architecture is overwhelmed by all of this? Now, these are some of the questions that are begging for answers. We'll move away from that, looking at the University of Ibadan imposing a daily electricity bill. It just brings us back to the conversation that we had just last week about, we talked about, if not last week, almost this week, talking about, the hospital where you have babies. It was claimed that babies had died, about 14 of them, because of power outage, the incubator. So the management of the University College Hospital, Ibadan, in Oyo State, has made it mandatory for every patient in the hospital to pay a daily sum of 1,000 naira electricity bill. Now, according to the administrator, making this known in a circular, it was disclosed that the new development was prompted by the high cost of electricity tariff and diesel. Following the recurring power outage in the hospital and high cost of electricity tariff and inflation and the price of diesel, which have impeded stable power supply, management has decided to consider measures that can help to facilitate flawless service delivery in the hospital. So that's actually comment that's been put up. But also, it might interest you to know that the university in 1985, the University of Ibadan Teaching Hospital, had a project that was commissioned by President Muhammadu Buhari in the 80s, and it unveiled, according to, if you go to that particular, if you visit the hospital, you would see that in 1985, President Muhammadu Buhari had commissioned the Jabar Hydroelectricity Power Station. And it is only an irony and very contradictory that, the hospital would have to ask patients to actually pay 1,000 naira for electricity bill. And the teaching hospitals, how many teaching hospitals do we have across the federation, across the entire country? About 22 or thereabout. Teaching hospital. You ask yourself, the issue of health, is it in the exclusive or the concurrent list? So you have it in the concurrent list because you have the hospitals, state hospitals, and the primary health care. And then you have the teaching hospitals. But it's really saddening. It's really, really saddening. The question now is, where is the Minister of the Health? We're talking about the Minister of Health. What is the ministry doing at this particular point in time? What's going on? But once upon a time, you also have the ministry and the minister answering some questions. The reason why the teaching hospitals are not functional tertiary institution is because of the lack of attention that's not being paid to the primary health care institutions and what have you. And so because of that, the fact that attention is not being paid to, or people don't patronize it, that's the reason for what it is. But you see, it's just very simple. It's not rocket science to understand that there's a need for us to have a constant power supply as a nation. And we can understand how far that can go in terms of, ensuring that the entire economy works. And some people say that it would be very important to consider the issue of rationing because you have different sectors that might be in need of power. Very shameful, very, very embarrassing, disgraceful. I really don't know what other adjective you want to use. I really don't know how to explain it, but how do you wake up to the fact one morning that a certain university of Ibadan, we're talking about a federal university right here, teaching hospital, which is within the purview of the federal government, is imposing daily electricity bill on her patient. Do they even have what it takes? You're talking about 1,000 naira on a daily basis. So if you have a case that keeps you about 60 days, how much are you going to pay? Not also forgetting the fact that you have a lot of persons who cannot even cater for their bills. It's really saddening, and it's something to bring tears right there. I will move away from that. Another top trending is that you have Funke Akindele as the PDP deputy governor. That's also getting Nigerians talking. A running mate, by the way. So you put that as Lagos PDP clergy on Funke Akindele's running mate as running mate for the People's Democratic Party. Prior to this time, there was also concern about her marriage crashing and whether it was political or not political. And so some people are saying, oh, how do you have someone who sent her husband away from her marital home? What would become of her when she becomes, deputy governor of a state? I mean, what happens? The people would suffer. But it's also important to note that everyone has a right to be voted for. I mean, everyone has a right to, when you talk about the peaceful assembly, it's enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. And so, as much as we know that we're clamoring for change and changes, let's also not forget the fact that everyone has a right to freedom of assembly and association. Every individual has a right to assemble freely and associate with other persons. He or she may form or belong to any political party, trade union, and association. So for all of the backlash that's coming, we also need to understand, even you as an individual who's also talking about Funke, you also have a right to belong to any association as long as it doesn't pose a threat to national security and the peace of the country. You also have a right to vote and be voted for. That's also enshrined in the Constitution. And so one would want to say that Funke Akindele is acting within her rights. That's in the Constitution. But we also, you might also want to say, hey, what are the grievances? Then you disapprove of a certain political party. The only way to do all of that is when it comes to the day of the elections, where you have your PVC. And your PVC is the only way to determine who becomes and who becomes not. So, I mean, if you have any bias or any, you're displeased by certain political party, not very pleased, Nigerians need to understand that the power lies, with your vote, and there's no way you're going to cast your vote if you don't have your PVC. So it's okay to put out all of the criticism and all of the reaction, but you also need to know that she as an individual has not committed any crime. And if you're not in support of a certain candidate of any political party or any political party, then you just get ready to ensure that you do not cast your vote on that day of election. But that's so much we can take this morning on the top trending. We'll take a break. When we return, it will be time for us to go through the front pages of the national dailies. We'll call it the news of the press. Stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
How can we have peace without
justice.
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need.
Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
I don't have one yet because I'm yet to be rich. So when I'm rich now, I will have one. But like this, I can just go. I do freestyle, go to wherever I like. But for now, I don't have any favorite. Now my own mind, I tell you, I know the life for you. It's not like you're on TV. I'm trying to film. I'm just studying my mind. So I don't have any favorite destination for now.
In Nigeria, there are a couple of places in Abuja, a couple of amusement parks in Abuja. I usually, Wonderland, a couple of nice spots.
Since I stay in Lagos, so my first destination is like Landmark Beach. This is one of the most favorite of mine. And then this landmark destinations, landmark park. I mean, it's pretty good. It's unique, you know. It's well designed, and I think it's quite well known in international for international occasions. And I think many people will know it later on. Yes.
Landmark is cool. I like Landmark. Everybody loves the sun, like beach sun and everything. The surroundings is very alright.
And the girls?
No, I don't know about the girls. I'm not a girls guy.
So what do you like, guys?
No, I like girls, but I'm not like, I don't do everybody that much.
In Lekki Conventional Center.
It's chill now. I like the overhead rope shit. Yeah, that's why it's fun.
Obodo Katura.
Why is that?
I've seen pictures and I've heard a lot about it. I think I'll go all through the cable car,
Where I like Whispering Palms at Badagry. I like the place. It's serene. They have cool things. I like the place.
So far, I would say the landmark has been pretty good. We just got some cabanas, so my whole family will be here. So it's a nice atmosphere, peaceful, not a lot of crowds. So that's why we like it over here.
I'll say in Nagbo Resort here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities
in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Well, it's a beautiful Thursday morning right here on The Breakfast, and Ezekiel Nyaitok joins us all the way from Akwa Ibom State, and some people would say Akwa Ibom State. Ezekiel Nyaitok, it's good to have you join us. He's a public affairs analyst.
What a lovely day from here in Akwa Ibom State. Lovely to be with you always. Thank you for having me.
All right, then let's start off with the Leadership newspaper quickly. We'll just run through the pages. We're looking at the big stories this morning on the pages of national dailies. And on the Leadership, the caption says, Kuje prison attack, Mandela, Yanya bombers, 62 terrorists, 264 others on the loose. That's what you find this morning, just as you have ISWAP claiming responsibility for the attack on that facility. Underneath, the NSCDC officials, 4 inmates killed, 16 others injured. Kaduna attackers responsible renew execution threat as victims spend 100 days in captivity. ISWAP claims responsibility. I am disappointed, says President Muhammadu Buhari. Okay. President leaves for Senegal, aids defend trip. Perpetrators will be arrested, defense minister's vows. I mean, we hear that all the time. Heads must roll. This is what experts are insisting on. While fuel scarcity will persist in Abuja, others, federal government is quoted to say President Muhammadu Buhari, OPEC world leaders, others, Man Bakindo. Find more details when you check out the pages. Another says kidnapped Catholic priest rescued in Edo. Alleged organ harvesting. A Kurumadu wife returns to United Kingdom court today. Some of the headlines you find there on the Leadership. But we move away from the Leadership. That's because we have the Punch in front of us. It's been made by available by the newspaper vendor. Prison invasion. ISWAP claims responsibility. Frees Kaduna train attack masterminds. Very detailed. 15 train attack masterminds escape, 49 Boko Haram leaders, 237 others freed. Over 100 soldiers, DSS, NSCDC operatives guarding bombed facilities. So I know that the argument is that why should we always be very reactive? We're never proactive. We wait for things to happen before we take action. Buhari laments intelligence failure as sources allege official complicity. These are writers you find underneath the bold caption. But there are more interesting headlines on the Punch. Another one says fuel cells at 175 naira per litre. Marketers plan strike and queues worsen. Just imagine what happened to Lagos and what's even going on currently, because, you know, the gridlock is something out of this world. Daura attack, Air Force deploys personnel and fighter jets. You have Disco's vow to battle federal government over takeover and restructuring. Rising subsidy will stop states from paying salaries. This is what governors are saying. And Salah marketers lament the high rams prices and low patronage. People might just have to, look for alternative like momo, fish and what have you. Global Front faults Nigeria's 19.6 million naira COVID-19 procurement. That's what you find right there on the Punch. Amid convoy Kuje attacks, Buhari jets out again. I'm confident of defeating Banky W or Banikoro is quoted. And you also have family panics as terrorists threaten abducted train passengers. And Lagos neighborhood officials, officer blinds party goer and agency disowns the suspect. It's interesting. But we hope that, justice should be meted. Hopefully that happens. Saudi grants Nigeria orders 24-hour extension. And Lagos airport runway short. Airlines predict flight delays. A lot's going on in the polity called Nigeria. Away from the Punch, we also have the Daily Independent. Jailbreak, Buhari queries security structure at Kuje prison. Expresses shock at level of destruction. The president is always in shock. I mean, in all of the president's statements, he's in shock. Very shocked. 4 dead, 443 inmates recaptured. DCP Abakari or the VP still in custody. ISWAP claims responsibility for attack. Buhari reshuffles cabinet and swears in 7 ministers. Federal government targets 720 billion naira from bond insurance in the 3rd quarter. Impeachment embattled Oyo deputy governor knows fate July 26 to die in Lagos boat mishap. Very, very saddening story. Court grants Okorocha permission to travel abroad for Medicare. And APC VP candidate Tinubu's talk between El-Rufai and Shatima. And just underneath, you find party chieftain asks court to stop APC INEC from replacing Masari, and Buhari jets out to Senegal for IDA summit. And Osun Governor Buhari presents APC flag to Oyetola. And just before we move away from that, quickly, renegotiated agreement. We have done our part. Federal government delaying reopening of varsity. That's what ASU is saying. Again, federal government accuses marketers of orchestrating fuel scarcity. Lastly, we look at the Nation newspaper just in front of us. Kuje prison, 64 Boko Haram suspect escape after attack. ISWAP claims responsibility. I'm disappointed in intelligence system. The president is saying Abakari Nyema orders safe. Just away from that, 2022 or Shun 2022, you have another caption saying Buhari gives flag to Oyetola and PDP candidates absent at debate. Adeleke promises council's autonomy. Vote buying won't determine outcome, says APP candidate. Abductors again threaten to kill train attack victims. I will make a difference, says Umana, the new minister who resumes Niger Delta affairs. Well, this is some of the headlines this morning. On the Nation newspaper, let's have Ezekiel Nyai to join the conversation all the way from Akwa Ibom State via Zoom. Ezekiel Nyai, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me, and God bless you guys.
Well, let's allow it open. Which of the headlines interest you this morning on our national dailies?
I would like to replace the word interest with worries or concerns or borders. And the essence of government, I've said this time and time again. And today I'm actually I've been trying to psych myself up so much to come alive. I'm actually in a near depressed mode because when you look at what people are going through, and you see the people that we entrust with power having no understanding. No, what they have no understanding is like we are singing from 2 different song sheets. It has to do with security. government has a Bible, and that Bible is called the Constitution. In that Constitution, it spells clearly the essence of government and governance. Chapter 2, section 14, subsection 2b says that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. I couldn't quote this passage enough. And think of what's been going on. Let's get intellectual, not intellectual. Let's think. Take one place called the Federal Capital. Take the second place called the seat of our military bases. And take the third place called the home of Mr. President. When El Rufai wanted to sanitize Abuja, what he did was to go for the leadership of the PDP that time, the chairman, and hit him. And all hell never broke loose. He did it successfully and went. So when next he's going to another place like Nyanya or Masaka or One Man Village, before he even starts the tractors, people are running because they say, if he could do this to PDP chairman, the helm of affairs of the state, of the party, then who are we? That psychological or mental capture of the minds of the people gave him the audacity to go anywhere he wanted. What am I trying to say? Kaduna is where we have all the military formations, installations, institutions, and all the shons you can imagine. These people hit Kaduna left, right, and center with reckless abandon. And we're like, if it can happen to Kaduna, no, it can't happen to Abuja, Federal Capital. They come to Federal Capital, they've hit us. And while we are still thinking of it, they go to the Mr. President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They hit him. And Mr. President is surprised. I wish I could be surprised that he's surprised. He's surprised at what a common Nigerian will see as next to nothing. That's because he really has no idea what's going on. And what does he do with his surprise? After being so surprised, he enters his jet and is like, okay, guys, don't worry, we'll sort it out. And he takes it out to Senegal. I feel pain this morning. I hope that God will be able to forgive these people that toy with the lives. My family there in Abuja, to even come out of the house, there's all this news going around. Please lock your door, don't open your gate. So this would have been released. They are in town, and they can imagine the level of panic, the level of fear, the level of trepidation that's gripping the nation. I don't know.
Well, but what do you then make? I mean, the president seemed to be saying that, the intelligence, the system, it's a systemic failure, pointing to the failure of intelligence at this point in time. So you have in the entire architecture those who should actually have or should be on top of intelligence, and that has actually failed. So should we still be blaming the president for all of this? And shouldn't we also say that it's okay for the president to be shocked? Apparently he expected that, the intelligence should be on top of the issue, and intelligence has failed. And some people are saying there might just be a compromise, with officials.
There are two sayings. The first saying is that to whom much is given, much is expected. The second saying says the buck stops at the head and the leadership. So, who has the power to put fear in the minds of the security agencies. Mr. President, when you know that there will be consequences, you will be careful with your actions. I always talk about the 3 C's: the chances that come your way, the choices that you make, and the consequences of your choices. Now, you are given an office, which is a chance of some sort. The choices that you make with that office you make will be determined by what you expect to be the consequences. If there will be no consequences, why bother? Laissez-faire, qu'est-ce sera? You just leave it the way it is. So the buck stops on the table of Mr. President. He's just telling us what they say all the time. Oh, we're going to look into it. I need to get a report. I need to blah, blah, blah. We know it. We know it. Why can't they just surprise us for once, for whatever is worth? We know how it ends. We know it has ended. Not even we know how it ends. What stops Mr. President, for whatever is worth, suspending 1, 2, 3 people on the spot, pending when there is this investigation and this report, and we're like, whoa, what's going on? This is now he has taken one action. That action is going to that place. I'm still trying to understand why he went, because usually he wouldn't even. Shehu Garuba would just release a press statement. Mr. President is shocked. We are on top of the situation. He has ordered an investigation, and we will ensure that no stone is left unturned to ensure that we apprehend and get the perpetrators and bring them to book. It's a script that I can even write it for him. That press release is a standard press release that he just changed the date and the location and the circumstance. But the content remains the same, 7 years. So, but he has taken one bold step. I must commend him of going there. I'm still trying to wonder if there is something of interest that made him to go there, because he wouldn't go. He wouldn't. But he's gone. So I think that at the end of the day, we cannot but hold him responsible for whatever actions should be taken, which have not been taken yet.
All right, Ezekiel Nyarito, let's also look at other concerns this morning on the pages. It talks about fuel cells at 175 naira per litre. That's on the Punch as marketers planned strike, accused Watson. Now, the president is also blaming marketers, oil marketers for the current scarcity that's going on. I mean, they're responsible, according to, that statement, for orchestrating the fuel crisis.
When you are Mr. President, you take responsibility. The next person in line to you is the minister. The minister should be called to answer certain basic fundamental questions. And while I was still thinking of who the minister is, I discovered again is the same Mr. President. Why would you want to be the minister of petroleum, for goodness sake? It's so ingenious. In a country that's in dire need of diversification, and they are thinking so much of diversification, Mr. President is telling you that the most important institution right now is Ministry of Petroleum, oil. So mentally, we are fixated on oil as the way and not as an option. I can imagine if Mr. President had said, look, the Ministry of ICT, Science and Technology, I want it to be under me because the new normal, the new future of Nigeria is ICT, and that's the current global trend. So I'm going to imagine how young people will say, wow, ICT is the in place of Mr. President. Then he sets up an ecosystem that will isolate the bad guys from the good guys. It's so easy to do, and our people are so endowed in ICT that you reap that. I don't even know how to put it, but Mr. President is the Minister of Petroleum. Now petroleum is not working. The queues are back. the subsidy is one thing that we called a scam before. A man who has been in charge of PTF that time, effectively petroleum, who comes to say that subsidy is a scam for all the years and then becomes Mr. President and now discovers, oh, I didn't know. I didn't know better. I expect him to start with an apology and then let us, now that we must have subsidy, there are so much discrepancies. How much fuel do we import? What are the dynamics? Why can't refineries work in 7 years? What is the game plan? What is the roadmap? Minister of Petroleum. How can you be Mr. President and Minister of Petroleum at the same time?
Well, so
that man is hardly around. That what's happening here is off to Senegal.
But that's on an official duty now. Ezekiel Nyaitok, it's actually attending to some official duty, according to the reports that we have right here. But the federal government saying this would...
Please, you're a journalist. I appreciate you said that, but there's something called priorities. There's something called priorities. Tell me that what he's going for is something that could not be delegated, and it is more important than him sitting down when the federal capital is being attacked. Federal capital. And the most sensitive political prison is being attacked, and they were attacking that institution for over 2 hours, I'm told, in the federal capital. We have Tucano jet, we have drones, we have everything. 2 hours they were operating, they finished operating. Now the figures coming out, nobody can tell. When you add up the figures, it just tells how disorganized we are. Less than 1,000 inmates, let me even say 2,000. We can't even know how many are remaining, how many are gone, how many are this. So many hours, days after, we can't tell the figures. Look at all the papers, everything is jumbled up. There's no situation room that is giving us blow account of what is going on. None. And then something very important has to take our president out of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
But Ezekiel Nyaitok, to be realistic, discretion is actually, priority is actually discretional. How do we... who states what is priority to the president? It's discretion. So it's within his discretion, and he shows that.
To me, no. Listen, sister. Mr. President is not a monarch. He's a chief executive paid by our salaries. He reports to us. We don't report to him. We set the salary, the priorities, and the Constitution sets the priorities. The Constitution says my security and welfare is number one priority. And I, occupying a higher office than the office of the president, I in the office of the citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is higher than the office of the president, I set the priority. I set the priority, not him. So don't ask who sets the priority. The citizens set the priority. They say, my welfare is paramount. What are you going to do in Senegal? Secure me, make me feel safe. I said the priority, not Mr. President. He's not a monarch. He's not an emperor. He is like a prime minister. He's not like a king or a queen.
But Mr. Ezekiel Nyaitok, I understand where you're coming from, but you also need to face the fact that it's a reality. And you talked about what should be a priority. And the issue of priority is discretional. What's a priority to you might not be a priority to the president, even though the Constitution has stipulated that. Yes, the Constitution is very explicit.
He's not there for himself. He's there for me.
How do we now, how do you hold him? How do you bring him to book? Even when the Constitution states that the security of the welfare of the people is the responsibility of government, to what extent do you, hold the president accountable for all of that? As much as we constantly say that, yes, the issue of security is within the exclusive list. It's sensitive, and the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Yeah, you have the president saying that, he's disappointed at the level of intelligence that's happening. Please, how do you explain all of this?
So what have you done? What has he done with that disappointment? What has he done? What has he done? You know what? Let me say something, sister. If we set a poll today and ask Nigerians between staying back to give us comfort and confidence and traveling, I want to tell you that over 99.9% of Nigerians will say we are so afraid, we are so scared, our lives are in danger. Please tell us what to do. Please forget the track. Even if he was going to even commission something in Nigeria, they will even tell him, please leave that thing alone first. Do you understand me? NNPC, they were about to, no, let me not go into that one. They will say, please, okay, leave that one. Even if you are going to attend the burial of my late mother or whatever, I will be one to say, don't come, sir. Thank you. Don't come. Just tell us how you can secure us. That's how much we are willing to even sacrifice personal things than something that he can delegate somebody else to go for a conference. The priority is my safety and security. Go to Ukraine. Look at a guy that was a comedian. See how he's become a commander-in-chief, sitting in front, leading from the front, and he's able to hold out against Russia, mighty Russia, a comedian. Our president is a general. And we're in times of war. We're in war. He cannot afford the luxury of jetting out to go and attend a conference. When my eyes I cannot sleep. I mean, you're here, but my family, I'm calling every second, what's going on? The security man, talk to me. Is there anybody at the gate? And you are telling me about the conference somewhere?
Well, quickly talking about the issue of power and the fact that it's very epileptic. We have seen and heard reports. The other part, you also have counter reports, from hospital, for instance, Port Harcourt, saying that children didn't die due to power outage. There was power outage, but you didn't have 14 babies dying in the incubator. Also, there's also another report from the management. We're talking about the hospital, Teaching Hospital, University of Ibadan. They're also imposing on patient 1,000 naira. Now the federal government is saying that there might just be plans to take over the discos, and the discos are saying they would battle that with the federal government. Do we have a distribution problem, or the problem that we have is a generation problem?
We have business interest problem. It has nothing to do with distribution or generation. We have is business interest. I know the people involved. I know what's going on. I have an idea of what's going on. We don't have any of those problems. The day we have a sincere government that will have a sincere dialogue, and within the context of, number one, please, do you have the competencies? Is yes or no? Do you have the capacity? Is yes or no? Who does have the competencies and the capacities? What is the adequate cost-reflective pricing that makes you break even before we now talk in terms of the margins? If it is 5 naira that is the effective cost, break-even point, 5 naira, can you generate within the 5 naira? If it is 6 naira, which is, or rather, if it is more than that, or you want to sell at more than that, who is going to pay the subsidy? If I generate at 5 naira and you want me to sell at 4 naira, there's a 1 naira gap that must be filled to break even. Do you allow me to add that 1 naira and make it 6 naira? Or will you pay me the difference? An honest conversation on power generation, from generation to distribution. When you go to the discos, a lot of times power comes in, they do not buy that power because they are thinking in terms of how they are going to sell, the cost differentials, and how they will stay afloat. This is very open secret that we all know, but we all play the ostrich and then we complain about what doesn't make sense. The day we sit down, there was a time I sat down for over an hour or two with the boss at NERC, and we look at facts, figures, data, statistics, and we just see that we are not honest and sincere in government and in governance. The former boss that was there, Sam Amadi, is a very, very close and personal friend. The facts are as clear as day. What is the cost reflective pricing? If you want me to sell below that cost, who is subsidizing it?
But Ezekiel Yaituk, we cannot rule out the fact that if you look at the generation, I mean, look at our capacity with the existing plants that we have across, the country, we should be generating about 12,000 megawatts. And 12,000 megawatts is not enough to cater for the needs of over 211 million Nigerians. We're just saying. But right now, we're not even... You know why I'm saying this? No, but Ezekiel, we can't say that the problem that we're faced with, because you're saying that we don't have a problem, we have a business problem, which can be understood, but we can also rule out the fact that we don't have a generation problem. Because to really look at this, Ezekiel, you cannot give what you don't have. So if the generating...
No, let me give you information. Let me give you information. Please, as a journalist, find out if we have generated power that is not collected. Find out that. Do me that favor. You can't be talking of generating more. I'm telling you that the ones that we generate, they don't evacuate all. They don't.
It's 8 o'clock.
I'm giving you information that your station can work on. The problem is deeper than that. The little that we generate, the discos don't take all. Some of them are still locked in the grid that is not collected. We have fundamental issues. That's why each time people talk of generation, that's just one side of the story. What I'm telling you is that the discos don't evacuate all the generated power. Find out if I'm misleading.
So how much are we generating? Are we generating enough? Why are they not distributing? If we're saying that we're not generating, we don't have a capacity to generate up to 12,000, and we're generating below, and we're generating below 4,000 megawatts, then how do you distribute that? You have different sectors. Residential, you have the hospital, you have different sectors. What do you then distribute? Because you can't give what you don't have.
You're not listening to me.
I'm listening.
And Nigerians need to listen. There is a man who generates. There's a man who collects and distributes. Sometimes the man who collects refuses to collect all. Why? Because if the man who is generating is not selling off all his generating, then you are telling him to generate more. You have not attacked the problem from first principle. But if the man who is collecting is so much in a hurry to collect more, bring more. What is 7 megawatts you brought is not enough. Please bring more, bring more. If the pressure is on the man that is generating, he is now having reason to generate more. But this man who is generating, he's not having all his powers evacuated. Please find that out. Now, because you now come and ask, why is this man not collecting all? Because of the dynamics of subsidy of power. That dynamics of subsidy, where this man who buys this power wants to make sure that he can sell it at a cost he can get back, so that the man who is subsidizing pays him back. It's a simple dynamics that we don't talk about, but that is the reality now. And unless you attack that issue of a man who is selling, being able to get back his money and wanting to buy more and putting pressure on the man who is supplying so that that man will go out and even find a way to supply more, we have not attacked in first principles the pricing of power in Nigeria, whether we want to subsidize or we want it to be cost reflective. Unless we attack that, all these stories about generation is just, think about it. Get a specialist and tell him to analyze what I've just said, and that's when Nigerians will go to the bottom of the problem.
Well, let's leave it at that. Moving away from that, quickly, we also have the Daily Independent newspaper, and it talks about the president reshuffling his cabinet. Was in 7 ministers, and out of them you have Umana, who is, the minister of Niger Delta. What do you make of him and his emergence as a minister? What difference would
Well,
it make?
my comments will be biased at this point. Mano Mana is my very good friend. He's somebody that's extremely hardworking. He's not one for the paraphernalia, for the limelight and everything. He's a smooth operator. So I can say these kind words, which fortunately for me are true, but I cannot divorce it from the fact that he's my friend. So I expect the person that was there before, Mr. Fabio, is also my friend, but he's more like he's more of you know what I'm saying, So, but Mr. Manu Mana is more of a hard worker who is going to sit down and look at issues. So I actually think that there's going to be, the time is short, but I believe there will be a difference in the Niger Delta Ministry, which is going to dovetail into the NDDC. I think is one positive development. I must thank Mr. President for that choice of Mr. Manu Mana for the Niger Delta Ministry. I would like them not to play the politics of moving NDDC at this point back to the presidency. I want to appeal that it should be allowed to stay under the Niger Delta Ministry, where I know that Mr. Manu Mana will be able to look into the matters and address issues in the larger interest of the Niger Delta region. When he was Secretary to Government in Akwa Ibom State, he did very well, and where he was operating just before he left, the oil and gas free trade zone stuff, he did absolutely well. All the indices show that he took that institution to a next level positively. So coming into Niger Delta, notwithstanding that he has probably effectively about a few months, and then there's going to be pressure on him to perform with respect to funding elections. I think he's a wise man, wise enough to know what to do, where to go, how far to go, what lines not to cross. And that's the sort of person we need at this point in time, so that NDDC does not become another funding institution for politics in a way that is obscene and negates the essence of the institution. I am very, very happy with Mr. President, and I know that Mr. Manu Mana will do very well.
Well, Ezekiel Njai-Toke, thank you so much for the perspective and insight you brought this morning to the big stories on the front pages of national dailies. We say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Once again, looking forward to having more of you share your thoughts right here. And just before our first major conversation right here, let's tell you what happened today in history. Stay with us. Peace.
politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started, you know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we will get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, they are...
Let's see the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have Yahuza Getso, who joins the conversation as we look at the imminent threats following the prison break in Abuja. It's no longer news that a custodial facility in Kuje area of Nigeria's capital, Abuja, was breached on Wednesday by the Islamic State West African province, ISWAP, causing hundreds of detainees to regain freedom, including those held on the charges of committing act of terrorism. The medium security facility is one that is central in holding people who are facing charges of terrorism. Now, in a statement that was released through a propaganda news outlet, ISWAP made claims saying they're responsible for the attack, saying its fighters demolished the walls of the facility and successfully liberated dozens of prisoners. Reports also say that the authorities scrambled for reinforcement in response to the raid, which involved the use of explosive devices and detainees' escape. The country's Minister of Defense, Bashi Magashi, quoted to say that an assessment of the incident and profiling of the escapees are ongoing. He also added that the prison had about 994 inmates and over 600 escaped. Some of the prisoners who escaped have been recaptured, according to him, and returned to the facility. Maybe by the close of day, we'll have captured and returned every other person. I mean, sounds like it's very easy. The defense minister also noted that the attackers were mostly likely Boko Haram members because we have a sizable number of Boko Haram suspects in detention. And presently, according to him, they cannot locate any of them. Okay. Now, the attack also, following the claim by ISWAP members, speaking about freeing prisoners in 39 minutes long video, it was actually, sent out. But I'll just leave it at that as we have Yahuza Getso sharing his thoughts and telling us what he understands with the current situation, what's going on with it. Yahuza Getso, thank you so much for being part of the breakfast this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you, viewers.
All right, so can you quickly tell us, as an expert that you are, can you tell us what you know about this attack and what you think about the attack?
Well, I cannot say I know anything about the attack, because if I say I know anything about the attack, it means I have the preliminary information. So, but what I see and what my thought about it is the fact that it is exhibiting and exposing the Buhari administration more, exposing its incapability, exposing its inability, exposing its lack of sincerity and honesty, exposing its weaknesses, and exposing its inability to manage intelligence, to gather intelligence and to utilize intelligence. And it's also explaining its inability to provide adequate modern technology to deal with criminal and terrorists, despite the fact that it has been claiming to have spent huge amount of money over time from the time when they came into power to date. They have been deceiving people with the Tucano. They have been deceiving people with other arms they procured. And it has also explained and exposed the level of corruption, the level of inability of the government to deal with the corruption, because it has been made very clear by late General Atahiru, the former chief of army staff that died in Kaduna plane crash, who made it very clear at a session, plenary session with the Senate Committee on Army, when he submitted reports on expenditure and on procurement of hardware and other things, when they asked him a number of questions and he responded, and I quote, "You know who you give your money? You know when you give the money? You know how much you give them? They are in my office. You know them. You can call them to come and explain to you how the money was spent." So, and at the same time, the National Security Advisor had made mention in a statement credited to the BBC House, to him on the BBC House, where he made mention that huge amount of money have been given to the military and other security personnel for the purchase and procurement of modern technology in order to fight terrorists, armed bandits, Boko Haram, ESN, and others. But yet, all we are seeing and all we are hearing from Buhari administration is lies. All we are hearing and seeing from Buhari administration is, in respect to security, is disappointment. It's an embarrassment. It's a national embarrassment and even international embarrassment. Because how can you, a jailbreak happens sometimes in Kaba, in Kogi State, and later in Plateau State in Jos. But yet, Nigeria and Nigerian government as well as Buhari administration did not take any lesson. Whenever there is any activity of such security breach by criminals, by bandits, by whosoever, Lai Mohammed will come out, who is the Minister of Information, will come out and tell us that they know the finances of the Boko Haram, they know the finances of ISWAP, they know the finances of all the criminals that we have in the country, including the ESN, the bandits and kidnappers for ransom, and so on and so forth. But yet the government have not been able to clamp them down. So this is exhibition of irresponsibility. In fact, if you say there is no government in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned, you're supposed to be rewarded. Because a government that cannot take responsibility of its constitutional responsibility, cannot demonstrate ability to manage situations, common situation. Where are the Air Force base we have? Where are all the military formations, the DSS headquarters? How many mobile police units do we have in Abuja? And how can this activity happen? For these guys to come and launch the attack, successfully leave, could you have only one entrance? Only one entrance, not two entrances. So if by the time they started attacking at around 9:45, 10:05 p.m., between Kuje and all the military formations is not up to the maximum of 60 kilometers. And between Kuje and the airport, Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja, where you have Air Force Base, where you have Air Force Mighty, where you have Air Force so-called Tucano, where you have Air Force so-called military cantonment, and so on and so forth. You have so many security formations. It's not up to 7 kilometers. And at the same time, between Kuje and the force headquarters, at maximum is 35 kilometers. And then between Kuje and DSS office, DSS headquarters, at maximum is 20 kilometers. Between Kuje and presidency, the presidential villa is not up to, at maximum is 35 to 40 kilometers. So why didn't you use all these machineries to fight them, using the airstrike and others, so that you can be able to demoralize them, neutralize them, and be able to kind of arrest some of the culprits? But it is sad, disheartening, disappointing, discouraging that Buhari administration will always tell you after what do I call it? After action review. And after action review will be Buhari will just go on air and say, I will ensure. You will ensure what? You will ensure that more of you are witness or what?
Yahuza Getso, let's still stay with the conversation now. The Kuje prison attack and the fact that ISWAP has claimed responsibility for freeing this terrorist. The president, on the one hand, has expressed shock, and also he's blamed the intelligence system for how organized, these terrorists can be, attack, a facility with all of these weapons without a counterattack. What are your thoughts? Do you think that in the fight against insecurity in Nigeria, that intelligence gathering is a major problem for us?
That is the brutal psychology and mental kind of dislocation. That's what I consider it. Because it clearly exhibits and explains that Buhari is never serious about issues of security in Nigeria. How can you have such a situation when presidential convoy was attacked, an ACC that has been very dedicated, very committed, very hardworking, very passionate, very patriotic, has been killed in Kaduna? Your convoy was attacked, and a national prison of that, a mighty prison that have a very high profile criminal in detention, that is Kuje, was broken by criminals. And then you just make a short brief, a short press brief, and tell people that you are blaming intelligence, and you fly to Senegal. Why can't you cancel the journey, whatever important it is? Does that mean that the people that are losing their life, you are traveling, that you are wasting resources and deceiving Nigerians, and yet there is no reward for Nigeria from all the work around that you are doing? Are you trying to tell Nigerians that you are putting the blame on intelligence? If you are putting the blame on intelligence, when the Jos jailbreak happened, and when that of Kaba of Kogi State happened, and all other, when a lot of national embarrassment, a lot of attacks, and people are being killed, you are still promoting military, you are still promoting DSS, you are still promoting commissioner, police officers. On what merit are you promoting them? And you are still promoting the intelligence, you have been promoting them from the position, from the lieutenant to captain, from captain to major, from major to whatever, from lieutenant colonel to colonel, from colonel to brigadier, brigadier to brigadier general to lieutenant general to major general. And all this nonsense you are doing, why can't you use conditional promotion? Whosoever is responsible for security of or of intelligence of area A, B, C, D, his promotion will be determined by his ability to manage those areas. But how many intelligence personnel have been abusing their offices, using impunity? Look at their financial profiling. Where are they getting all these resources and all those money they own? And you are saying that you put the blame on intelligence. So if you put the blame on intelligence, what action have you taken? Nobody was asked to resign. Nobody was dismissed. Nobody was suspended.
You're saying that the president, you're saying that
nobody's rank was removed because of all this nonsense and nuisance, and you are still telling people that you are putting the blame on intelligence. So what action have you taken on the intelligence during all the...
So are you saying that, the issue of intelligence or the intelligence system in our security process is not faulted? You don't support the president on that? As much as it's okay to want to blame the president, what exactly is the issue? Why we have the Tucano jets and what it is? And it feels like we're being overwhelmed by this terrorist.
Sorry, your question, it wasn't clear, please.
My question is, do you support the position of the president that intelligence system is a failure and failed, and that's the reason why that attack was successful without a counter-attack?
So he would have overhauled the intelligence. There was no counter-attack because of the weakness of the government. There was no counter-attack because of the inability of the government to deal with the situation. There is no counter-attack because the government is never responsible. There is no counter-attack because the government exhibits its weakness and inability to take its constitutional responsibility. Nigerians have a mandate for them to be provided with right and adequate security and use the intelligence, gather the intelligence, use whatever information you have from the intelligence and deal with the situation decisively. How many of this type of these attacks had happened before? Was there any suspension of any intelligence personnel? Was there any dismissal? Was there anybody that was asked to resign because of his or her inability to deliver?
So the president has to oversee.
Has been expelled from the service because he or she was found wanting.
And the president is responsible for overseeing all of the suspension and all that should happen in the intelligence unit.
Sorry?
The president should be held responsible for ensuring that people are sacked or someone is taking responsibility in that particular light. Is that what you're saying?
Who appointed the intelligence chiefs?
All right. Quickly.
Is it not the president?
Yeah, I also guess so. Yeah, let's just add this one just as you answer, because we're out of time now. What should we, be expecting as Nigerians, especially those who live in the FCT? We have that out of 900, about 1,000 inmates, you have 111 inmates left, according to the reports that we're getting and all of the feelers. So what should be the expectation? What is the implication of all of this on our security?
The implication is that those that have been relieved by the attackers, especially the Boko Haram and ISWAP members, they are not going to be in FCT. Be rest assured, they will distribute themselves and regroup somewhere and reorganize themselves for further launching of more attacks. Especially, I'm calling on the public to be very, very careful, especially in respect to church and mosque activities, avoid public places unless it is very necessary. Most especially the coming Salah celebration. People should be very, very careful because these guys will reorganize themselves and launch their attacks on government facilities, on public facilities and public places. They can mobilize themselves and detonate explosives around markets, churches, mosques, and so on and so forth. So people need to be very, very careful. And then if you have any information and there is any way you can help the intelligence, provide the information quietly and be careful for your identity. Because most of our intelligence and security personnel are also not sincere and honest. Because you provide them with information, they will go by the side and provide your information to the culprits and say it was Mr. John Adekunle Ahmed of so street of so number of so this. They will provide your identity. That is why Nigerians are not having confidence and trust on the intelligence in terms of providing them with the required information.
Well, Yauzo Getso, thank you so much for being part of the show. We appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, listeners and viewers. Have a pleasant time.
All right, then. That's the size of a conversation right here on The Breakfast. We'll take a break. When we return, the show continues. Stay with us.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have Professor Sani Fage, a political analyst, joining the conversation this morning. Just before we have him, react to this, you have the abducted train passengers who were abducted on the 28th of March, 2022. Now, out of these persons who were abducted, 11 people have been released, while about 40 people, according to reports, are still in captivity. Now, these train passengers have reached 101 days as we speak in captivity. Now, families, relatives, and friends of the remaining captive have taken to the streets in Kaduna for a peaceful protest, appealing to the government to secure the release of the passengers. Let's have Professor Sani Sage share his thoughts on this. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Sani Sage.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. All right, then, what do you make of this development? I mean, so far you have about 11 persons who've been released, and you still have over 40 who are still in captivity. Now they have taken to the streets to protest, asking that the government ensure the release of their family members as well as relatives, and what have you.
It is an unfortunate situation that the government should have responded to this much earlier, but it has to wait until people protested. I think that is an indication that the government has not taken the issue seriously, because had it been, it takes it serious, these things could have been resolved within a very short time. In fact, it could have been prevented. That would have been the situation. But since it has happened, we are seeing almost a replica of what happened with the Chibok girls. Now, if care is not taken, the government will keep on dragging its own feet, despite the fact that the people will protest, and they will allow it to win out, especially now given that it is the eve of elections. So the attention of government will be on elections, and nothing will be done for that one or on it.
But in this protest, they've actually asked that government should go, to do anything. They're expecting that government should go to whatever land it is. And you have this terrorists also saying that they are going to start killing them if their demands are not met within 24 hours. And so what can the government do? Negotiate? No,
you see, the government has so many options to do. One, I think they are not unaware of the location of the people, where they are. So the government may take that option, or alternatively, the government may take the option of negotiating with them in order to secure the release of the captives. But I think that is a little bit too late, because it's now 100 days. And like I said, if we don't take any serious action, we are going to see a replica of Chibok girls. You see, the Chibok issue is now how many years, and still we have some people in captivity. So I think what the government ought to do now is to locate the place, which I'm sure they know through intelligence report, and see how they can free the captives. Look at what happened when some captives, took hostages between our borders and Niger. All the way from Germany, America sent in troops, and it was able to relieve the captives within a very, very short time. So I think this is what the government should do, because that will now send a signal that the government is serious. Whenever there is any issue like that, the government will respond accordingly.
Do you also think it's rational that you have the Abuja trains resuming its activities at a time where you still have victims who were kidnapped not being released?
You see, if we say the train should not resume, we are giving in to the terrorists. And this is what they want. Terrorism always attacks soft targets in order to achieve its own objectives. Now, if you say that we should suspend the train, Abuja-Kaduna train, I think that will now send a signal that the government is weak, and that will encourage them to continue with their own activities. So I think what the government should do is to bring out the train and also secure it, okay? Because one of the major defense against terrorism or any insecurity is the preemptive measures, meaning they should take measure and secure the train and then allow it to continue. Otherwise, it will be, sending a very, very wrong signal. They will have the audacity to continue with it, and others will also join because they know now the government is weak, and so they can join and try to get whatever objective they decided to pursue.
All right, so do you think that this protest that Nigerians, friends or relative of or those who are still in captivity have embarked on would yield any result? Do you see government acting?
Yeah, it will lead results if it is, sustained. One of the reasons why our leaders don't take strike and issues like that is because they know people don't have the will to sustain the pressure. Now, if they will sustain the pressure for some time, I think it will lead results, especially given the fact that we are now on the eve of election, and no government will want, to lose public support. So I think they should continue with it peacefully, and it is their democratic right to do it, and it is the only way and means by which they can make the leaders respond to their own needs.
Well, thank you so much, Professor Sani Fagi, for being part of the show this morning. We appreciate your thoughts, and we look forward to sharing more of your thoughts on more national issues right here on the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that's the size of the show. Very, very saddening. You can only imagine what these persons will be going through right now in the hands of their captors. But we're hoping that the Nigerian government would swing into action and would step up her game and ensure that lives are protected. Thank you so much. If you missed out on any part of the show, it's all right to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Bopo. Thank you for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
In every age, the good old days were always memories to cherish. Although no one ever thought they were good at that time, for every age has consisted of crises that seemed intolerable to the people who lived through them. Looking back now, one can really say, indeed, these days were good. My name is Tolulope Akmike Medebem Ni Adeolu, and here is my good old days story. I hail from Oderemo, Ogun State, but I was born and bred in Lagos Island Maternity, to be precise. My dad was His Royal Majesty Obasanjo Olufunso Adeolu. He was an educationist, a seasoned broadcaster, actor, and finally he became an Oba, while my mom, Olori Adedayo Atinuke Adeolu, was a thoroughbred educationist. She was an English major. She rose through the ranks working for Lagos State Ministry of Education, where she actually retired as an education director. I am the fourth of 8 children and Olori's first. That's my mom. I grew up mostly with my aunties on Lagos Island, Ologbo, where my mom would drop me off and then pick me up over the weekend. My aunties were more like my big sisters then, and it was so much joy being with them. And guess what? We actually still deal the same way, even now as adults. They formed a core part of my childhood, and today, I proudly say anywhere that I was raised by 4 mothers, my mom inclusive. So imagine if these 4 mothers of mine got a whiff of my bad behavior in school. The story would never end, never. Each one of them would take turns to scold and punish me for bringing the family name and that of theirs to disrepute. Those were days of communal training where the community played a major role in child training and development. As much as these women, my moms, as much as they loved us and tried to ensure we charted our lives' course correctly growing up, they couldn't always protect us from everything. I must say, I had my own share of bullying. I started wearing glasses at a tender age. These glasses were as thick as the Coke bottom bottle. Yes, such was the thickness of my glasses. I could not see without wearing them. Different names people like us were called. Those days hurt, Sha. But the ability to move on regardless of all those snide remarks, developing a thick skin, and believing in what I can achieve through the grace that I have been blessed with by the Most High, saw me through those moments. In fact, it honestly contributed to who I have become today. I started my primary education at Yaniwura Nursery and Primary School in Ilukweju, Lagos, and then later moved to Estate Nursery and Primary School within the same Ilukweju environment. My secondary education was twofold. I started at Federal Government College, Ugwalao, where my uncle was the principal. And when he was transferred to Federal Government College, Sokoto, I naturally followed him to Sokoto, of course, to continue my secondary education. Such was the trust parents had on guardians in those days. The need to monitor a child and ensure that he or she was under a very strict control and tutelage of a mentor was considered essential for the moral and academic growth of such a child. Oh man, Sokoto taught me about being human. You may wish to ask, what does that mean? It meant that was where I learned that everyone was first human being before his tribe and ethnic learnings. At Federal Government College, Sokoto, we did not have or understand the divide of tribes or thongs. School then were not only about academics, but they were out to develop character as well. And that's what truly being educated is all about. We all grew up together, and today, quite a number of us are still friends, regardless of whatever situation or conditions we are presently in. Today, I am pretty much a people's person. All that matters to me about you as an individual, first and foremost, is the chemistry, not where you come from. And all this is, I believe, thanks to my orientation. Oh, testing times 2. I mean, when a growing child will always be a child. Yes, I remember the story of caustic soda. In those days, I think my mom used it to wash the bathroom. It was a plastic beverage container kept away from peering eyes. One day, she sent me to get something from her room and I saw the container. I opened it and saw this sugar-looking substance and wondered why she kept it in her room. And guess what? I licked it and that was it. I started foaming. I ran into the sitting room and everyone went berserk, confused and scared. My mom lifted me and started running towards the hospital. I was rushed to the hospital where I was stabilized and brought home. On a good day, after all the drama, I would have still been beaten. But I think they believed I was traumatized enough, and she looked me in the eye and said, "That's what happens to thieves." No amount of beating could have shamed me like that, man. That was it. The tendency to steal perished forever in me. The first time my dad slapped me will be a story for another day. It was clear in my head, the biblical dictate of spare the rod and spoil the child. Over and over, my father would say that he had no inheritance he was leaving for any child. His greatest legacy to all of us, according to him, would be our education. So whatever he wanted to study, he was willing and ready to make it happen. Strangely, Dad's fame as an actor of repute wasn't something we thought about. I mean, it was just work as far as we knew. The only times it became a subject of discussion were when people saw you with him or found out he's your father and wanted to know what life is like living with him, or if he actually didn't have hands, based on his character in the famous Village Headmaster serial. quite nostalgic. I recall how being his daughter impacted on me when I proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Great Ife, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in arts from the Department of Dramatic Art. I had a lecturer who scored me rather low because he felt and actually knew I could do better. And he said to me, "To whom much is given, much is expected." That was a turning point of sorts in my academic. In those good old days, we were built to be resilient. We pushed on basically because we wanted to make our parents and ourselves proud. In the hierarchy of values, we were taught that honesty and integrity reign supreme. And I am very proud and thankful for these orientations and training. So what went wrong? Is it the same today as yesterday? I doubt. Is the situation hopeless? Certainly not. Is it possible to change the narrative? Absolutely yes. Like the lights that cannot be hidden under a bushel, like the faith as a mustard seed, I believe the glory of Nigeria will shine and we shall blossom again if we begin to plant into the hearts and minds of people these time-tested values of truth, honesty, integrity, and sincerity of purpose. Personally, I don't think the challenge is solely upon today's youth. It's our inability to create the right mentorship programs. The youths tend to emulate what they see around them. So if change must come, if tomorrow must be brighter, then the right attitude and values must be reenacted today. The onus lies on each one of us to keep showcasing those things that we want emulated. Change can and will happen through a collective will and joint resolve to make it happen. Change begins with each and every one of us standing together in truth and believing that truly we can make the difference. We all deserve a better Nigeria, better than those glorious days we speak about today. To this end, I join Sir Shemore Badejo in this collective desire to have a brighter future for not only our children, but for us too. God bless Nigeria. God bless all of us.
The World Health Organization states that close to 800,000 persons die by suicide yearly. Every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to commit suicide. Nigeria has Africa's highest caseload of depression and ranks 15th in the world in the frequency of suicide. World Suicide Prevention Day is a global public health day celebrated on September 10th, which is aimed at commitments and actions to prevent suicide all over the world through various activities and to help raise awareness among people to prevent their loved ones from suicide and mental disorders. The theme of this year's World Suicide Prevention Day is Creating Hope Through Action, which reflects the need for collective action to address this public health issue. According to the training coordinator of a non-governmental organization, Suicide Research Prevention Initiative, suicide rate in Nigeria is underreported or miscoded. This is because suicide is a criminal offense. With the shortage of mental health care personnel, cultural and religious beliefs about mental health and suicide stigma. Some have a misconception of suicide. It is important to not blame suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide, or those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners. No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people not judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She said with love and support, along with professional help, suicide can be prevented.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression, depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain, and there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all this on board. Let's not demonize people that have completed suicide. Let's not see them as bad people. Let's not see them as evil people, because anybody can be suicidal depending on your challenges, what you face, and of course from your past experiences.
Given the socio-economic situation in the country, many citizens are reaching their breaking points with the conclusion that they are better off dead. There is therefore an urgent need for both governments and society to pay attention to medical challenges and socio-economic constraints that could trigger people to take their own lives.
Good morning. I am Khadijat Balagu, and this is the news brief. The federal government has confirmed that about 600 inmates escaped from the Kuje Correctional Center following Tuesday's evening's attack by suspected terrorists. During a visit to the facility, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Shuaibu Begore, explained that over 300 of the inmates have been retrieved and more are on the way. He added that the facility houses 994 inmates and that the attackers, which he suspects are Boko Haram terrorists, attacked the facility to rescue the conspirators.
Over 400 inmates are on the run in Nigeria, officials said on Wednesday, after a suspected prison raid by militants. Outside the prison in Nigeria's capital, Abuja, bullet-riddled vehicles attested to gun battles during the raid on Tuesday night. Defense Minister Bashir Magaji spoke to journalists outside the prison.
The people who came to do these activities, from the records, we believe that they belong to a particular group, and most likely they are Boko Haram, because we have sizable number of Boko Harams that are in detention, and presently we could not locate any of them.
A statement from the prison service said 879 inmates fled, with 443 still at large and the rest recaptured. A security officer was killed and 3 others injured, according to an Interior Ministry official. The raid highlights ongoing security challenges, especially in Nigeria's northern regions, where armed insurgents and gangs are rife. Another sign of that was also shown on Tuesday in a separate ambush on an advance convoy of the Nigerian president. Muhammadu Buhari was not in the cars, which were carrying an advance team to his hometown near the border with Niger to prepare for the Muslim Eid al-Adha holiday. A presidential spokesman said in a statement that attackers opened fire on the convoy, but, quote, were repelled by the military, police and security personnel.
Meanwhile, a terrorist group, Islamic State West Africa, ISWAP, has claimed responsibility for Tuesday's attack on the Kuje Custodial Center in Abuja. In a video shared by the terrorist group on Wednesday, many of the inmates were seen fleeing the prison while the terrorists chanted Allahu Akbar. ISWAP is a breakaway faction of the Boko Haram sect that has terrorized the northeast region of Nigeria for over a decade. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has expressed his disappointment with the intelligence system and utilization at the Medium Security Custodial Center, Kuje, in Abuja. He said this while speaking to journalists during his visit to the correctional facility, which came under attack by terrorists last night. Soon after he arrived at the facility, the president was briefed about the attack by the permanent secretary at the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Shoaib Begore, and the Controller General of Nigerian Correctional Service, Haliru Nababa. Both men showed President Buhari the bomb-out section and the records office, which was set on fire, adding that invaders thereafter launched an attack on all cells in which Boko Haram terrorists were held. The Nigerian Correctional Service has said embattled police officer Abba Kyari and other VIPs held in the facility did not escape during the attack on its facility in Kuje. In a statement by the Chief Superintendent of Corrections, Umar Abubakar, said Kyari and others were unhurt in the assaults. Now, the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, says the Nigerian army has done well in the fight against terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria. The governor, however, said that it is not yet Uhuru in the area, noting that the situation would have been worse if there were no military presence at all.
It was an interactive session organized by the Nigerian Army as part of activities to mark the 159th Army Day celebration. The venue was filled to the brim as the Chief of Army Staff, top Army officers, the Imo State Governor and members of his executive, among other stakeholders, were present. The occasion witnessed the paper presentation titled Curbing Insecurity in Nigeria and the Imperative of Inter-Security Agency Collaboration and Coordination.
No one will destroy a country in which he has a stake in or knows that the children will be active beneficiaries of a future prosperity. In 1886, the American civil rights advocate, Frederick Douglass, captured what I'm trying to say in these indelible words. That where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is in organized conspiracy to oppress, rob and degrade them, neither persons nor property.
Other participants were given the opportunity to make their contributions on how to improve the security challenges in the country. Governor Hope Uzodinma, who was the special guest of honor, gave thumbs up to the Nigerian Army for their efforts in the fight against terrorism and insurgency.
I just want to say that now the aspect of kinetics that is done by the military being the Army, Navy, Air Force, and other security agencies and stakeholders, is just one line of operation. There are several other lines of operation if the issue of security is to be properly addressed.
In Imo State, of course, we started very slowly, but incrementally, it gave us a very robust result, and they still counting. Imo people are not only happy to host this event, but wish to identify with you in your patriotic struggle to safeguard the territorial integrity of Nigeria.
The climax of the event included the award presentation to Governor Uzodinma, some top military brass, and other stakeholders.
Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has reshuffled his cabinet 7 months before the 2023 presidential election in the country. The president also administered an oath of office to 7 newly appointed ministers recently confirmed by the Senate. The new ministers took the oath of office shortly before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting at the Council chamber. He urged the new ministerial appointees to consider their emergence as a call to duty that demands diligent service to the nation.
Appointment of these new ministers is in line with the provision of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, which prescribes that the Federal Executive Council shall be made up of members from every state of the Federation. I therefore urge you to consider your emergence out of millions of equally qualified Nigerians within the purview of selection from your state as a call to duty which imposes the obligation to serve the nation diligently and present to you the unique opportunity to work hard in service to the government and the country. At the valedictory session for 6 former ministers that departed to pursue other political careers, I promise that their replacement shall be a matter of priority so that the business of governance will not experience delays or setback.
President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday received the governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Gboyega Oyetola, in the July 16 election in Osun State. The meeting comes exactly 10 days to the commencement of the gubernatorial poll in the southwestern state, where Oyetola is seeking re-election for another 4 years. President Buhari did the ceremonial presentation of the flag to the APC governorship candidate in the upcoming elections in Osun State, giving assurances that the party is committed to furthering the development journey of the state. Accompanying the governor to see Buhari at the State House is a delegation led by the APC National Chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Among the delegation include the APC National Secretary, Senator Iyola Omishere, Chairman of the Osun Election Council, and some governors. Addressing State House reporters after the meeting, Oyetola said contrary to some claims, there is no crisis in the APC in Osun State.
We've been to Osun State. We've seen that indeed we have a credible candidate to sell. We've had myself and Governor Ganduje and a few other governors, Fayemi, a few ministers. We've been on campaign trail with them. And the turnout of citizens at each of the campaign ground are not only testament, you could see joy, happiness on their faces. And they've approached us. All of the trade union body in Osun State came forward on their own to say that in the history of Osun State, this is the only government that has not been any single incident of strike, worker strike, not one day.
I believe by any standard, I've done very well to deserve a second term. I've repositioned the economy of the state. I've been paying full salary and pensions, which was one of the very terrible things that happened to us in 2018. Both workers are getting their salary before the end of the month, full, and the pensioners are receiving their pensions regularly too. So in the area of health, I've done very well. We've revitalized no less than 330 health centers. We have 332 wards, and the intention is to have a center per ward. We are supporting people who may not have the means to feed themselves with food support every month. Not less than 30,000 vulnerables have been taken care of. In the area of security,
Still in Osun State, candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Ademola Adeleke, has shown the governorship debate organized by Arise Television as Governor Gboyega Oyetola of APC, Akin Ogunbiyi of Accord Party, Lasun Yusuf of Labour Party, and Goke Omigbodu of SDP reeled out their manifestos. Ogunbiyi said it will set up proper policies to check illegal mining, conduct local government elections, create over 100,000 jobs for youth, give interest-free loans, and make primary education compulsorily free, while Governor Oyetola rated his administration high on infrastructure, education, welfare, security, health, and mining. Lasso, on his part, pledged to concentrate on agriculture to improve the economy, as he vowed to create over 60,000 jobs if elected, while Omigbodu said he will revolutionize the state with his experience and knowledge of mining, agriculture, and technology. INEC and security operatives have been charged to ensure arrest and prosecution of both vote buyers and violence perpetrators in the days ahead and during the forthcoming governorship election in Osun State. A civil society organization which specializes in observing elections, Yaga Africa, gave the charge while briefing journalists on its pre-election observation in various local government areas in Osun State. Yaga describes vote buying as a threatening factor that may undermine credibility of the electoral mandate if left unchecked before and during the election. It commended INEC and CSOs on voter education, but urged the INEC and security operatives to investigate and prosecute any allegation or report on monetization of permanent voter cards by any politician or party agents.
Yaga Africa has been observing the pre-elections environment since April 2022. Yaga Africa is watching the vote, specifically trained and deployed 32 long-term observers to the 30 LGAs to observe the pre-elections environment until July 14, 2022. It is barely 10 days to the Osun governorship elections, and the rate of voter inducement across the state is increasing, indicating that money may be a defining factor in the elections in the state. Young Africa is therefore concerned that this practice of vote merchandising, if not curbed, will consistently delegitimize political mandates and undermine the credibility of our electoral process. Young Africa commends INEC on its efforts on the PVC collection exercise for both old and new registrants. However, we are concerned about the strategies deployed to ensure that the over 333,179 newly produced and printed permanent voters' cards are collected by voters before the elections on July 16, 2022.
Specifically, the Electoral Act is very clear about sharing of food and drinks and money in elections. You can go to jail. So, if security agencies do their work, if INEC positions the cubicles in a way that guarantees electoral integrity, we may reduce the act of vote trading or merchandising, as you said. But the bigger thing is to continue to appeal to the conscience of our people to understand the long-term consequences of.
A group in Benin City, the Edo State capital, have protested what they described as an unprofessional act by the police following an infringement on the right of a suspect who was in their custody. The group who took their protest across major streets were also at Edo State Police Command to register their displeasure over the acts done to one Blessings Daniels while in police custody. Receiving the protesters, the police public relations officer, Chidi Nwabuzo, assured that the police authority will look into the issues.
What really happened was say, I get one meeting when I did before when I come Zion. So, you get what happen, I come command, they come arrest me. Station, what they call they don't take my statement finish. And the policewoman come say make I take off my bra. I don't know what they do. I never go station before. She come tell me I come on my bra. I come they come out. Wherever they come on my bra, Destiny Bagua come the video me. As he video me, he come send the video to Zion Ladies Club where 80 people there, which is their social media. From then I go see her for Facebook and YouTube.
How can a police officers, you will take somebody's statements, you ask her to remove her bra, the next thing you upload it on social media. Ever since this thing is generating a lot of things from other places, people have been calling the young sister. All we just want is justice. We join her to protest so that justice should be done. See this as bullying. We want justice. Justice must prevail. On behalf of Blessed Daniels, we have a formal petition that is addressed to the Commissioner of Police with a view to getting justice.
Unfortunate incident happened that someone amongst the complainant who brought her to the station recorded her without the police knowing, and that's what resulted to this. That issue must be investigated. It's subject to investigation. So I want to say you go about your business, go home and make sure that no other people hijack this movement.
And now we move to other parts of Africa. Ethiopia's parliamentarians have set up a commission of inquiry into the recent inhumane massacres of civilians in the country in a resolution adopted. They named several regions without explicitly referring to the most recent killing, which took place on Monday in the Kalam Woliga administrative zone of Oromia, the country's largest and most populous region. The attack targeted Amara people, the second largest ethno-linguistic community after the Oromo. And outside Africa, New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has said that regional architecture such as the Pacific Islands Forum was critical in resolving regional problems and local security issues should be resolved locally. Ardern, in a speech to the Lowy Institute think tank in Australia, said there is a strong commitment to supporting broader ambitions for the region's security and that local security challenges have been resolved locally, with Pacific Island Forum members' security being addressed first and foremost by the Forum family. China's growing sway in the Pacific and the potential for militarization in the region's small island nations has found concern, particularly in Australia and New Zealand, as well as their partner, the United States.
For us, the regional architecture of the Pacific is critical. New Zealand is absolutely committed to the Pacific Islands Forum as a vehicle for addressing regional challenges. To that end, Forum members have been working together to develop the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent to provide a long-term vision of what we want to achieve together for our region. We have a strong commitment to supporting broader ambitions for our region's security, as set out in the Bikitawa and Boe declarations. Importantly, we see local security challenges being resolved locally, with Pacific Island Forum members' security being addressed first and foremost by the Forum family. That is not to say there will not be others who have an interest in the Pacific. There are. France, Japan, the UK, US, and China have all played a role in the Pacific for many, many years. It would be wrong to characterize this engagement, including that of China, as new.
Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong has described Russia's war on Ukraine as illegal, unjust and immoral ahead of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. Wong also emphasized on strengthening multilateralism as well as food and energy security, themes which will be discussed in the meeting on Friday. Her remarks came following a recent meeting between Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese with Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky in Kiev, where Albanese said that Australia will give duty-free access to Ukrainian goods and impose sanctions and travel bans on 60 more Russian ministers and oligarchs. And now in business news, the Minister of Power, Abubakar Aliyu, has promised that the ministry will ensure that the changes in corporate governance do not impact on the service and stability of the distribution companies. Special advisor on media to the Minister of Power, Malam Isa Sanusi, in a statement in Abuja, said that the minister had reassured electricity consumers that the recent changes in the governance of the DISCOs would not adversely impact on the ongoing reform initiatives, including the National Mass Metering Program. He said that the minister had been briefed by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission and Bureau of Public Enterprises on the recent event relating to corporate governance in Kano, Benin, Kaduna, Ibadan, and Port Harcourt DISCOs. Market capitalization on the Nigerian bourse further closed on a negative position on Wednesday, with the all-share index decreasing by 0.06% to 51,556.54 from 51,586.5. Similarly, the market capitalization dropped by 16.15 billion naira to 27.79 trillion naira from 27.81 trillion recorded on Tuesday. The year-to-date return stood at 20.76% as the market's breadth closed positive, as 17 stocks advanced against 16 stocks that declined. And in entertainment news, with 1.15 billion total hours viewed in its first month, the Duffer Brothers produced show also officially comes second place on Netflix's list of shows to cross this staggering figure. Prior to Stranger Things, Korean hit series Squid Game was the first show in Netflix history to surpass the 1 billion mark with 1.65 hours viewed in its first 28 days. Meanwhile, the concluding 2 episodes of Stranger Things Season 4 dropped last Friday, expectedly to exciting reviews from fans of the show. The gown Queen Elizabeth wore for her 1953 coronation, as well as other items including portraits of the British monarch, and her jewelry go on public display at Windsor Castle this week as part of an exhibition celebrating her historic Platinum Jubilee. Taking place at Windsor Castle's St. George's Hall and the Lantern Lobby, the exhibition called Platinum Jubilee, the Queen's Coronation, will run from July the 7th to September the 26th. It takes a look at Elizabeth's coronation, which took place on June the 2nd, 1953. Elizabeth, now 96, became queen following the death of her father, George VI, on February the 6th, 1952.
So the coronation dress was designed by Norman Hartnell,
who had designed Her Majesty's wedding dress in 1947. And I think probably the most important thing about the dress, other than the fact that it's one of the greatest pieces of 20th century British couture, British fashion design, is its iconography. And as we see, the dress is completely encrusted with the most beautiful embroideries. And these incorporate the emblems of the United Kingdom, but also the emblems of the countries of which the Queen became head when she acceded to the throne. And the design was really, in effect, a collaboration between Norman Hartnell and Her Majesty, who specified the fabric that should be used and also the line of the dress, which was to emulate that of her wedding dress. And it was her suggestion that the embroideries should be executed in coloured silks. This is a really special moment. This is a special moment, of course, the historic event of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, but to be able to bring such wonderful exhibits together, including personal pieces belonging to Her Majesty, is a real privilege and a really exceptional opportunity for visitors to see things which are very rarely displayed.
And now in sport news, Rafael Nadal provided no assurance that he would be able to turn up for his Wimbledon semi-final against Australian Nick Kyrgios after the Spaniard played through an abdominal injury to beat Taylor Fritz in an absorbing contest. Struggling with physical ailment, Nadal appeared close to retiring mid-match on Wednesday on centre court, but he found the will to beat Fritz in 4 hours and 20 minutes. A third Wimbledon title and first since 2010 on the manicured lawns, and a US Open triumph at Flushing Meadows would see the Mallorcan claim the calendar slam, a feat last achieved in 1969 by Australian great Rod Laver.
Tomorrow I'm gonna have some more tests, but difficult to know. It's obvious that I am not the kind of player that I didn't have a lot of things in my tennis career, so I am used to have things, and I am used to hold pain and to play with problems. And knowing that, when I feel something like I felt, that is because something is not going the proper way in the abdominal now. But let's see. It's obvious that today it's nothing new. I had these feelings for a couple of days, but without a doubt, today was the one.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
tsadar rayuwa ta fara ƙure haƙurin wasu 'yan Najeriya, musamman ma yadda farashin kayan masarufi ke hauhawa. Kasancewar
Young MD, another kept it by my side. Nigeria. A Najeriya ƙasa muna da arziki mu da zamu ji daɗi amma mu ne muke jinjiri mu ne muke jinjiri ba ƙaramin yaro babba har ma ɗan jinjiri ya kamata ku duba babatin a uba mutane da yawa mun yi lafi sai mun tuba babatin addini ko ya shiri ya kini in gaskiya ta zo a faɗa ko da za a kini Nigeria we supposed to be a first now us the